dan selamat pagi, salam sejahtera kepada pengerusi majlis, saudari pengerusi majlis. Yang berbahagia Profesor Madya Dr. Mas Hariza binti Ali, Pengarah Pusat Pembangunan Keusahawanan dan Kebolehpasaran Graduan, yang berusaha Encik Ludinata bin Majnun, Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Pembangunan Keusahawanan dan Kebolehpasaran Graduan, yang berusaha sahabat saya Profesor Madya Dr. Muhammad Izani, Muhammad Zain, Ketua Penyelidik Projek Perundingan Kajian Impak Pelaksanaan Program Yayasan Pelajaran Mara 2021, para pegawai Pusat Pembangunan Keusahawanan dan Kebolehpasaran Graduan, serta para peserta program Graduates READINESS for 4.0 Industrial Revolution Career e-Workshop 2021 yang dihormati sekalian. Alhamdulillah, syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, pada hari ini saya panjatkan rasa kesyukuran kerana dengan izinnya dan limpahnya dapat kita berkumpul dalam satu majlis secara online yang cukup bermakna dan bermanfaat buat adik-adik para pelajar yang sedang menjalani pengajian di peringkat baik di Universiti Putra Malaysia maupun di IPT, Institusi Pengajian Tinggi yang lain dalam program pada hari ini yang dianjurkan oleh Pusat Pembangunan Keusahawanan dan Kebolehpasaran Graduan CEM dengan kerjasama Yayasan Pelajaran Mara. Pagi ini semua nampak ceria, boleh dengar dengan baik ya, nampak ceria. Saya tengok ramai yang dah pun masuk pagi ini. Saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kerana banyak bersama-sama kita pada pagi ini kepada Universiti Putra Malaysia dan juga kepada adik-adik yang dikasihi sekalian. Saya juga ingin merakamkan ucapan terima kasih, penghargaan dan setinggi terima kasih kepada Profesor Madya Dr. Izani Muhammad Zain dari Fakulti Ekologi Manusia UPM selaku Ketua Perunding Projek Kajian Impak Pelaksanaan Program YPM dan juga Pusat Pembangunan Keusahawanan dan Kebolehpasaran Graduan UPM kerana sudi menganjurkan satu program yang bersifat CSR berbentuk bengkel atas talian pada hari ini. Yang pastinya hari ini rasa cukup bertuah kerana inilah kali pertama Yayasan Pelajaran Mara, sebuah yayasan di bawah Majlis Amanah Rakyat, bersama-sama dengan adik-adik daripada Universiti Putra Malaysia dan institusi yang lain penerima manfaat daripada Yayasan Pelajaran Mara untuk kita bersama-sama berjumpa pada pagi ini, dan saya difahamkan kerjasama ini akan berterusan antara UPM dan YPM dalam memperkasakan pendidikan kepada institusi pengajian tinggi. Mengetahui cabaran yang dihadapi oleh para graduan, terutamanya pasca pandemik COVID-19 ini, saya amat besar hati apabila pihak CEM UPM memaklumkan kesudian untuk menganjurkan satu program CSR iaitu Graduates READINESS for 4.0 Industrial Revolution Center e-Workshop 2021 kepada penerima skim pendidikan tertiary YPM. Matlamat program ini adalah untuk memberikan pendekatan dan persiapan awal kepada para peserta dan para bakal graduan sebelum mereka memasuki alam pekerjaan sebenar bagi menghadapi cabaran revolusi industri 4.0. Persediaan ke alam kerjaya perlu didedahkan, khususnya bagi yang berada di tahun akhir, agar para siswazah dapat bersaing di pasaran kerja selepas bergraduat. Apabila tamat pengajian, siswa Azhar perlu menghadapi satu lagi fasa bagi kelangsungan hidup dalam mencari pekerjaan. Melalui program CSR ini, kami di YPM merasakan ialah untuk memberikan perasaan yang tepat dan melihat program ini mampu memberikan signifikan kepada para penerima skrim tertiary pendidikan YPM. Dan ini memberikan kesan untuk jangka masa pendek dan jangka masa panjang untuk para pelajar sekalian. Dalam revolusi industri 4.0 ini, mungkin ada slide satu, masukkan, kita berhadapan dengan cabaran yang cukup besar. Sebagai contoh, dalam keadaan industri antara artificial intelligence bergabung dengan blockchain, ianya memberikan kesan bagaimana untuk persediaan mahasiswa untuk menghadapi cabaran yang cukup genting apabila industri ini berkembang dengan cukup cepat. Next. Kalau kita melihat kepada penguasaan teknologi, populasi rakyat Malaysia pada hari ini ialah sebanyak 32.57 juta. Tetapi yang menggunakan teknologi penguasaannya ialah 74.4%. Telefon bimbit 39.99 juta, melebihi daripada rakyat Malaysia atau 122.8%. Kenapa? Kerana ada mereka, rakyat Malaysia, yang menggunakan telefon bimbit seorang lebih daripada dua. Tak nampak, lebih daripada dua. Dahulu mereka yang masuk universiti, macam saya masuk universiti tahun 1994 di matrikulasi UIA, siapa yang masuk universiti pada ketika itu ada handphone, dialah mahasiswa luar biasa. Hari ini terbalik. Sesiapa yang masuk ke universiti tidak mempunyai telefon bimbit atau peranti, dia pula manusia yang luar biasa. Begitu juga dengan penggunaan internet. Penggunaan internet sebanyak 27.43 juta rakyat Malaysia menggunakan internet. Bersamaan 84.2%. Dan mereka yang aktif dalam media sosial, ikuti sama ada Instagram, Facebook, Twitter dan lain-lain ialah sebanyak 28 juta. Bersamaan 86.01%. Ini menunjukkan bahawa kita tidak dapat lari daripada menggunakan teknologi. Populasi rakyat Malaysia pada hari ini berkembang. Anak-anak muda pada hari ini, maklumat di hujung jari. Watak, sikap mahasiswa berbeza berbanding dengan dahulu. Justru itu, melalui program CSR ini, kami merasakan bahawa perlu ada nilai tambah kepada penerima skim pendidikan tertiary YPM dan juga kepada mahasiswa yang lain dengan merujuk kepada beberapa objektifnya. Pertama, ialah untuk menambah dan meluaskan pengetahuan, pengalaman dan kemahiran para pelajar berkenaan dengan persediaan temuduga semasa menghadiri sesi temuduga di alam pekerjaan. Kedua, memberikan pendedahan kepada para peserta tentang kepentingan menguasai beberapa platform terkini dan kemahiran menulis resume bagi persediaan memohon pekerjaan. Ketiga, meningkatkan kebolehpasaran dan kemahiran para pelajar bagi menghadapi sesi temuduga. Adik-adik yang saya hormati sekalian, melalui program ini, para pelajar akan berpeluang untuk mempelajari cara untuk menghasilkan satu rangkaian dan resume yang baik sebelum menghadiri temuduga. Diharap program ini akan dapat mencapai matlamatnya dalam melahirkan graduan yang berdaya saing khasnya para bakal graduan. Adik-adik yang saya hormati, YPM berharap agar jalinan kerjasama dalam bentuk sinergi baharu dengan pelbagai pihak, terutamanya institusi pengajian tinggi, agensi-agensi kerajaan dan badan-badan korporat dapat dirancangkan dan sentiasa diteruskan bagi memberikan kemajuan yang besar serta meningkatkan akses kepada pendidikan, terutama dalam kalangan masyarakat Melayu dan bumi Putra yang secara relatifnya kurang dari segi kemampuan dan capaian berbanding kaum-kaum lain yang telah jauh ke hadapan. Yayasan Pelajaran Mara menyedari keperluan kemahiran insaniah iaitu soft skill adalah amat penting selain daripada keputusan yang cemerlang bagi seseorang graduan bagi mendapatkan sesuatu pekerjaan yang sesuai dengan pengajian. Justru itu, program seperti ini dapat memberikan peluang kepada para pelajar untuk mempelajari teknik penghasilan platform dikit dan penulisan resume yang baik. Program ini dijangka akan memberikan manfaat dan peluang kepada anda sekalian. Semoga usaha kita dalam meningkatkan akses pendidikan ini membuahkan hasil dan melahirkan ikon ataupun success story yang akan menjadi pelapis pemimpin masyarakat pada masa akan datang. Sekali lagi saya ingin mengucapkan setinggi penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada Profesor Madya Dr. Izani Zain dari Fakulti Ekologi Manusia selaku Ketua Perunding Projek Kajian Impak Pelaksanaan Program YPM dan juga Pusat Pembangunan Keusahawanan dan Keberpasaran graduan UPM kerana membuka seluasnya peluang kepada penerima skim pendidikan tertiary untuk menimba ilmu dan kemahiran insaniah melalui program CSR ini. Yayasan Pelajaran Mara, sebuah yayasan CSR, akan terus mencari, bekejar dan juga mempelopori anak bangsa ke arah pendidikan yang lebih baik. Dan dalam hal ini, saya yakin bahawa anak-anak, adik-adik pelajar akan terus menyumbang kepada soal modal insan. Kerajaan senantiasa memberikan galakan untuk adik-adik untuk terus menyambung pengajian hingga ke peringkat yang lebih baik. Saya mendoakan kepada adik-adik para pelajar yang akan memasuki ke universiti secara berperingkat pada 15 Oktober nanti. Ingin mengucapkan selamat maju jaya kepada anda sekalian. Mudah-mudahan kita di dalam rahmat Allah dan berada dalam lingkungan sebagai ummatun khairah, umat yang terbaik. Sekali lagi, saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada adik-adik semua dan boleh mengikuti program-program dan juga aktiviti-aktiviti yang terkini melalui Facebook, Twitter dan Instagram Yayasan Pelajaran Mara. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Berbahagia Dato Dr. Mohd Nizar bin Haji Sudin selaku Pengerusi Eksekutif Yayasan Pelajaran Mara atas ucapan yang bermakna sebentar tadi. Semoga para peserta mendapat suntikan semangat baharu bagi menambah dan meluaskan pengetahuan, pengalaman dan kemahiran sebagai seorang mahasiswa yang holistik. Seterusnya, tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Yang Berbahagia Profesor Madya Dr. Muhammad Izani Muhammad Zain selaku Ketua Perunding Kajian Impak Yayasan Pelajaran Mara. Beliau juga merupakan pensyarah Fakulti Ekologi Manusia Universiti Putra Malaysia bagi sesi perkongsian dengan tajuk Mahasiswa Mandiri, Bakat, Kesungguhan dan Peluang. Dengan segala hormatnya, saya menjemput.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia prihatin, selamat pagi dan salam keluarga Malaysia. Jadi yang saya raikan sahabat saya, Dato Dr. Muhammad Nizar Sudin, Pengerusi Eksekutif Yayasan Pelajaran Mara, kerana sudi bersama-sama kita pada pagi ini telah memberikan kata-kata aluan dan juga merasmikan kita punya e-workshop pada pagi ini. Saya pun tak sangka turn saya lebih awal. Asalnya pukul 9 tapi kita kena, maksudnya itulah kepentingan ni, kita get ready daripada awal supaya sebarang kemungkinan tu kita boleh menjalankan, kita meneruskan program kita seperti yang kita rancangkan. Saya juga nak mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Pusat Pembangunan Keusahawanan dan Kebolehpasaran Graduan CHEM. Tadi Dato' Nizar sebut CEM kan, tapi kami dekat UPM ni sebut CHEM saja. Saya nampak di situ pengarahnya ada Profesor Madya Dr. Mas Hariza. Terima kasih Doktor, selamat pagi. Sahabat saya Cik Ludinata, Cik Fauzi, yang sama-sama kita berbincang untuk mengadakan majlis ini, program ini, dan alhamdulillah telah menjadi satu kenyataan. Walaupun sebenarnya pada awalnya kita nak buat secara bersemuka. Kita nak face to face sebenarnya ni, sebab kita rasa bila face to face tu lagi best lah kan, sebab workshop ini hands on. Tapi disebabkan kita pun nak mengejar masa, kita perlu selesaikan program ini dalam bulan September, dan kita masih lagi dalam fasa 2 kan, pelan pemulihan negara, dan juga kita masih lagi terikat dengan SOP, maka kita teruskan juga dalam bentuk online lah, secara dalam talian. Saya harap walaupun program ini kita buat secara dalam talian, rasanya masih sama. Maksudnya adik-adik ada kesungguhan yang tinggi, dan juga kita pun dapat melaksanakan program ini dengan sebaik mungkin. Okay, bila saya berbincang dengan Dato' Nizar dan rakan-rakan di CHEM, kita nak buat satu program CSR. Sebenarnya program ini ditaja oleh Yayasan Pelajaran Mara. Jadi kita nak ucapkan terima kasih lah kerana YPM ni tidak pernah lelah untuk membantu pelajar-pelajar terutamanya di peringkat universiti untuk melihat kejayaan adik-adik semua. Dan untuk makluman adik-adik di YPM, mereka ada skim pembiayaan tertiary. Saya yakin ramai penerima YPM skim pendidikan tertiary ada di sini. Ada yang saya rasa saya jumpa kot masa saya buat kajian itu. Adik Arfan Hakim kan. Dah lain dah mukanya, dah dulu macam budak sekali, ni dah macam dewasa dah. Okay. Jadi ada pelajar-pelajar yang saya kenal, saya jumpa mereka semasa saya buat kajian impact program YPM. Jadi masa tu boleh lagi berjalan rentas negeri. Jadi habis saja program tu dah tak boleh rentas negeri. Jadi saya bernasib baiklah, dan alhamdulillah kajian tu pun dah hampir siap, kita dah bentang dan kita akan serahkanlah kepada YPM. Seperti yang dikatakan oleh Dato' Nizar tadi, sebenarnya program ini sangat penting sebagai persiapan adik-adik melangkah ke alam pekerjaan. Jadi saya ada slide kejap lagi, mungkin ini mukadimah saya lah. Jadi saya fikir adik-adik sangat beruntung kerana mempunyai program-program seumpama ini. Kerana sebab bila saya tengok pelajar-pelajar saya dan juga adik-adik di depan PC ni, saya selalu throwback lah, teringat balik zaman-zaman dulu, terutamanya masih belajar kan, masa tu masih belajar. Masa zaman dulu pekerjaan senang, zaman saya senang, keluar saja dapat kerja dah. Tak ada isu pun kan. Pekerjaan tu menanti kita. Saya merupakan last batch yang sistem 4 tahun di Universiti Malaya. Kemudian lepas tu program pengajian dah jadi 3 tahun, tapi ada bidang-bidang pengajian yang 4 tahun kan. Jadi kenapa dulu sistem pengajian daripada 4 tahun dia jadi 3 tahun? Sebab apa? Sebab industri tak sabar-sabar nak ambil pelajar-pelajar kita ni bekerja, sebab dia kata 4 tahun tu terlalu lama. Jadi padatkan 3 tahun, jadi bila dah habis 3 tahun tu industri boleh ambil graduan kita. Maksudnya dulu pekerjaan memang banyak. Memang orang kata keluar saja memang bolehlah cari pekerjaan dan kita boleh pilih mana kerja yang kita nak. Tetapi sekarang keadaan dah jauh berbeza. Sebab itu selain daripada kerja kerajaan, ramai yang nak kerja kerajaan, tapi kerja kerajaan ni sangat limited. Sebab itu kita fokus kepada keusahawanan. Sebab itu pusat CHEM ni namanya Pusat Pembangunan Keusahawanan dan Kebolehpasaran Graduan. Jadi maksudnya selain daripada kerja makan gaji macam saya lah kan, kerja makan gaji bulan-bulan dapat gaji, walaupun apa yang berlaku dapat gaji alhamdulillah, tetapi zaman sekarang ini dia mesti adik-adik mesti ada mentaliti lah, maksudnya kalau tak boleh jadi usahawan sekalipun mesti ada minda keusahawanan. Kadang-kadang ada orang salah anggap, dia kata oh graduan sekarang semua kena jadi usahawan. Tak, siapa yang berminat tu boleh pergi jadi usahawan, nak buka bisnes ke dan sebagainya. Tetapi apa yang ditekankan oleh kita ialah berminda keusahawanan. Mindset tu sebagai seorang usahawan. Bayangkan kalau seorang usahawan, apa mindset mereka? Kan, kalau orang bekerja sendiri. Boleh tak seorang beritahu kalau jadi usahawan, apa mindset mereka, pemikiran? Kalau saya dapat jawapan daripada salah seorang adik-adik peserta. Arfan Hakim, sebab saya nampak kat situ. Kalau jadi usahawan ni, apa dia punya mindset dia?
Untuk dapatkan untung dan bisnes tu apa orang kata bertahan dalam jangka masa yang panjang lah.
Okay, nak untung itu mestilah kan, orang bisnes mana nak rugi kan, dia mesti nak untung. Dan satu lagi saya tertarik dengan jawapan adik Arfan tadi, maksudnya nak pastikan bisnes itu sustain kan, berdaya tahan, berdaya saing. Kita tak nak lah buka bisnes minggu depan dah tutup kan. Jadi maksudnya nak to make sure bisnes itu sustain. Jadi biasanya usahawan dia akan melakukan apa sajalah. Dia akan jadi risk taker, dia sanggup ambil risiko, dia kreatif dan sebagainya kan, sebab dia nak make sure bisnes itu sustain. Dia mesti kreatif kan. Dia tidak bolehlah jual barang macam orang lain, dia mesti kreatif kan. Kadang-kadang kalau kita beli barang sekarang ni online, packaging dia sangat cantik kan, walaupun barang dia simple je, sabun, kadang-kadang sabun, kadang-kadang benda-benda yang kita biasa beli tu kan, tapi packaging dia kan cantik. Jadi itu menunjukkan bahawa kreativiti usahawan yang mereka lakukan lah. Jadi maksudnya tak semestinya menjadi usahawan kan. Macam saya pun, saya tak ada tokoh jadi usahawan. Saya tak reti nak buat bisnes kan, mungkin saya takut ataupun saya tak ada pengalaman. Tapi yang penting bagi adik-adik, bagi kita semua ialah berminda keusahawanan. Nanti saya akan jelaskanlah apa itu mindset keusahawanan, sebab dalam slide saya nanti saya akan kaitkan juga dengan pelan pembangunan pendidikan tinggi 2015 dan 2025. Okey Jadi semua dah kenal saya kot itulah nama saya Pensyarah di Fakulti Ekologi Manusia, dan saya juga di Pusat Strategi dan Perhubungan Korporat PSPK sebagai timbalan pengarah. Jadi saya ada banyak topi sebenarnya ni kan, tapi itu biasalah kan, multitasking. Adik-adik pun nanti kena multitasking. Okey, saya nak mulakan sesi perkongsian saya ini dengan pelan pembangunan pendidikan Malaysia. Kalau adik-adik mungkin pernah tengok kan pelan ini ataupun mungkin first time. Jadi ini adalah pelan yang kita gunalah di universiti ni. Bila kita nak buat apa-apa, kita nak merancang, kita nak melakukan sesuatu perkara, kita ada guiding principle kita lah. Di peringkat kementerian kita ada satu pelan pembangunan pendidikan Malaysia 2015 hingga 2025. Jadi ini blueprint kita lah. Universiti kalau dia nak buat apa-apa, dia kena tengok pelan ini. So samalah macam kita kan. Kalau kita nak buat apa-apa, kita nak merancang sesuatu, kita akan tengok apa sebenarnya yang dihasratkan oleh kerajaan dan juga Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi. Okay, next slide. Okay, kalau kita tengok di sini dalam Pelan Pembangunan Pendidikan PPMPT ni, itu ringkasan dia lah kan, kalau sebut penuh panjang dalam PPMPT ni dia ada 10 lonjakan. Dan salah satunya adalah, nampak tak itu? Graduan holistik, berciri, keusahawanan dan seimbang. Kan? Maksudnya dalam 10 lonjakan yang telah dikenal pasti oleh kementerian, lonjakan yang pertama adalah untuk melahirkan graduan holistik, berciri, keusahawanan dan seimbang. Nampak tak? Dia tak letak nombor 10, dia tak letak nombor 5, dia letak nombor 1. Maksudnya keutamaan, ciri penting pelan ini adalah kita nak lahirkan graduan yang sebegini. Sebenarnya bila universiti nak melahirkan graduan, inilah ciri-ciri graduan yang kita perlukan. Iaitu graduan yang holistik, berciri keusahawanan dan seimbang. Jadi besok bila kita nak graduate, kan adik-adik nak graduate besok, cuba tanya diri sendiri, ada tak ciri-ciri ini? Universiti sedaya upaya melengkapkan adik-adik dengan ilmu, nilai dan kemahiran. Kan? Maksudnya nak jadi graduan yang berjaya, tetapi adik-adik kena buat self audit, kan? Buat audit diri sendirilah, kan? Adakah kita adik-adik boleh menjadi graduan holistik, berciri keusahawanan dan seimbang? Okey. Graduan holistik bermaksud dia kena all-rounded lah, all-rounded. Kan? Maksudnya bukan saja pencapaian akademik, kita tahu bahawa pencapaian akademik tu sangat penting, kan? Nak dapat anugerah dekan, nak dapat first class, siapa yang ambil PT-PTN dapat first class boleh convert jadi scholarship. Kan? Jadi maksudnya kita boleh bagi free education. Kerajaan bagi free education tetapi kepada mereka yang cemerlang. Kan? Jadi zaman saya dulu dapat marah. Sebab tu saya dengan Mara ni ada simbiosis sikit lah, kan. Ada rasa sentimental value sikit sebab dulu dapat Mara. Dulu saya punya bantuan Mara tu 4,000 setahun. Jadi 4 tahun dapat 16,000 lah. Tapi 16,000 tu tak cukup, kan. Jadi kena korek-korek tabung, kena saving dan sebagainya. Kan. Tapi saya difahamkan bila saya buat kajian skim pendidikan tertiary, adik-adik ni sangat beruntung, kan, sebab bukan saja kos pengajian ditaja tapi kos hari hidup, dapat lagi bulan-bulan, dapat kos pengajian ditaja. Jadi saya rasa tak ada masalah dari segi financial. Jadi inilah antara usaha YPM, nak tolong adik-adik, kan. Maksudnya belajar, tak payah fikir pasal duit, kan. Tak payah nak kerja part time, tak payah nak pinjam, nak berhutang dan sebagainya, sebab YPM dah bagi dah semua kemudahan itu. Jadi sangat adik-adik mesti bersyukur atas apa yang diberikan oleh YPM. Jadi holistik, kan, maksudnya bukan sahaja pencapaian akademik tapi juga dengan maksudnya menjadi pelajar yang baik juga dari segi nilai dan juga kemahiran. Sebab itu saya dalam kelas saya suka pesan kepada pelajar-pelajar saya supaya bukan saja kejar A, tetapi kejar juga pengalaman dalam kampus. Sama ada masuk persatuan, masuk kelab. Kalau yang ada jadi MPP tu baguslah, tapi MPP ni limited, kan. Kalau semua nak jadi MPP, parah kita, kan. Parah adik-adik. Jadi mungkin adik-adik boleh masuk persatuan, kelab, masuk aktiviti, banyak aktiviti di kampus. Jadi kerana itu akan menjadikan adik-adik seorang manusia yang hebat, bukan saja akademik tetapi dalam aspek-aspek yang lain, kepimpinan, kan, kepimpinan, komunikasi, teamwork dan sebagainya. Jadi kalau adik-adik masuk universiti belajar nak A saja, itu bagus tapi tak mencukupi. Pada zaman sekarang ni tak cukup, kan. Mesti ada kemahiran, skill-skill yang adik ada, kan? Saya nak cerita kalau pelajar-pelajar kan, sekarang ni sesi baru dah nak mula kan. Kalau pelajar-pelajar SPM yang cemerlang, ramai yang nak masuk medik kan, perubatan kan. Kalau masuk medik ni hebat lah. Tapi nak masuk medik tu bukan senang sebab tempat sangat limited. Tempat sangat limited, tetapi yang layak tu ramai. Jadi macam mana kementerian dan universiti pilih? KPT dan universiti akan pilih pelajar-pelajar yang holistik. Sebab kalau nak ambil 4 flat, semua ada 4 flat kan. Tapi apa yang membezakan calon-calon adalah apa pengalaman mereka dalam aktiviti-aktiviti co-curriculum. Itu nilai tambah yang kita akan tengok. Jadi kalau adik-adik fokus saja kepada akademik, tak ada aktiviti, tak ada masuk persatuan dan sebagainya, itu mungkin tidak dianggap ataupun adik-adik ketinggalan lah dengan calon-calon lain. Jadi di universiti, kita kena jadi, adik-adik kena jadi pelajar yang holistik. Yang kamil lah, kalau dalam Islam tu disebut insan kamil kan. Manusia yang lengkap. Walaupun kita tak sempurna, kan, kita ni manusia, tapi kita cuba untuk melengkapkan diri kita dengan semua kemahiran, ilmu dan juga nilai. Berciri keusahawanan, ini yang saya katakan tadi, kan? Dia ada ciri keusahawanan, bukannya semua kena jadi usahawan, tak, kan? Kan ada yang minat nak kerja, makan gaji dan sebagainya, kita tak nafikan ya. Tapi yang kita nak adalah berciri keusahawanan. Dia ada ciri-ciri, dia ada mentaliti, dia ada mindset keusahawanan. Kan? Nak buka bisnes, apa mindset yang kena ada? Kena berani tanggung risiko. Kena kreatif. Kena daya juang tu tinggi kan. Kalau hati tu tisu kan, kejap-kejap koyak macam mana kan. Orang condemn produk kita tak bagus, terus kita tutup kedai, tak boleh kan. Maksudnya kita nakkan graduan kita ni ada ciri-ciri keusahawanan. Ini CHEM lebih pakar lah sebab mereka pusat yang memang betul-betul dedicate kan tentang keusahawanan dan sebagainya. Dan seimbang, ini yang penting. Ini yang saya nampak kadang-kadang pelajar-pelajar sangat kurang. Seimbang, balance. Kita nakkan pelajar kita ini kuat dari segi emosi, jasmani dan akal. 3. Kan? Kadang-kadang ada setengah orang jasmani dia, dia pergi gym kan. Wah, gagah, sador lah kan. Tapi emosi dia tak stabil. Kan? Jadi kita nakkan pelajar-pelajar kita ni badan sihat, bersukan, kan? Tak sakit, sihat. Tetapi ada emosi pun sihat, kan? Dalaman kita sihat, emosi kita kena betul. Ini masalahnya kadang-kadang pelajar-pelajar bila emosi tak sihat tu yang ada kesihatan mental tu, kan, mental health. Sekarang ni kita tengok ada kes-kes pelajar kan, ataupun orang-orang di luar sana lah, sebab zaman COVID ni kan, bila semua susah nak makan, nak survive kan. Jadi pelajar-pelajar orang kita ada yang mengambil keputusan untuk bunuh diri. Kan, ada pelajar-pelajar di universiti pun ada yang mengambil tindakan sebegitu. Kerana bagi dia emotionally dia tak stabil. Dia dah tak boleh menguruskan emosi dia, mental dia tak sejahtera, kan? Jadi difikir jalan paling mudah ialah tamatkan riwayat hidup dia kan. Jadi ini pun kita kena tengok sebab sekarang ni kesihatan mental sangat penting. Kan, sekarang ni kalau mengajar secara dalam talian kan, mesti tanya pelajar macam mana. Kan? Sebab kita tak nak, sebab kita tahu bila keadaan dulu kita ada PKP dengan sekarang, pelajar-pelajar kita stres kan. Bukan sekadar pelajar saja, pensyarah pun stres sebab nak mengajar lama-lama kan depan PC. Ini baru kelas, belum lagi mesyuarat dan sebagainya. Jadi kita nak mental kita stabil, sejahtera. Dan juga akal kita. Fikiran kita kena rasional, kena waras. Kan? Fikiran kita tak boleh tertutup. Tak boleh fikir yang negatif saja kan. Zaman sekarang ni ramai yang too negatif kan. Kalau kita baca WhatsApp group ke hari-hari pagi-pagi kan, mesti kita baca apa orang kata berita-berita yang negatif kan. Kita nak vibe, positive vibe tu susah sangat sebab kita banyak dikelilingi oleh orang-orang yang sangat negatif. Jadi ini sepatutnya kita elakkan lah kan. Macam mana kita nak stay positif kan. Jadi inilah ciri-ciri graduan yang kita nak hasilkan kan, yang holistik, yang bercirikan keusahawanan dan seimbang, balance. Maksudnya dari segi akal, dari segi jasmani kita dan emosi kita kena seimbang. Kalau badan saja kita kuat kan, kita jaga, makan ubat, makan pil, pergi gym, tapi mental kita tak boleh jaga kan, emosi kita tak boleh jaga, maka kita tidak akan menjadi graduan yang seimbang kan. Sekarang ni bukan graduan saja yang kita nak seimbang, kita juga nakkan manusia yang seimbang. Manusia yang seimbang. Kalau manusia tu tak seimbang, dia susahlah. Dia tidak boleh menjalani kehidupan dengan baik. Okay, next slide. Okay, ini saya dah cerita tadi, ini dia punya penjelasan. Jadi kalau adik-adik nak lebih tahu tentang pelan ini, Google saja, pergi ke laman web, tekan type pelan pembangunan pendidikan tinggi, nanti keluarlah adik boleh baca apa yang dimaksudkan tentang graduan holistik, keusahawanan dan seimbang. Okey. Next. Okey. Saya kerap juga menulis di surat khabar. Biasanya saya tulis pasal politik sebab bidang saya politik dan kerajaan. Jadi kalau isu-isu politik sekarang ni, yang sebelum ni, memang saya keraplah tulis sebab sebagai ahli akademik pensyarah, kita kena berkongsi juga pandangan kita kepada publik kan. Apa yang berlaku, apa pandangan kita, sebab kita kena educate people kan. Okey, bila saya selongkar artikel yang saya dah tulis selama ini, saya ada jumpa dua artikel yang sesuai lah untuk saya kongsikan dengan adik-adik dalam program kita ni. Pertamanya tulisan yang saya tulis pada 30 Januari 2017. So artikel ni dah 4 tahun lamanya. Saya menulis tentang kepentingan pembelajaran melangkaui luar dewan kuliah. Kan? Jadi adik-adik kena ingat bahawa pembelajaran bukan sahaja di dalam dewan kuliah. Jadi contoh yang terbaik sekarang ni lah kan, kita ada workshop kan. Ini semua berlaku di luar dewan kuliah. Sebab bila kita bercakap tentang pembelajaran, sebenarnya adik-adik banyak spend masa lebih lama di luar dewan kuliah, betul tak? Kan? Kalau dalam kuliah tu berapa jam saja kan, kelas. Tapi di luar dewan kuliah tu sebenarnya adik-adik belajar lagi banyak. Sebab adik-adik spend banyak masa di luar. Sebab itu kita tekankan tentang pembelajaran di luar dewan kuliah, bukan di dalam bilik saja. Kan, kalau dalam bilik biasanya kita duduk dengar je pensyarah membebel kan, apa pensyarah cakap, apa pensyarah beritahu. Lepas tu kita salin nota. 1 jam, 2 jam, betul dah habis dah. Takkan pembelajaran kita macam tu saja kan. Jadi pembelajaran yang sepatutnya adik-adik kena ambil perhatian ialah juga di luar dewan kuliah. Jadi contohnya inilah yang kita sama-sama ikuti ni kan. Adik-adik takkan dapat benda ni dalam dewan kuliah kan. Pensyarah takkan ajar benda ni. Pensyarah nak kejar silibus kan. Okey, hari ni kita belajar ni, minggu depan kita belajar bab ni kan. Tak ada masa kan nak orang kata pensyarah nak ajar benda di luar topik kan, sebab masa sangat limited. Tapi adik-adik akan dapat benda-benda ni di luar kuliah. Sebab itu pembelajaran yang sebenar, yang betul-betul boleh membentuk adik-adik menjadi seorang manusia dan warga negara yang baik adalah di luar kuliah. Sebab itu dulu masa saya buat bila saya buat saya dulu pernah di Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi di pejabat menteri. Jadi bila kita buat ucapan menteri tu, apa lagi yang kita nak bantu pelajar-pelajar ni, kita perkenalkan konsep kolej kediaman sebagai tempat pembelajaran kedua. Kita cadangkan macam tu. Maksudnya pelajar-pelajar, sebab kita tahu bila pelajar-pelajar masuk ke universiti, mereka ni banyak masa di asrama, kan, di kolej kediaman. Jadi macam mana kita nak pastikan kolej kediaman adik-adik itu boleh menjadi tempat pembelajaran kedua. Jadi kolej kena lengkap lah. Ada fasiliti, ada wifi yang baik, kan? Ada tempat nak belajar, ada tempat nak duduk sama-sama belajar dan sebagainya. Kan? Sebab kita tahu bahawa pembelajaran bukan saja di dewan kuliah tetapi di luar. Okey. Jadi dalam artikel saya ni, saya banyak tekankan beberapa isu dan saya nak sebut di sini tentang 5C, graduan yang ada 5C. Kan? Kalau dalam SPM kita tak naklah 5C kan, kita nak 5A. Kalau dalam SPM kan. Tapi kat sini ada formula 5C. Jadi ini 5C yang perlu ada pada adik-adik lah. Tapi mungkin kalau tanya orang lain mungkin nombor dia berubah kan. Dan mungkin ada aspek-aspek lain yang ditekankan. Jadi 5C yang saya maksudkan di sini ialah critical thinking. Pemikiran kritis. Critical. Okay, apa maksud pemikiran kritikal? Siapa boleh bantu saya? Kalau boleh sebut 1-2 jawapan. Jawapan tak ada salah dan betul. Boleh je jawab apa-apa.
Pemikiran yang teliti.
Apa dia Daniel?
Pemikiran yang teliti.
Pemikiran yang teliti. Kita boleh, ni Nur Khairul Nisa kata, kebolehan membuat keputusan dalam masa yang singkat. Okey. Okey. 2 jawapan yang baik dan betul. Ada lagi yang nak bantu? Ada lagi tak pandangan lain? Nak kata apa critical thinking ni? Pemikiran yang di luar kotak. Ni kita selalu sebut kan. Luar kotak, out of the box kan. Kita tak boleh berfikiran dalam kotak. So critical thinking, pemikiran kritikal ini adalah kebolehan menganalisis. Menganalisis. Kan? Tentang satu-satu perkara. Jadi ini pun kadang-kadang ciri yang kurang ada, yang perlu digarapkan lagi oleh pelajar-pelajar kita kan. Kita nakkan pelajar kita yang kritis, yang berfikiran kritikal, yang sentiasa bertanya, yang sentiasa berfikir, yang sentiasa menganalisis tentang isu-isu. Kan? Itu yang kita perlukan. Bukannya kadang-kadang masyarakat kita sekarang ni kan dia suka baca tajuk kan. Baca berita dia baca tajuk je. Lepas tu dia membawang sampai satu hari. Dia tak baca pun isi tu. Dia tak bincang pun kan. Jadi bila baca tajuk saja memang misjudge lah kan. Dia tidak boleh memahami isu itu dengan baik. Sebab itu ciri yang pertama yang perlu ada ialah pemikiran kritikal. Kita kena sentiasa berfikir menganalisis sesuatu perkara. Kan? Kenapa? Kan? Kalau baca artikel saya ni kan, kenapa pembelajaran ni mesti di luar dewan kuliah? So kita boleh berbincang. Kita boleh mengenal pasti isu-isu yang ada dan kita boleh membuat keputusan. Kita boleh merumuskan dan kita boleh membuat keputusan. Itu yang kita nak. Kan? Kita tak nak pelajar kita ikut saja kan. Macam di sekolah lain. Kan? Di sekolah tu baca, hafal. Sekarang pun sekolah-sekolah pun dia dah ada kebat kan. Kemahiran berfikir aras tinggi. Itu kritikal lah tu. Jadi bila adik-adik dah masuk kat universiti, lagilah perlu. Kan? Kena menganalisis, kena berfikir. Kan? Barulah kita boleh menjadi graduan yang holistik tadi tu. Kan? Bukan saja ikut saja apa yang diperintahkan. Okay, yang keduanya kreatif. Kreatif ni maksudnya dia sentiasa dia lebih kurang sama dengan kritikal, pemikiran di luar kotak, mesti mencari jawapan kan. Kritikal ni kan, dia mesti kreatif, mesti bijak, mesti dapat mencari penyelesaian. Kan? Kalau tak boleh A, cari B. Kalau tak boleh B, cari C. Itu yang kita maksudkan kreatif. Sekarang ni kita ada industri kreatif kan. Industri kreatif ni sebenarnya sebelum PKP dululah kan, sangat bagus kerana dia menjana pendapatan negara yang sangat tinggi, industri kreatif ni kan. Jadi kalau adik-adik menjadi seorang yang kreatif, adik-adik boleh mencari penyelesaian, sesuatu penyelesaian dengan baik kan. Tidak boleh berfikir satu hala saja, kena multitasking. Kena pandai mencari penyelesaian dengan pelbagai idea-idea yang baru. Kan. Kreatif ni dia idea yang barulah. Kan, inovasi. Bila kita sebut inovasi, kadang-kadang orang salah anggap, dia kata dia nampak inovasi tu produk. Kan, produk saja. Kalau kita menghasilkan produk, itulah inovasi. Sebenarnya tidak. Inovasi itu juga boleh berlaku dalam bentuk pemikiran kita. Cara baru kita berfikir. Itu juga adalah bentuk-bentuk inovasi. Sekarang ni kan, bila universiti kita dilanda PKP, COVID, universiti kita kena berfikir secara baru, berfikir secara kreatif. Kan? Universiti kita dah tak boleh lagi beroperasi macam dulu. Zaman sekarang dah lain. Sekarang ni dengan PKP, dengan impak penularan COVID, kita kena berubah. Kan? Dulu teaching and learning kan, di Dewan Kuliah, sekarang ni online. Lepas tu dah macam-macam platform ada kan. Kalau anda baca berita harian hari ini, Menteri Pengajian Tinggi dia ada dedahkan beberapa kajian tentang teaching and learning. Malah saya baca tadi beliau mengumumkan mungkin akan ada satu kajian, ada satu kertas putih nak review balik cara pembelajaran di universiti. Sebab dekat universiti ni kita dah tak boleh dah style lama-lama, mesti ada perubahan. Kemudian communication, komunikasi berkesan kan. Bila kita sebut communication ni, orang kata oh graduan kita kena pandai dalam bahasa Inggeris sebab bahasa antarabangsa kan. Tapi bagi saya bukan saja bahasa Inggeris, bahasa Melayu pun. Kadang-kadang ada graduan kita kan, bahasa Melayu pun tunggal langgang. Bahasa Inggeris jauh lagi lah kan. Jadi kita nakkan ada kemahiran berkomunikasi dengan baik. Bahasa Inggeris betul penting sebagai bahasa global. Besok dekat luar pergi interview dekat syarikat, dia orang cakap bahasa Inggeris kan, tak ada cakap bahasa Arab ke, bahasa Jawa ke. Tetapi bahasa Melayu pun kena baik juga. Kan? Saya suka tengok dululah kan pembentangan pelajar. Saya nak tengok macam mana bahasa dia sebab saya mengajar kenegaraan Malaysia. Jadi pembelajaran tu dalam bahasa Melayu. Jadi bila pembentangan tu saya dengarlah bahasa-bahasa BBNY ni apa? BBNU kan. Kita orang dia sukalah sebut kita orang hari ni nak bentang kita orang kan. Sebab dah biasa kan, dah biasa sebut, kadang-kadang dengar kat radio kan bahasa-bahasa rojak kan. Jadi itu pun adik-adik kena mantapkan juga kemahiran berkomunikasi dalam bahasa Melayu, dalam bahasa Inggeris dan sebagainya. Jadi penting itu. Dan komunikasi ni dia mesti dua hala. kan? Dia mesti sampai kepada yang kita maksudnya bila kita communicate, orang yang kita communicate tu mesti sampai message dia. Kan? Kalau tak sampai, itu tak nama komunikasi. Itu syok sendirilah cakap sorang-sorang kan. Cakap sorang-sorang, faham diri sendiri, orang lain tak faham. Komunikasi dia mesti dua hala. Dan orang yang kita sampaikan maklumat tu mesti faham. Barulah kita kata komunikasi itu berlaku. Kalau tak berlaku tak boleh. Kolaboratif, kerjasama. Ini penting. Kan kita tak boleh lagi bekerja work in silo. Pernah dengar tak istilah work in silo? Pernah dengar tak? Tak, work in silo ni maksudnya kita kerja sorang-sorang. Kita tak boleh jadi kera sumbang, kan? Kena ada kerjasama. Sebab itu di kampus kan kita cubalah nak pupuk kerjasama ni. Terutamanya bila buat tugasan kan. Tugasan mesti buat sama-sama. Kadang-kadang kita nakkan pelajar-pelajar ni bila dia bentuk tim tugasan tu dia mesti bercampur lah. Ada Melayu, Cina, India dan etnik yang lain. Supaya bila bekerjasama ada komunikasi, ada tolak ansur, kan? Ada faham memahami. Sebab setiap kita ni tak sama kan perangai. Jadi bila kita bekerjasama, barulah kita boleh adapt and adopt. Sebab adik-adik kena ingat besok bila adik-adik dah habis belajar, dah bekerja, adik-adik bekerja dalam company, syarikat, you have to collaborate. Kena bekerjasama. Tak boleh masuk kerja, tak bercakap dengan orang, tak bergaul. Duduk sorang-sorang kan. Mesti bekerjasama. So dekat universiti lah kena mula. Tak boleh lah bila dah keluar, baru nak fikir kan macam mana nak bekerjasama. Dan akhir sekali, ni satu ciri yang saya sangat suka sebut ialah culturally adapted, iaitu adaptasi budaya. Jadi kalau adik-adik yang di UPM ni mesti tahu kan program mobility pelajar. Kan? Maksudnya di UPM ni kalau boleh kita nakkan pelajar-pelajar tu dia ada pengalaman pergi ke luar negara sepanjang pengajian dia. Kalau di UPM lah. Sebelum PKP, sebelum COVID, kita dapat lihat pelajar-pelajar UPM ni dia akan spend 2 minggu dekat luar negara. Dia pergi Korea, dia pergi Jepun, dia pergi Indonesia, dia pergi Thailand untuk dia faham budaya luar. Dia open-minded sikit lah kan, terbuka. Sebab itu dulu kita galakkan pelajar-pelajar, kita buat mobility pelajar. Pergi keluar. Kan? At least sebelum graduate, ada pengalaman di luar negara. Mobility pelajar ni bukannya melancong jangan salah anggap pergi Korea, pergi makan angin, bukan. Maksudnya pergi ke kampus, belajar tentang budaya mereka, dan bila balik tu ada nilai tambah yang kita boleh pegang. Saya dulu masa di Universiti Malaya sangat beruntung sebab saya pernah mengikuti program mobility pelajar di Jepun, di University of Soka of University. Sebulan, saya pergi sana sebulan. So universiti tu di Hachioji, 45 minit daripada Tokyo. So pergilah. Itulah pertama kali pergi luar negara, buat pasport dan sebagainya. So dalam tempoh sebulan tu pergi kelas, pagi pergi kelas, petang dibawalah pergi ke tempat-tempat, kita belajar dia punya sejarah, kesenian dia, komunikasi, belajar macam-macam. Dan bila kita balik tu adalah nilai tambah yang kita boleh ambil. Sebab Jepun ni budaya dia sangat tinggi, kan? Encik Ludinata, pegawai di CHEM, beliau adalah graduan kan di Universiti Jepun. Sebab itu cara kerja Cik Ludi ni dia lain daripada orang lain sebab dia ada budaya Jepun. So budaya Jepun ni dia sangat istimewa. Sebab itu pelajar-pelajar kita ni memang setiap tahun dihantar ke Jepun, pelajar-pelajar kita ni. Sebab Bila balik, dia bukan sahaja bawa ilmu, tetapi dia bawa nilai, cara berfikir, cara bekerja, cara bertindak dan sebagainya. Kan? Dan YPM pun dia ada menaja pelajar-pelajar yang cemerlang ke Jepun. So mereka yang balik tu ada yang dah jadi CEO, ada yang dah jadi kerja bagus-bagus lah, general manager, dan ada di kalangan mereka yang masih lagi menetap di Jepun sebab dapat gaji lebih tinggi kan. So seronok kerja di Jepun. Jadi tapi kita harap one day dia baliklah ke Malaysia kan, menyumbang kepada negara. Jadi ini yang kita nak kan. Besok kita harap bila pandemik ni dah berakhir, adik-adik masih lagi belajar, kalau boleh plan buat mobiliti pelajar, pergi ke luar negara. Bukannya pergi ke luar negara melancong, tetapi terlibat dalam mobiliti pelajar kan. Pergi ke kampus, pergi ke jumpa pelajar-pelajar dekat sana, belajar tentang sejarah mereka, nilai mereka, dan balik menjadi seorang manusia yang lebih terbuka. Sebab dalam artikel ini saya ada sebut yang dulu Menteri Pengajian Tinggi yang dulu, Dato Isri Idris Yusof, dia pernah cadangkan supaya ada gap year program. Maksudnya pelajar-pelajar ni di universiti 1 tahun gap, pergi ke luar negara, bekerja ke ataupun melancong ke ataupun buat sesuatu di luar negara, tinggalkan sesi pengajian. Ini satu idea yang sangat baiklah dan juga sangat drastik. Tapi dekat luar negara, benda ni dah berlaku dah. Dekat luar negara, pelajar-pelajar mereka tak berebut nak habiskan cepat belajar-belajar ni kan. Student kita kalau boleh nak cepat kan, nak cepat graduate, nak cepat kerja, nak cepat kahwin, nak cepat nak beli kereta, beli rumah kan. Tapi graduan dekat luar negara, mereka santai saja. Mereka tak tergesa-gesa nak habiskan pengajian kan. Jadi dalam tempoh 4 tahun tu, contohnya ada 1 tahun dia tangguhkan pengajian, dia buat kerja-kerja kesukarelawanan, dia pergi ke negara lain, dia bantu, ataupun dia pergi melancong kan. Dulu masa saya pergi kat Jepun, pelajar-pelajar ni dia bekerja, masa dia belajar dia bekerja, dia cek duit. Lepas tu ada satu masa tu cuti, dia pergi melancong. Dia pergi melancong ke luar negara, dan bila dia balik tu dia dapat banyak pengalaman. Jadi ini yang kita dululah kementerian cadangkan. Maksudnya ada gap year program. Setahun pelajar tangguhkan kuliah, pergilah buat apa-apa. Tak semestinya pergi luar negara. Contohnya bekerja dalam negara, jadi sukarelawan ke kan. Jadi itu boleh meningkatkan orang kata nilai lah. Tapi pelaksanaan dia tu banyak jugalah isu kan, sebab kadang-kadang adik-adik semua dah ditaja kan, PTPTN 4 tahun kena habiskan belajar, tapi bila dah gap year tu dah kena tangguh. Jadi dia ada banyak constraint lah, dan kita tengok pemikiran masyarakat kita memang ada macam pelajar-pelajar ni, even ibu bapa pun dia nak anak-anak dia habis belajar cepat kan, tak perlu duduk lama-lama kat universiti. Orang kata buruk muka kan, buruk muka tu duduk lama-lama kat universiti, jadi keluar bekerja dan sebagainya. Okay, jadi inilah 5C, ciri 5C yang diperlukan oleh graduan supaya kalau insya-Allah kalau adik-adik ada 5C ni, insya-Allah adik-adik menjadi seorang insan yang sangat diperlukan lah oleh masyarakat di luar sana. Okay, next slide. Okay, satu artikel lagi yang saya nak tunjuk ialah tentang IR 4.0. Tadi Datuk Nizar dah cerita tadi kan pasal Industrial Revolution 4.0, apa yang berlaku, apa yang berubah dan macam-macam lagi. Even saya Sabtu lepas saya ada beli satu buku ni, The 10 Lesson for a Post-Pandemic World. Ini juga dia ada sentuh tentang digitalization, pendigitalan. Okey, dalam artikel saya ni, saya sebenarnya artikel ni saya tulis sempena hari pekerja 1 Mei. Kan? 1 Mei kan kita ada hari buruh kan. hari itu kita cuti. Jadi saya menganalisis isu tentang pekerjaan, kan? Bila kita cakap tentang hari buruh, hari pekerja ni, maksudnya it's all about pekerjaan lah, kan? Jadi bila datangnya IR 4.0 ni, revolusi industri 4.0 ni, ada dua persoalan utama yang muncul. Bila saya baca buku-buku tulisan ni, saya dapat rumuskan ada dua perkara yang utama yang kita kena jawab. Pertama ialah bagaimana masa depan pekerjaan. Pekerjaan pun dah ada masa depan tau. Kan, kadang-kadang pekerjaan tu dah tak ada masa depan, dah lupus, dah tak ada. Kan? Jadi kalau kita berfikir secara kritikal, in future kita akan tanya, bagaimana masa depan pekerjaan? Kan? Ada tak pekerjaan yang dah tak relevan nanti? Ataupun ada pekerjaan yang masih relevan yang kita boleh apply? Okay? Dan yang kedua, persoalan yang saya nak bangkitkan ialah bentuk pekerjaan masa depan. What kind of job yang ada? Cuba adik-adik fikirkan sejenak. Macam mana kita nak jawab dua soalan utama ni? Kan? Jadi bagi saya, bila kita bercakap tentang revolusi industri keempat, dua soalan ini kita kena jawab. Kita kena analisis. Pertamanya, masa depan pekerjaan. Adakah pekerjaan yang kita ada sekarang ni masih ada pada masa depan? Kerana kita kena ingat, cuba kalau adik-adik boleh baca kat situ, teknologi sudah mengambil alih peranan manusia sekaligus mengurang dan melupuskan peluang pekerjaan. Maksudnya, bila kita sebut revolusi industri keempat ni, kita akan bercakap tentang teknologi, kan, robotik dan sebagainya. Jadi, mungkin ada beberapa pekerjaan yang dah tak ada dah pada masa akan datang sebab robot dah boleh buat. Teknologi boleh menggantikan manusia. Kan? Kalau adik-adik ada masa kan, cuba tengok, pergi ke Netflix ke, cuba tengok movie I, Robot. Cuba cari I, Robot. Cerita I, Robot tu dia menceritakan in future robot telah menggantikan manusia. Robot jadi maid, robot jadi rider, robot buat segala-galanya. Kan? Jadi in future teknologi dah ambil alih. Sebab tu ada, bila saya baca kan, ada yang kata in future pensyarah pun dah tak perlu dah. Kan? Pensyarah pun dah tak ada kerja. So lepas ni siapa nak jadi pensyarah dah tak boleh. Sebab tugas pensyarah tu boleh diganti dengan robot ataupun dengan teknologi. Tapi ini saya tak setujulah, kan. Sebab bagi saya pendidikan tu mesti ada guru yang mengajar, kan. Mesti ada faktor manusia. Kalau tidak, kalau semua robot kan, tak boleh lah. Sebab tu Jack Ma kan, pengasas Alibaba, dia pernah kata, beza robot dengan manusia ni apa? Manusia ni dia ada hati, dia ada heart. Robot ni tak ada apa-apa. Sebab itu dia kata walaupun kita bergantung kepada teknologi, teknologi itu perlu dipandu oleh manusia. Kan, manusia yang ada hati. Kan, yang ada fikiran. Sebab kalau manusia itu tidak ada hati, tidak ada fikiran, dia akan menghasilkan teknologi yang boleh memusnahkan manusia. Kan itu yang bahayanya. Sebab bagi saya, walaupun kita berhadapan dengan IR 4.0, walaupun kita berhadapan dengan ledakan teknologi, kita kena ingat bahawa fungsi manusia itu tetap ada. Manusia masih lagi diperlukan. So macam mana nak balance? Dan persoalan saya yang kedua ialah bentuk pekerjaan masa depan. Kan, macam mana ni? Besok kan, 2050. Macam mana bentuk pekerjaan yang ada? Kan, dalam artikel ni saya tulis, kan, antara profession yang mungkin tergugat ialah seperti wartawan, penganalisis kewangan, doktor. Doktor pun boleh terancam sebab semua analisis dah boleh dibuat oleh teknologi. Kan? Sekarang ni tak payah wartawan kan, kita jadi wartawan. Kan? Dulu kita duk tunggu apa wartawan cakap kan, apa wartawan tulis. Sekarang ni kita jadi wartawan. Kita snap gambar kan. Kita masuk dalam Facebook, kita masuk dalam Twitter, Instagram. Kita jadi wartawan. Kan? Sebab itu sekarang ni wartawan dia pergi lokasi, dia buat berita on the spot. Kan? Sekarang ni wartawan dia buat berita guna handphone je. Dia type, dia pakai handphone dia hantar ke editor, editor kata okey, keluar dalam online. Kalau dulu tidak kan, kalau dulu pergi assignment, sebab saya pernah jadi wartawan sekejap 6 bulan lepas graduate. Saya jadi wartawan 6 bulan. Dulu tak ada lagi media sosial ni, tak ada Facebook semua. Pergi assignment kan, record apa menteri cakap ke, siapa cakap, artis ke, balik barulah ketuk. Pergi dekat PC, dekat pejabat, ketuk, tulislah, ketuk, tulis. Kan? So petang baru siap berita. Sekarang kalau kita buat gitu, tak laku berita kita kan. Sekarang orang nak in real time. Kan? Berita tu in real time. Apa yang berlaku sekarang ni, keluar. Lepas tu update lah setiap 10 minit apa berlaku, 10 minit apa yang berlaku kan. Jadi maksudnya bentuk pekerjaan masa depan pun dah berubah. Kan? Macam accountant, doktor kan. Mungkin in future teknologi dah boleh menggantikan doktor sebab penyakit semua boleh dianalisis oleh teknologi kan. Tak perlu lagi doktor-doktor. Sekarang ni dah ada pembedahan, robot yang buat pembedahan kita, bukan doktor, robot. Kan? Robot yang buat. Jadi ini antara persoalan-persoalan yang adik-adik kena tengoklah. Masa depan pekerjaan dan juga bentuk pekerjaan masa hadapan. Jadi sebab itu siapa yang buat kurikulum kan, universiti bila dia buat program pengajian, dia kena tengok isu-isu ini kan, dia mesti melihat keperluan graduan pada masa akan datang. Sebab itu bagi saya, untuk menjawab dua persoalan di atas tu, adik-adik mesti ada 3 kekuatan ni, iaitu ilmu, kemahiran dan nilai. Ilmu, apa yang adik-adik belajar dalam kuliah tu lah kan, belajarlah dalam bidang adik-adik tu. Kemahiran yang adik belajar sekarang ni, skill. Kan lepas ni akan belajar tentang macam mana nak buat resume dan sebagainya, itu kemahiran lah tu, skill. Macam mana nak market diri. Kan? Tak boleh sekadar ada ilmu, tetapi now mesti ada kemahiran. Dan kalau boleh, daripada sekarang adik-adik dah kena kenal pasti apa kemahiran yang adik-adik ada, orang lain tak ada. Kan, macam saya dulu kan, saya ni suka menulis. Daripada sekolah, saya minat menulis ni sebab saya dulu masuk debate. Saya ni debater, pendebat kan. Bila jadi pendebat, kena buat hujah. Kena tulis hujah tu. Tulis hujah, tulis argument. Jadi di situlah minatnya menulis. Sebab kena tulis, kena susun point supaya bila kita bercakap tu kita ada rujukan. So bila masuk universiti, menulis lagi, suka menulis. Kan nota-nota kelas saya tu kuliah, saya tulis, jadikan artikel, saya hantar kat surat khabar. Kan? Jadi maksudnya nota-nota yang adik ada tu kan, yang pensyarah bagi tu bukan baca saja. Saya dulu tulis balik, buatkan satu artikel dan hantar kat surat khabar. Dulu seronok lah kan, student kan, hantar ke Dewan Masyarakat, dapat 200.5. Zaman 90-an kan, 200.5 tu tinggi lah kan, banyak lah tu. Hantar kat berita harian, dulu dia bayar 100.5, so dapat duit. Jadi itu kemahiran yang saya ada lah, mungkin orang lain tak begitu baik sebaik saya. Jadi bila lepas tu itu yang saya jadi wartawan tu sekejap 6 bulan. Kan? Saya dulu kan kerja banyak, kan kerja mudah. Jadi saya minat menulis, apply jadi wartawan 6 bulan. Kemudian dapat peluang jadi pensyarah, jadi tutor. So bila jadi pensyarah ni lagilah best sebab pensyarah kena menulis kan. You have to write, to publish. Jadi sesuai kemahiran saya itu dengan profession saya. Jadi adik-adik kena fikir dah. Apa kemahiran yang adik-adik ada? Yang very exclusive, very special, yang orang lain tak ada, and you must develop that kemahiran tu. Supaya kemahiran tu nanti boleh membantu adik-adik mendapat pekerjaan dan juga mungkin boleh mencipta pekerjaan yang sesuai dengan kemahiran adik-adik. Kan? Sebab kadang-kadang kemahiran ni dia kadang-kadang dia tak related dengan apa yang kita belajar kan. Macam pelajar-pelajar saya ramai. Kan belajar ni tiba-tiba jadi kerja kat bank. Belajar ni tiba-tiba jadi IT. Saya pun pelik kan. Dulu you belajar apa kan? Jadi tapi itu kemahiran yang dia ada, itu minat yang dia ada. Jadi kita tak boleh nak halang lah. Kan? Sebab sekarang ni siapa yang boleh kerja IT, boleh develop game ke kan, perisian, itu memang diperlukan oleh pasaran sekarang. So kalau ada kemahiran yang adik-adik dah ada dalam diri, develop dia supaya adik-adik boleh gunakan kemahiran tersebut. Dan akhir sekali nilai, values. Ini juga penting sebab kita tak nak graduan kita ilmu saja ada, kemahiran saja ada, tapi kena ada nilai, values. Ini yang sekarang ni masyarakat kita lacking kan, bukan graduan saja. Masyarakat at large pun tidak menguasai. Kan? Kasih sayang, kemanusiaan. Okey, nilai apa lagi yang perlu ada dalam kehidupan kita? Mungkin saya nak tanya adik-adik. Siapa boleh jawab? Apa nilai yang penting dalam kehidupan kita yang graduan kena ada? Bertanggungjawab. Betul, responsible. Ini saya suka. Sebab kadang-kadang pelajar-pelajar ni ataupun anak-anak muda ni kan, anak-anak muda lah. Dia sibuk tentang hak. Nak hak, saya nak hak ni, nak hak itu, nak hak ini, nak hak itu kan. Tapi tak ada siapa yang bercakap tentang tanggungjawab. Saya nak bertanggungjawab, saya suka tanggungjawab ni. Kan? Sebab itu dalam Islam sekalipun, tanggungjawab itu lebih tinggi daripada hak. Duties over right. Tapi sekarang ni, orang kita tak cakap pasal tanggungjawab. Sebab dia sibuk nak tuntut hak. Hak asasi sana sini, tapi hak itu mesti dipertanggungjawabkan. Kan? Kalau kita tengok pemimpin, kan? Kalau pemimpin kita bertanggungjawab, kan, melaksanakan tanggungjawab dia, secara automatik rakyat akan mendapat hak yang sepatutnya. Kan? Nampak tak kepentingan tanggungjawab tu? Kan? Kalau semua sibuk nak hak itu, nak hak ini, kan? Siapa yang nak menjaga tanggungjawab yang sepatutnya? Kan? Ada yang kata tolak ansur, betul, hormat menghormati, integriti, Fatin, saya suka kan integriti. Sekarang ni inilah cabaran kita. Dulu kan orang kata dadah, kan, masa musuh utama negara dadah dululah, zaman dulu kan. Sekarang musuh utama negara adalah integriti, rasuah. Kan? Rasuah bukan saja di peringkat rasuah, integriti ni, ini pun kena ingat. Kan, bila kita sebut integriti, kita pandang ahli politik saja kan. Sedangkan integriti tu apply kepada semua. Kita pun ada integriti kita. Kalau adik-adik sebagai pelajar kan, apa integriti? Integriti sebagai seorang mahasiswa, graduan. Sebagai seorang pelajar. Belajar bersungguh-sungguh, kan? Tunaikan tanggungjawab, rasional, amanah, disiplin, empathy. Ini pun penting, kan? Kita meletakkan sesuatu, kita meletakkan diri kita pada orang lain. Empathy ni penting supaya kita tak selfish, kan? Kita tak self-centered. Kita fikir orang lain. Kan? kita nak buat sesuatu, kita fikir orang lain. Kan? Adakah tindakan kita ni boleh menyusahkan orang lain? Common sense. Ini betul. Common sense. Kan? Nak buang sampah dekat tong sampah. Kan? Baru-baru ni saya pergi jogging, brisk walk dekat Taman Tasik saya berjaya kan. Saya tengok sampah, ya Allah. Kan? Alam sekitar, alam bumi menangis semula. Dulu masa PKP kan, kita tak boleh keluar rumah kan. Bumi sangat sihat sebab asap tak ada, asap kereta tak ada kan. Orang pun tak buang sampah. Sekarang ni bumi menangis semula sebab bila orang keluar, orang dah lupa dah kan. Orang dah keluar bawa kereta, dah asap, buang sampah merata-rata. Jadi sekarang bumi menangis semula. Tapi kita seronok lah kan sebab kita boleh keluar daripada rumah kita. Betul lah ansur. Jadi ini semua nilai yang kena ada pada adik-adik. Jadi bagi saya, kan, untuk menghadapi revolusi industri keempat ni, dia mesti ada ilmu, kemahiran dan juga nilai. Okey, saya nak beralih kepada slide terakhir saya. Okey. Ini gambar saya lah dengan pelajar-pelajar saya. So I miss my student. Dulu dulu kelas boleh dibuat secara bersemuka kan. Jadi ini biasalah kelas terakhir kita ambil gambar ramai-ramai kan. Ini saya rasa pelajar Fakulti Pertanian ni yang saya ambil ni. Fakulti Pertanian. Jadi sekarang tak ada peluang lah macam ni kan sebab semuanya online. Jadi nanti sesi baru pun kita tak pasti macam mana kan sebab sebahagiannya berada di kampus, sebahagiannya di rumah kan, so tak tahu macam mana nak buat kelas hybrid. Kena fikir tu macam mana nak buat kelas hybrid kan. Jadi bila buka semester ni pensyarah lah yang pening. Kan pelajar dia masuk je Zoom, itu pun kadang tak share video kan. Tak apa-apa dia buat pun kita tak tahu, tapi pensyarah bila buat kelas kan kita kena fokus kan. Jadi berbalik kepada tajuk saya tu kan, mahasiswa mandiri. Tahu tak apa maksud mandiri? Siapa pernah dengar mandiri? Siapa boleh bagi jawapan? Apa itu mandiri?
Teruskan hidup.
Okey, teruskan hidup. Okey. Ada tak jawapan lain?
Boleh berdikari.
Boleh berdikari. Okey. Rafi kata survivability kan, survivability. Okey. Ada tak lagi jawapan lain? Saya nak satu lagi jawapan kalau ada.
Tidak mengharapkan bantuan orang lain.
Tidak mengharapkan bantuan orang lain. Okey. Sebenarnya mandiri ni dia bahasa Indonesia. Kan kalau you pergi ke Indonesia dia ada nama Bank Mandiri. Tapi mandiri ni saya suka sebutlah. Dan satu lagi mandiri ni walaupun istilah dia daripada Indonesia, dia dah masuk dalam kamus Dewan Bahasa jadi boleh pakailah. Tak bolehlah kata kita guna bahasa Indonesia kan. Tapi bahasa tu dah dimelayukan. Maksudnya dah masuk dalam Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka. Jadi boleh digunakan untuk tujuan rasmi dan sebagainya. So mandiri ni bermaksud berdikari, betul, dan berdiri sendiri. Macam mana kita nak menghasilkan, membangunkan mahasiswa yang mandiri, mahasiswa yang independen, kan? Yang mandiri, yang bebas. Kita tak nak mahasiswa yang masih lagi bawah ketiak ibu bapa kan, masih lagi bergantung dengan mak bapak, masih lagi tak boleh nak berfikir secara sendiri, tak boleh independen. Sebab kita kan dah merdeka 64 tahun, kita pun kena ada kemandirian lah kan. Kita kena bebas, kita kena berdiri dengan kaki sendiri. Kan? Bila adik-adik dah keluar besok, adik-adik boleh berpijak dengan kekuatan sendiri. Dan bagi saya untuk jadi mahasiswa yang mandiri, kena ada 3 ni, bakat, talent, kesungguhan dan peluang. Kalau dalam bahasa Inggeris kita sebut talent, passion and opportunity. Bagi saya ini 3 syarat untuk berjaya dalam kehidupan. Kan? Bakat ni adik-adik, sebab tu saya tanya tadi, apa kemahiran yang adik-adik ada? yang speciality yang you ada, orang lain tak ada, and that's you kena groom. You kena grow, you kena develop. Kan, cuba tanya dalam diri sendiri, apa bakat yang I ada, yang saya ada, kan? Selain daripada kena belajar semua itulah. So you have to develop that. Dan saya percaya setiap pelajar dia mesti ada bakat yang tersendiri, bakat yang tersembunyi. Sama ada terpendam, tersimpan dekat dalam, tak bongkar lagi, itu kena cari. Kena cari. Dan kalau bakat saja ada, kemahiran saja tak cukup, dia mesti ada passion, kesungguhan. Sebab itu kalau saya ni bila PKP ni stop lah kan, dulu saya biasa main tenis kan, tenis game, tenis sport. Kalau saya suka tengok tenis sebab saya boleh belajar. Sebab bila tengok tenis tu, ataupun kalau adik-adik minat bola ke apa kan, sebenarnya kita bukan tengok game saja. Kita tengok bagaimana pemain-pemain itu dia boleh develop diri dia. Kan? Sebab itu pemain-pemain ni walaupun dia dah profesional, dia ada bakat bermain, hari-hari dia training. Kan, nampak kan? Hari-hari dia training sebab dia nak jadi pemain yang terbaik. Kesungguhan. Kalau dia ada talent saja tapi dia tak training, dia tak ada disiplin, dia tidak akan jadi pemain yang terbaik, pemain yang hebat. Kan, dia mesti ada kesungguhan. Dia mesti ada disiplin yang tinggi. Kan? Cuba kita tengok pemain-pemain profesional. Dia spend 3-4 jam dekat gym dalam satu hari. Kan? Itu dia punya passionate dia lah. Kesungguhan dia. Kan? Dan akhir sekali ialah peluang. Dalam hidup ni kita mesti ada peluang. Opportunity. Kan? Dan peluang ni kadang-kadang dia datang. Dia datang pada kita kan. Tetapi sekarang ini, peluang itu kita kena create, kita kena cipta. Kan? Sebab peluang ni kadang-kadang, dia tak datang bergolek kepada kita. Macam ada setengah orang, peluang tu datang je kan. Ada je opportunity dia, ada je ruang dia nak develop. Mungkin dia bernasib baik. Kan? Mungkin ekosistem dia tu membantu dia. Tetapi dalam masa sekarang ini, pada zaman sekarang ni, kita kena create peluang itu. Kita kena cipta peluang itu. Jangan tunggu peluang datang. Kerana mungkin ada setengah orang peluang tu takkan datang dalam hidup dia. Dia kena mencipta peluang dia. Create the opportunity supaya peluang yang dia cipta itu boleh membantu dia menjadi manusia yang lebih berjaya pada masa akan datang. Okey? Jadi ini tiga lah. Tiga perkara yang saya nak tekankan sebagai rumusan dan kesimpulan daripada perbincangan saya ini. Saya kira saya dah bercakap 1 jam lebih kan. Macam inilah pensyarah kan. Saya selalu kata saya selalu sebut kan, kalau dalam kelas online kan, okey hari ni saya nak mengajar 30 minit saja. The rest tu kita buat discussion. Last terlajar kan, 1 jam bercakap tanpa sedar. Bila tahu tu sebab kerak dah tekak dah kering kan. Ni pun dah kering dah ni, dah kena minum. Okey, jadi itu perkongsian saya tentang mahasiswa mandiri, bakat, peluang dan kesungguhan. Saya harap adik-adik dapatlah sesuatu yang boleh dibawa balik untuk kita kongsikan bersama-sama. Sebab saya pun dulu pelajar juga kan, macam adik-adik. Saya dulu pelajar juga. Saya dulu MPP, Majlis Perwakilan Pelajar. Jadi dulu seronok. Saya dulu di Universiti Malaya memang seronok. UM tu saya selalu sebut sebagai Universiti Kehidupan. Universiti Kehidupan. Sebab kita belajar hidup dekat situ. Maksudnya bila adik-adik kena set dalam pemikiran, bila adik-adik masuk ke universiti, bukan universiti itu belajar untuk graduate saja, tapi belajar untuk hidup. Belajar untuk hidup. Kan? Jadi banyak benda yang adik-adik boleh belajar di kampus lah. Sebab itu kalau boleh lah kan, bila keadaan dah normal, kita nak pelajar kita balik ke kampus. Sebab kehidupan di kampus ni berbeza, kan? Kalau adik-adik duduk di rumah online saja, kan, pengalaman tu berbeza, sudah tentu berbeza. Walaupun adik-adik habis silibus belajar, tetapi pengalaman tu tak sama macam adik-adik berada di kampus. Sebab bila kita ada di kampus, pengalaman bergaul, bersosial, kan, dan bermasyarakat tu sangat berbeza. Sebab itu saya sangat tekankan dalam tempoh 3 ke 4 tahun ni adik-adik kena grab the campus life tu, kan. Jadi saya tak nafikan bila pandemik ni, itulah kekangan kita, kan. Semua pelajar-pelajar tak balik, tak dapat masuk ke kampus. Ada pelajar-pelajar yang memang tak pernah masuk di kampus sebab dapat masuk universiti last year, dah tak boleh masuk kampus, kan. Memang langsung tak ada pengalaman di kampus. Tapi yang senior-senior tu okey lagi lah, kan. Mungkin dia dah 2 sem di kampus, itu yang ramai nak balik, nak jumpa pensyarah dan sebagainya. Jadi saya berharap perkongsian saya ini dapat memberi sedikit sebanyak ilmu kepada adik-adik, dan kalau ada apa-apa soalan ke apa ke, insya-Allah saya boleh jawab di sini ataupun di tempat-tempat yang lain lah, di platform yang lain.
Terima kasih Doktor. Mungkin kita akan buka 2 soalan sebelum kita rehat. Nak praktikkan tadi dimesikan komunikasi yang efektif. Jadi kepada peserta yang mungkin ada soalan boleh raise hand dan saya beri laluan kepada anda untuk bertanya terus kepada Doktor. Silakan. Siapa yang nak bertanya soalan?
Ini bukan robot jawab, ni saya jawab. Ada apa-apa adik pelajar-pelajar di UPM dan juga yang penerima tertiary YPM?
Assalamualaikum Doktor.
Ya.
Saya Mohd Isa bin Musliman daripada pelajar tertiary belajar di UPSI.
Okay.
Jadi saya ada soalan nak ajukan kepada Doktor. Jadi dari musim pandemik ni, kebanyakannya program itu berlangsung secara dalam talian. Jadi mungkin dalam talian tu kita tidak berhadapan dengan orang tu secara face to face, dan mungkin kita akan boleh gain confidence level tu. Tapi macam mana untuk kita sustain the confidence level in case kita akan kembali face to face nanti?
Okey. Soalan yang menarik tu, kan. Sebab bila kita online ni, kita berani lah, kan, sebab kita tak berdepan. Kan. Tapi bila kita berdepan besok macam mana, kan? Okey. Satu soalan yang menarik. Saya tak nafikan bahawa itu antara cabaran lah bila kita secara dalam talian ni. Tapi bagi saya, bila anda dah berhadapan dengan masyarakat luar, dengan kawan-kawan di luar sana, bagi saya yang penting ialah bagaimana keyakinan itu sebenarnya muncul apabila kita ada yang 3 tadi tu, ilmu, kemahiran dan nilai. Keyakinan tu dia tak boleh dibuat-buat. Keyakinan tu mesti datang daripada kita. Jadi kalau adik-adik, sebab itu saya kata tadi, keyakinan tu mesti kita, maksudnya kita dilengkapi dengan ilmu, kemahiran dan nilai. Dan kemahiran itulah yang akan menjadi keyakinan itu yang terbentuk daripada ilmu, nilai dan kemahiran itulah yang akan menjadikan kita manusia yang lebih yakin. Kerana saya percaya bahawa kalau kita ada ilmu, nilai, kemahiran tu, kita boleh develop keyakinan kita. Saya biasanya, ni tips saya lah, kalau saya present ke depan-depan ataupun bercakap ke, saya akan pandang mata, eye to eye contact. Itu boleh membantu anda sebenarnya tau bila berkomunikasi. Kadang-kadang kan bila kita bercakap, sebab kita segan kan, kita tak pandang muka orang tu, kita pandang bawah kan, ataupun kita pandang kiri kanan. Tapi kalau adik-adik berkomunikasi, kalau boleh pandang mata, eye to eye contact tu kena ada. Bila kita pandang mata orang tu, dia akan membantu meningkatkan keyakinan kita lah. Ini saya rasa Encik Rudi lebih pakar lah kot. Dia ada pengalaman buat kursus-kursus begini. Tapi saya kalau secara pengalaman peribadi saya, itulah yang saya buat. Maksudnya eye to eye contact, tapi keyakinan kita itu terhasil daripada penguasaan ilmu kita, kemahiran dan nilai kita. Jadi itu patut dimiliki oleh pelajar-pelajar lah. Saya tahu nanti mungkin adik-adik canggung kan, selama ni online, besok dah jumpa in person kan, dah lain cerita kan. Tapi bagi saya itulah antara nasihat yang saya boleh bagi. Okey, ada soalan lain? Soalan yang kedua? Sebelum kita, sebab lepas ni adik-adik kena rehat kejap kan. Lepas ni dah kena buat kerja.
Yes, lepas ni kita ada bengkel. Okey, soalan seterusnya. Siapa yang nak tanya boleh raise hand. Okay, jika ada soalan, mungkin saya lah yang akan ajukan soalan yang kedua. Okay, baik. Doktor, mungkin ada dalam kalangan pelajar yang merasakan diri dia tak ada bakat. Mungkin bakat dia terpencil dan sebagainya kan. Jadi apa nasihat doktor untuk dia mencungkil bakat yang dia ada?
Okey. Macam saya katakan tadi kan, sebenarnya setiap pada kita ni ada bakat. Kita ada kemahiran kita. Cuma kadang-kadang kita tak sedar. Ataupun kita tak rasa itu sebagai kekuatan kita. Kan kita rasa macam benda ni biasa je kan. Tak ada apa pun. Sedangkan kemahiran itu sebenarnya itulah yang menjadikan kita seorang yang sangat unik. Kan? Tapi bila dah adik-adik dah tahu ada bakat yang terpendam tu, you have to develop lah. Kena kenal pasti dan kena develop. Tak boleh tahu saja kan tapi tak buat apa-apa. Jadi maksudnya bila adik-adik ada kemahiran yang tersendiri, balik ni kan, lepas habis workshop ni cuba renung-renungkan, fikir, duduk bilik seseorang tu, tanya apa sebenarnya yang my strength, apa kemahiran yang saya ada. So kemahiran yang ada tu memang kena develop. Kan? Sebab kadang-kadang pelajar-pelajar kita ni kemahiran dia macam-macam kan. Ada yang minat IT. Kan? Ada yang suka sangat benda-benda online ni, gaming dan sebagainya. Itu sebenarnya you have to develop. Kan? Dan dia boleh menjadi your profession pada masa akan datang. Sebab sekarang ni bagi saya lah kan, you punya degree tu sebenarnya certificate saja. Degree tu sebenarnya sijil saja, macam pasport. Tapi tak semestinya you kerja dalam bidang tu. Kan? Melainkan kalau you ambil medik je lah kan, ambil perubatan kenalah jadi doktor, tak boleh jadi petani kan. Kalau ambil pergigian, itu bidang-bidang profesional tu okey lah. Tapi kalau bidang-bidang yang lebih umum, biasanya degree tu hanya sertifikat saja, dia pasport saja. Kan, bayangkan anda ada pasport, you can go anywhere. So bila you dah ada degree tu, you boleh jadi apa saja yang you nak. Kan? Tapi mesti ada kemahiran lah. Jadi dalam tempoh 3 ataupun 4 tahun pengajian adik-adik ni, adik-adik kena identify apa kemahiran yang adik-adik ada. Your interest, dalam kata lain, your minat. Interest tu apa? Interest kepada apa? Kemudian you boleh develop, minta pandangan mereka-mereka yang berada dalam bidang tersebut, ataupun cari idea-idea dan boleh tingkatkan. Jadi saya kira itu penting untuk adik-adik mengenal pastilah bakat, talent yang ada kan. Kerana setiap talent tu, setiap kemahiran, bakat yang adik-adik ada tu, adik-adik boleh develop. Dan mungkin satu masa nanti itu menjadi you punya mata pencarian. Kan? Bukan hobi lagi, mata pencarian. Kan? Yang you boleh gunakan untuk menyara hidup pada masa akan datang. Okey?
Baik, terima kasih doktor atas jawapan sebentar tadi. Sebelum kita berhenti untuk berehat. Diminta semua peserta untuk membuka kamera supaya kita boleh ambil gambar kenang-kenangan. Okay, saya beri masa 5 saat untuk semua peserta buka kamera ya.
Baru nampak wajahnya.
Cantik-cantik rupanya ya. Berseri-seri.
Betul.
Okay, baik. Ambil gambar ya. 1, 2, 3. So hi, morning, welcome back everyone. So today we'll be continuing our program with the next session. Program kita akan berlangsung dengan bengkel yang seterusnya, iaitu bengkel LinkedIn, Get Your LinkedIn. Dan penceramah kita pada hari ini adalah Mr. Mohd, and he is the Principal Consultant of Change Dynamics Consulting. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mohd.
Right, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Hannah, for the introduction. So, warm welcome, and again, thank you to UPM Pusat Champ for hosting me for this session. Quickly, sorry, Hannah, ada berapa lama saya? What's my time?
Alright, so bengkel ni daripada sekarang sehingga 1 petang. 1 petang
Okay.
ada rehat.
Okay, then we got a lot of time. So I think important to start with, I just wanted to thank all of you for attending this session. I think it is not easy to actually, come in for such meaningful session during your semester break. I think masing-masing still on semester break, and your semester haven't started. I'm sure there's a lot of things that you are doing, either at home or in your hometown. But at the same time, you choose to actually be with us this morning for this program, or for today, not only this morning, for entire today, right? So one important thing I want to tekan for this session. This session is more meaningful if you start asking questions, right? So we really jemput, we already invite you to put all your questions down on the chat box, right? So that we can actually go through the questions. And if it's going to be covered in the session on the bengkel, then I will say that, okay, we're going to cover this later. If it's not, then I will try to answer it as soon as possible, right? So the pattern is, since we're until 1 o'clock, I will stop every maybe half an hour to answer questions. So keep the questions coming into the chat box so that we can, answer it every 30 minutes, right? So that's the first point, right? Second point, a very quick introduction about myself. Of course, I'm a proud alumni of UPM. Ilmu Berbakti is our alma mater. I graduated from Bachelor of Food Science and Technology, BSTM, in the year 2001. Okay, so that is roughly 20 years ago. You roughly know my age. First 5 years of my life, I was in food operations, food manufacturing operations with one of the multinationals. And then I realized that, hey, actually, a lot of things I've learned in university, especially in terms of leadership. So when I was in UPM, I did a lot of student activity. I was also the pioneer batch, batch pertama, College Kediaman 10, KK10 or K10 we used to call it. And that was the year where we needed to set up the college, right? So setting up college is almost once in a lifetime kind of job, and also very, very challenging and memorable. So I think subsequently after our college, of course, 10 and 11 came together. Subsequently, there were 12, 13, 14, even 17, 16 and 17 yang datang, serumpun dan sebagainya. I'm sure all those people who, experienced that will share my same sentiment. But I think 10 and 11 more challenging. Because why? Pada masa tu, UPM tak ada pagar, I would say. Don't have boundaries. In fact, if you went to Sedang, kawasan Sedang, pada early 2000 or even in the 1990s, UPM is almost like a part of the Sedang town. You can literally walk in and walk out. Okay, adalah park guard here and there, but not like today. Today memang is a compound, all right, surrounded with guard houses, and is all barricaded. So if you're familiar with KK10, College 10, sekarang memang ada satu dinding yang memisah antara college dengan Petronas. Petronas next to it or behind it, right? Bila saya masuk K10, memang tak ada dinding itu. So literally, you can walk to Petronas without any, restriction, tak ada halangan. And also in front of us, Faculty of Engineering wasn't there yet. Only ada reka bentuk on the other side of landscape. So because of that, major issue was actually security. So I remember running the college with security challenges, and we were also the first college in UPM that time to have separation of aras, floors, rather than block. So daripada KMR, College Muhammad Rashid, all the way until KPZ or KTP, right? KPZ is the last one, I think. Yeah, KPZ, right? College Pendita Zabah, semua mempunyai block, and we asingkan the gender, the jantina mengikut block. So ada block untuk mahasiswi dan ada block untuk mahasiswa. Untuk K10 dan K11, ini adalah eksperimen pertama kat UPM. I think gagal juga, because after that they decided not to do it. We asingkan jantina mengikut aras, okay? So and those days, aras 1, aras 2 semua mahasiswa, aras 3 hingga 7 semua mahasiswi. Okay, that is the scenario, and we cannot separate them because we cannot block from accessing ke aras mahasiswi, or the mahasiswa we cannot stop them from going to the girls' dorm because of the security. So the what we call the back fire escape. Okay, so that one you can actually from level 1, ground floor, all the way to level 7, unrestricted in that sense. So we had a lot of challenges, and also orang luar boleh masuk, because a lot of times tak ada orang tutup pintu tu. Everybody go out through that door but never close that door, and then expose. So that was a very, very challenging time. But it was a very good development for me as a student leader, with almost 2,000 occupants representing them, dealing with management, dealing with university, getting funding, organizing activity, and so on and so forth, right? So most of you who stay in college, you already got your biro and secretariat. Imagine you're starting the college, tak ada secretariat langsung, tak ada biro langsung. We were the pioneer batch to sit there and to think, nak buat secretariat apa, nak buat biro apa, nak buat activity apa, right? So with all that training, I was very, very confident that my leadership skills, okay, sangat-sangat memadai. Ciri-ciri kepimpinan saya sangat-sangat memadai kerana ada pengalaman-pengalaman sebegini di universiti, right? Besides that, I was also a student leader in my faculty in FSTM, okay, dan sebagainya. So I got a lot of opportunity to do a lot of activities, and I was very, very confident. Then when I came out to work, okay, ialah tamparan yang sangat besar, in that sense. So I tell you the story about this place that I work first, okay? Very interesting. Then you'll see the context, and I will tell you why I had to work so hard, okay? So when I went for interview, first I went to a smaller company because I was, I didn't start work straight after my graduation. I did some visiting, okay, or I went did some backpacking, 1 bulan, just to learn other things. When I came back, most of the jobs were already being taken, okay. So I got a job in a very, very small factory in a very, very small town in Bukit Beruntung, off Rawang. This is on the northern side. At Bukit Beruntung, 30 years ago or 20 years ago, memang tak ada apa-apa. Even today, still very, if not for Perudua factory there, kat Serenda, memang tak ada apa-apa. So yeah, it was the first experience living in a small town, far away from my home, so to say. Okay, so after a while, I changed my job, come back to Shah Alam. There was a very big factory, multinational, right? And this was very interesting. I went for the interview. I passed the first interview, passed the second interview, then get employed. Then I went to work. So the moment I went to work, I report for duty, my superior, okay? So the person that hired me during the interview is not my superior, okay? My superior is reporting to the same boss, to the plant manager. So when I met the section manager, which was my superior in the first day of the job, he will say that, oh, where are you from? UPM. Then he laughed. Kenapa ketawa macam ni? So he was chuckling, laughing, no? Say, oh, you will find out soon. You will find out soon. So as he brought me around to introduce to the other colleagues, sure enough, when I mentioned UPM saja, okay, the first reaction is, oh, satu lagi daripada UPM. Kenapa? So later I found out the person that I was replacing. So I joined the company as a production executive. Ini kilang makanan. I joined the factory as a production executive. The production executive that left before me was from UPM. Okay, so I'm replacing another alumni member who worked there for a period of time. But what I didn't know that this person for only 1 month, 1 bulan saja. Okay, and not only that he worked there for 1 month, he was so stressed, so pressured that he didn't even dare to submit his resignation face to face, right? So in the entire factory, there was this joke going around, post laju punya resignation, okay, meletak jawatan secara post laju. So what he did was he post laju his resignation letter together with his access card and things like that, and that's it. You know, he didn't show up because he either terlalu malu, terlalu stressed, terlalu whatever, and he lasted 1 month. So then everybody was looking at me and saying, oh, okay, you are the replacement, you are also from UPM, see how long you last. I was like, wow, you need cabaran. Okay, so challenge accepted. So I told myself I need to last at least 3 months because the previous record is 1 month. So I must target must be 3 months. So by the time I reached 3 months, I was very happy, although the job was very stressful. To be fair, the job is very, very stressful. I said 3 months, maybe 6 months, the next target. So I did 3, 6, 9. By the time I reached 9 months, I'm very sure that I can last the whole journey. So I stayed in the company for 4 years, 4.5 years, before I move on to do different things. But my story here is this: for all of you who are very active, who think that you have done quite a lot to build your kebolehan, your skills, right? When you go to alam pekerjaan, when you go to the working world, I can tell you it is almost resetting to zero, as in was my case. Nothing that I was experiencing in the university prepared me enough for the job, okay? Because I realized one important thing. When you are in university, your standard or your sparring partner is students, is lecturers. But when you go out to work, it's with business people, with corporate people, with clients, with suppliers, vendors, and things like that. the relationship building, the leadership quality that is needed, the communication skill that is needed is so different, right? So I would really encourage all of you tuning in this morning or today, not only to take this story and wondering why I'm telling such a long story, but more importantly, I want to drive a point to say that you need to start thinking like industry people. You need to start thinking like a corporate person, right? Wherever you are currently, whether you are in Tahun 1, you are in year 1, year 2, year 3, or even your final year. The more opportunity that you have to talk with corporate and industry people, the better prepared you are for the working world. Because in my 3 years, okay, I did a 3-year program in UPM. In my 3 years in UPM, I hardly have any contact with corporate people. Only the 3 bulan, latihan praktik, the industrial training, as part of my course requirement, did I actually meet corporate people. Besides that, the 6 semesters or the 5 semesters, tak ada, langsung tak ada, right? And that I consider is one of my greatest challenge when I go into the working world. For you, all of you, you are having an even greater challenge today, right? Not only just COVID, and I'm not talking about COVID because I know some of you say, "Hey, tak ada lah, Mr. Ko, I will be graduating in 2 years now. By that time, tak ada COVID lagi, or I graduate next year, tak ada COVID lagi." Yes, but in Malaysia itself, employability, kebolehpasaran, graduan, it is the biggest challenge facing our young people. Okay, masalah yang paling utama untuk anak-anak muda Malaysia pada pendapat saya. Kenapa? Setiap tahun, every year, our statistics show you have about 80,000 hingga 120,000 graduan yang tidak dapat pekerjaan 6 bulan selepas graduate. 6 months after graduation, there is about 80 to 120,000 graduates in Malaysia that don't get a job. 6 months, not seterusnya, 6 bulan, no. So by the time if you are graduating, let's say June, July, by December you still haven't got a job, and that is quite common in Malaysia. What's the reason? Reason is we got too many graduates. Setiap tahun, institusi di Malaysia, IPTA, IPTS, college community, polytechnic, okay, menghasilkan, I will use the word menghasilkan, right, produces 300,000 graduates, 300,000. It's about 295,96,000, almost 300,000. These 300,000 have not included kawan-kawan kita yang keluar negara untuk mendapat ijazah mereka, ijazah muda mereka, right? So when those people come back, and 90% of those people come back because they can never get a job or very hard to get a job in UK, US, almost impossible. Australia, okay a bit, but still many come back, right? And other European countries that they study to, they will all come back. So when they all come back, we are looking at a potential 320 to 350,000 graduates, new graduates every year. So when you are graduating this year or you are graduating next year, you are competing for jobs in Malaysia with another 350,000 people. Think that statistic, very important. This is a very, very important number that I want you to remember. If you forget anything I say this morning, tak apa, ini yang paling penting. 350,000 is your competition. And if you don't start preparing for it today, you will definitely be part of the 80 to 120,000 people that doesn't get a job 6 months after you graduate. I don't want you to be that statistic, right? We want you in UPM, especially I speak for the university, we want you to continue to hold the flag of the great institution that UPM is. we also want it to be reflected in our graduates getting the job that they want, as well as also holding important position in the industry and the corporate world. But importantly, we want you to get the job. That is the most important thing. So to do that, you need to start today. That is the message. You need to start today. You cannot wait until you graduate, right? So which comes to our mukadimah, which comes main topic. In case some of you wondering, apa ni orang ni tersasar pula saya datang nak dengar LinkedIn, kenapa dia cakap kerja dia lah, statistik lah, macam tak ada kena mengena, ada kena mengena, right? What is the kena mengena? What is the connecting point is, LinkedIn is the platform for you to achieve that objective, right? Not to find job. Okay, maybe I will just slant it a bit. Not to just find job. In fact, it is getting harder and harder to find job on LinkedIn. But LinkedIn is an ideal platform for you to have exposure to business people. So if you remember my premise satu, my first premise was, for you to be more employable, you need to interact, communicate with more industry and business people. That was my first premise. Second premise, there are 350,000 graduates every year. Competition is very, very tough. Persaingannya sengit sekali, right? So in order for you to rise above this competition, okay, your extra added activity, your added extra USP, okay, unique proposition, is to make sure that you build a relationship with industry people, with corporate people, okay? And industry and corporate people relationship building needs to start today. Okay, so if you remember your coursemate, or even your college mate, pada hari pertama you jumpa orang ni, okay, your kawan ni, semasa let's say minggu suai kenal during orientation week, right? Do you already know this person? Most of us don't, right? And even that first meeting, that first sharing or that first introduction doesn't mean that we know this person. How do we get to know this person? Through the different classes, through the different activities, through lunch, through dinner, through we attend sessions together, and so on and so forth, over a period of time. Sekurang-kurangnya 6 bulan, sometimes more than 6 months. Then we say, ini kawan saya. This one I know him or her by quite well, I even got their contact number. I know if I need help, I know how to reach out to this person, and so on and so forth. So if you can remember that, especially for all those of you who are in second year and above, you will know that relationship building took at least 6 months, if not more. Okay. Similarly, if you want to get to know a corporate person, an industry people, it will take 6 months. It is not instant. Okay. So one of the challenge that most undergraduates have or fresh graduate have is, pada pendapat mereka, somebody said, or some speakers tell them, or some career coach tell them, in order for you to get a job, you need to have networking. Okay, boleh networking. So minggu depan saya grad, I want to apply for job, so I need to do networking now. So you think that by going onto LinkedIn, start networking, that network will help you. Takkan berlaku, because why? There was no relationship. Okay, so relationship building is what we call a long tail game. Sekurang-kurangnya 6 bulan. So you are present on LinkedIn not to just put your CV and wait for people to call you for interview. Wrong portal, wrong site. That one is a job portal. You go to JobStreet or you go to Hiredly or some other portal, JobDB and things like that. LinkedIn doesn't behave like that. LinkedIn as a platform is not a job portal. It does have a job portal function, but it's not a job portal. It is a social media platform that allows you to build relationship with another professional. Okay, so which we encourage all of you today. Right? If you do not have a LinkedIn account, you should start one. Of course, later I will just share with you what you need to do on your LinkedIn account. But the spirit of it, okay, the objective of it is to use this platform to build relationship. Okay, and building relationship takes time. Sekurang-kurangnya 6 bulan, right? And this relationship need to be nurtured day after day, week after week, month after month. It's not that relationship that you perlukan pertolongan, then you build relationship. You tak perlu pertolongan, then you forget about the person, right? You got some friends like that, right? They only call you when they need help, right? They don't need help, you don't see them. Then tiba-tiba dia WhatsApp you or they call you, then dia nak sesuatu. So you don't want to be that kind of person. What is the equivalent on LinkedIn? You are looking for a job. You are looking for an internship. Then you are very active on LinkedIn. You send everybody message to say, oh, sir, do you have vacancy for internship or for jobs in your place, right? I get a lot of those, to be honest. My question to that people is, do I know you? Who are you? To start with, do you have the right to even ask for a job? So this is a very important question. Do you have the right to even ask for a job? Okay. In one of my idol or my mentor in the sense that I follow him online. I don't personally know him. This is a social media guru called Gary Vaynerchuk, Gary V for short. So Gary V always says this, right? You can never private message somebody to ask for anything until you have earned the right. Okay, what does he mean by earning the right? Do the other person even acknowledge you, okay, as a connection that they have a relationship with you, right? So importantly, what you need to do when you're on LinkedIn, you need to invest in this relationship, invest in the positioning, invest in getting to know the other person, so that when you get to know the other person also get to know you. And after a period of time, that is where you start to ask for favors. That is where you start to ask for jobs. That's where you start to ask for internship placement. Not at the start of the conversation, not at the start of the relationship. So imagine you jumpa kawan kat fakulti first time you meet this person, first time saja duduk saja dia minta pinjam buku, all your lecture notes because dia tak datang kuliah, right? How would you feel? How would you feel? Of course, some of you will still help this person because your hati baik. But generally, how would you feel if you tak pernah jumpa orang ni, pertama kali jumpa kat fakulti, right? He introduced himself, then he say, by the way, can you lend me this, because I didn't attend the lecture. Similar on LinkedIn. You connect with me, I accept your connection. First question that you PM and ask me is, sir, you got a job for me or not? Siapa anda? Kenapa saya perlu cadangkan? Either I should offer vacancy or I even should recommend you for a vacant position. Why should I do that? Okay, so that is the context that we are in. Yeah, maybe open for question. Any question so far? Okay, we have one question from Nushahida. Okay, so the question is, what knowledge should we expect from the industry people? So when you talk to industry people or you follow industry people on LinkedIn, 3 things very important. Number 1, you will try to understand, okay, what are some of the newer things that is happening in the industry. You got to understand that your program, your kursus in the university, right, has a 4 to 5 year cycle. Kitarannya 5 tahun sekurang-kurangnya. Some program last more than 5 years. Some go up to 6 to 8 years, right? What do I mean by kitaran? So the MQA, right, which is looking at the standards or approving all the kursus for all the university and colleges in Malaysia, they require the institusi to do a review every cycle, right? Every cycle means what? Once the course has finished one cycle from first year all the way to final year, then there's supposed to be a review period. So which means to say, content of your kursus is only upgraded or refreshed every 5 years, minimum. Some even take longer. So in 5 years' time, there's actually a lot of things that is happening in your industry that may not be captured in your kursus or in the what you call that, in your syllabus. Because why? Your syllabus only get your syllabus only reviewed and upgraded every 5 years. So the first thing you can learn from industry people when you talk to them is what are the newer technology or industry knowledge that is prevalent today that you will never learn in your university. Because why? Your course may not cover this at all. So in terms of technology, in terms of processes, in terms of even regulations. So certain government regulations, right, that is enacted impacting the industry. Okay, so for those doing accounting, for instance, there always will be new accounting standards, new requirements for public listed company and so on and so forth. So by talking to industry people consistently, even though you are just an undergraduate, even though you are just second year, even though you are just third year, for instance, you get upgraded in terms of industry knowledge that probably only industry people are very aware because they need this knowledge to do the job. That is number one. Number two, which is more important, by talking more to industry people, you get a good sense of what is the requirement to work in the industry, to work in the corporate world, work in the corporate sector. So this is one thing that we cannot teach you in university. Because why? The expectation in university is very different from the expectation in the working place, right? And in the working place, everything is much more intense. That's how I found out. I told you I thought I prepared, but actually when I come, I'm not prepared at all. Because why? So challenging, right? Just to give you a context, I was managing big companies, okay? My clients include people like Unilever, people like Fonterra, the milk powder company, people like Quaker Oats, Quaker Frito-Lay is the company, people like F&N Dairies, and people like GSK, GlaxoSmithKline, because I was producing Horlick for them. So 5 of these big companies, all their regional managers was in my factory. And I got to manage their expectation, their standards, their quality, their complaints, their nuances, and sometimes also personal, tendencies that may not be logical, but yet I still got to manage them because they are my clients. So these are the things that you will never understand in the university. Because why? In university, your stakeholders is quite straightforward. It's between you, your course mates, your lecturer, right? That is always the equation, okay? And from time to time, if you do extracurricular activities, then you need to deal with other stakeholders. Either you do it in your college, then you got the Pengerusi college, you do it at a university level, you need to deal with HEPA, and so on and so forth. But your stakeholders are pretty standard. In the corporate world, stakeholders are very, very diverse, very, very different, very, very, challenging, I would use the word, okay? And all of them have an impact on your career, have an impact on your income, have an impact on your bonus, and so on and so forth. So by talking to industry people, point number 2, we want you to really understand the culture in the corporate world, the culture of managing people, the culture of managing customers. What would some of the things that customers do that is very challenging in a corporate environment? What are some of the questions that bosses say or bosses ask that is very challenging or very, need to be managed, okay, in the corporate environment? So learning how to manage customer, learning how to manage bosses, learning how to manage colleagues. These are all people-to-people management, which I want to impress upon you. If you think that you are very active in university and you manage a lot of other people, your course mate, your college mate, your lecturers, and so on and so forth, it is very, very different in the corporate world. Okay, because in the corporate world, the relationship is quite transactional to start with, and most of it is there is an impact on your income, on your source of income. Whereas in University, at max, the relationship has got to have a direct impact on your grades. Okay, and most of you not too bothered about your grades because you got other ways to balance your grades. And your CGPA is something that you know that you need to be maintained, but doesn't need to be excel, right? Unless you want to for postgraduate and things like that. But a lot of times, if you have a decent CGPA above 3.25, you're quite happy already, right? You don't aim to be 4.0. So the how to say, the drawback of not managing the relationship well in the corporate world, it is very, very impactful to you. Whereas in University, if you don't manage the relationship well, there is an impact, but the impact is not so significant. So that is number 2, learning about culture and relationship management in the corporate world when you talk to industry people. Because only by talking to them, you can borrow their experience. You can tap onto their experience to learn about it. Okay, that is number 2, right? Number 3, what are the things that you can actually expect or to learn from industry people? I think the most important portion is about the job. So this is something that I think kebanyakan mahasiswa atau graduan keliru, ada kemusykilan. I can safely say, okay, and I'm generalizing, okay, if you do have any other thoughts, I would welcome you. I would say 80% of you do not know what the job entails. So for instance, if you're doing a program in chemical engineering, when you graduate as a chemical engineer, do you know what does a chemical engineer do or not? Okay. Exactly, day by day, week by week, month to month. I'm just using chemical engineering as an example. Same like me, I graduated as a food technologist. Do I know what a food technologist do on a day-to-day basis when I graduated? To be very honest, I don't have much clue. I don't know about you, but I can bet most of you also don't have much clue. So whether it's the food technologist, is the chemical engineer, is the banker, is the economist, is the what else? Okay, biomedical science and so on and so forth. I am pretty sure you have not seen the full length of what is needed, what is the job on a day-to-day basis. So when you interact with industry people, especially for the industry that you want to join, these are the questions you get to ask now, not when you graduate, you ask now. Because why? When you start asking this question now and you get a bit of answer, you also get to decide whether this is the job that you want to do or don't want to do in moving forward. Okay, don't end up like my predecessor in my company. 1 bulan saja. Because why? He got culture shock. He was thinking to work in a food factory. He had an idea of what it means to work in a manufacturing environment in F&B, in food and beverages. But when he go there, he cannot accept. And within 1 month, he left the job. Okay, why? Because lack of exposure. To be fair to him, I also lack of exposure lah. But of course, because of him, I had to persevere, okay, and determined to stay the line. So my point being here is, if you have this conversation now on a more frequent basis, you actually get better idea. And if for whatever reason you decide, okay, after hearing all the stories, after hearing all the inputs from the industry people, this is something that you cannot imagine doing every day. Okay, then you might want to start thinking what type of career you want now, not when you graduate. Okay, so in myself, I took 5 years in the food manufacturing environment, and one day I decided that I cannot do this job for next 20 years. Tak boleh. 5 years was my maximum. Okay, so that's why I changed my career. So today I run a HR consulting firm. Okay, so I moved very drastic from food technology to HR consultancy. I don't know anything about HR when I started, to be very honest. And in university, I probably took only MGT 3111 management, okay? And I think I took marketing, principle of marketing, and I took maybe HRM, OB, I think organization behavior, and HRM. So I took these 4 elective modules from faculty. These days it's called a business faculty, but those days we call it FEP, economy dan pengurusan, right? So that's the only basis I have in the HR world. But over the last 15 years, I've learned, I've consulted, and today I work with many companies to teach them on HR strategies, right? So it took me a long while to find my career path, because whatever I started doesn't seem to be sustainable for the long-term period. But I wish when I was studying, okay, I would have mentors or even industry people to tell me what is the expectation, what do they do on a day-to-day basis, what are some of the challenges, what are some of the things that you need to sacrifice in order to be successful in this career. Then probably I would have started my career very differently. So 3 things, let me recap. First is to get industry knowledge that is not available in your modules as well as in your curriculum, because your curriculum or your syllabus only get refreshed every 5 years. Number 2 is to understand the culture, relationship management in the corporate setting. And number 3 is to help you in your career choices, because why? You get to understand what the job entails. Okay? All right, Farid, then next, ask how to make industry people know us more in LinkedIn. Okay, stay tuned. Okay, you got to stay until 1 o'clock. We're going to give all of you the petua, okay, of how to have a good LinkedIn profile, as well as what you need to do, okay? And I think that also answers Nabila's question. Any other question before I proceed? Okay, tak ada. So let me share slides from now. So if you do have question, just continue, put it into the chat box. Okay. And I'll stop from time to time just to answer your question. Okay, just to check, can you see my slides?
Yes, you can see your slide.
Okay, let me. Okay, now I cannot see you all. Let me. Okay, here you. So the focus here is to use LinkedIn as a platform, okay, for you to build relationship, so that using this relationship to enhance your employability. So menggunakan LinkedIn sebagai satu platform untuk meningkatkan kepulih pasaran anda semua, supaya dengan menjalinkan hubungan profesional dengan pakar-pakar industri, orang-orang industri dan orang-orang korporat. Okay? So that is the focus. It is not a job portal. Let me just reiterate that. It does have a job portal function where you can apply for job, but if you just use that as a job portal, then I would suggest you go to other job portals that is much more powerful, like JobStreet, like Hiredly. I think all these are much better than LinkedIn, in my opinion. Okay, so this is a social media platform for you to interact, to build relationship. But you interact and build relationship is for what? For you to get a job. So strategy dia berlainan. I hope I able to share that that important message. You are using a different strategy, and why you need a different strategy is because times have changed. You are fighting against 350,000 people for that job. Okay, that is as simple as that. You cannot win this popularity contest, right? By just having a good CV. Almost impossible today, right? So you need this extra added edge, which we encourage all of you to do, right? You will probably also have noticed I got no relationship with LinkedIn, okay? Meaning to say, I don't work for LinkedIn. LinkedIn also don't give me commission to promote them, okay? I'm just like another user like you, okay? If you are using LinkedIn. But why do I promote LinkedIn? It's because I personally have experience building relationship on this platform with professional people that help me in my business and in my career. I've seen it, experienced it, okay? And I'll tell you a few stories later, right? It really works. It really works, full stop, okay? Therefore, why we want you to be active on this platform is for that reason, okay? Yeah, so we're going to talk about how to build, right, profiles, okay, or effective, how you be effective, some of the techniques to be on LinkedIn, so that you get to build better relationship, you get noticed, you also get, how to say, use this platform to translate it into opportunity, to translate it into knowing another industry people or getting them to know you. But how it all started, it was 4 years ago, 4 tahun, okay, it is November 2017. So part of my job as a consultant, as a perunding pengurusan, management consultant, I talk to different type of HR directors, business owners, CEO, C-levels and things like that. They always have been talking about the quality of our fresh graduate, terutamanya daripada IPTA. So every time I hear rungutan ni sakit hati, because why? Saya pun keluaran IPTA, so saya terasa, because this is personal to me. But if I be objective a bit, when I hear their grouses, I hear their complaints, actually there's a few valid points. So what are the few complaints that you probably have heard and you'll see in the news as well? Kebolehan graduan IPTA kita bertutur secara effective, or communicate effectively. Not just language proficiency. Of course, language proficiency is the next one they talk about, that your English standard is so poor and blah, blah, blah. That one very common. But more importantly is the way you are able to communicate, to share your ideas, to elaborate, okay, very, very poor. So these are some of the major complaints that they will tell you. And I also heard a lot of this, right? There is certain truth in it, not all true, but there's certain truth in it. But the other more challenging point, which nobody tells you, and let me be the first one to tell you. Okay, I know, although this is recorded, but I think it's important to share this message. In the corporate environment, especially the private sector, including GLC, I would say that. So the GLC, MNC, multinational, the PLC, public listed company, all right, and even the medium-sized companies, okay, kecuali SME lah, yang empat tu, they are quite biased towards foreign graduates, okay. So in their hiring pattern, they have met a lot of candidates, and after a while, a lot of them have concluded, given a choice to hire an IPTA student versus somebody that graduated from overseas, I will always hire the overseas person, period. In fact, I can tell you, okay, I won't name the companies, I can tell you, a lot of companies don't even look at CV from local graduates. That is how bad it is, right? So with that in mind, your other challenge, and what's my challenge as well, your other challenge is really why you need to build relationship is, you want to build relationships to allow the hiring manager or the recruiter to know you at a personal level before you get sidelined in your application. And I can tell you, sidelining happens a lot in the bigger companies, right? So this is something I realized very harshly, unfortunately. right? They will always still prefer a foreign graduate versus a local graduate. When I say local graduate, not just IPTA, even our friends in IPTS pun suffer the same fate, right? Or the same prejudice in that sense. So this prejudice is not even race. Bukan, I'm not talking about being racist or what. Don't get me wrong. Of course, I won't deny there's an element of racism in some hiring or recruitment, but generally is prejudice against qualification, where you did your degree from. So to even the playing field, to ensure that you are not being biased against, you need to do this. You need to do this. You really need to build as much relationship as possible, as early as possible, to help yourself to be put out there, so that the hiring manager know you, rather than to refer to your CV when you apply, right? So your CV is just validating who you are, but I already know you. Just like a friend, which I introduced earlier, your course mate that you get to know first day when you go to class, kuliah, or your college mate when you sign up for Minggu Swai Kenal, or your roommate that you're assigned to live with in the college kediaman. These are the people who know you and probably have not seen your CV. Later, when you share your CV with them, there is just confirming the person that you are. Similarly, in employment, to ensure that you get the job, we need you to start doing that. Okay, so that is how we change the game, right? So to say. The other thing is, in my business, I have high and low. So generally, our activity period, very busy. This is non-COVID time. Very busy from March until November. December, January, February is downtime. Because corporate cycle, these 3 months, November, everybody doing budgeting. December, everybody go for holiday. January, everybody come back to start plan for the new year, or to start activate things to execute based on the budget. And then February usually is Chinese New Year. So effectively, we only get to work with clients or talk to clients after Chinese New Year. So every year I have 3 to 4 months downtime. So in 2017, I decided, rather than I quote unquote waste my time in the downtime, why don't I do something meaningful? So that's why I go to Universiti to teach students like you how to use LinkedIn. Of course, before COVID, the session were face-to-face. So I literally go to Universiti, right? The other thing is, this is my 8th year running my own consulting firm, right? Before that, I was with PwC, the Big Four, okay, for a short period, about 16 months. And in my 8th year, I think in my 2nd or 3rd year, I got a very, very big job, right, that paid in USD from a global consulting firm that is based in UK. And how did I get this job? Was through LinkedIn. So because of that, I was very, very confident, right, that LinkedIn can work. And if you know what to do with LinkedIn, it also can work for you, right? That's why I made it a mission to teach as many undergraduates as possible on how to utilize this platform for your benefit, okay? So that's how it all started. Right, so this is the company I work for. It's called Lian Feng. Today, they have already been bought over by another company, also a Hong Kong multinational. But I show you all these brands that I work with, okay? Then I did a career change. I worked with 2 smaller firms before I went to PwC. Today, I run my own firm, okay? These are some of my clients, okay? I do areas of change management, strategy, consulting, HR, definitely, transformation, and so forth, okay? I also, okay, so just to share some numbers, as far as this program that you are attending today, these are my milestone. So I've conducted 50 sessions in more than 25 universities already before COVID. Since COVID, I have run another 32 sessions, in fact, more than 32 already. So all in all, I've talked to 12,000 undergraduates about this topic. And I don't even get paid by LinkedIn to do this, right? So what I'm trying to share with you is this thing that you are listening today is very, very refined. I've run almost 100 sessions already, right? And I also got a very different feedback, also get very much ideas to improve and enhance it, okay? So these are some of the university that I've talked, that I shared session in. So it's between IPTA and IPTS, okay? Which I do encourage some of you listening, if you are MPM of your college, if you are the, student council leader of your faculty society, right? I will do encourage you to, this is my offer to you, to invite me to run this session in more detail for your faculty members, for your college members. Because why? Everybody need to start thinking like this. Because if not, you will really, face a very stiff competition. That's how I look at it. Okay. So why you need to be on LinkedIn? There is 675 million users today. 93% of them use it to find future employees. Almost 100% do screening on it. Screening in the sense that if I like your CV, I may want to check you out on LinkedIn, right? That is where you need to have the good profile. Why? Because of screening purposes. So on a day-to-day basis, they may not search your profile to look for candidates, but they will definitely search you up when you apply for a job to validate what you are talking about, who you are as a person, what is your experiences, right? So having that good profile is important for that intent and purpose. Right. Okay. So this is just to recap why you need to be on LinkedIn. First is to get job. Then second, to get a job, you need to grow the professional network. Okay. So your final aim, your ultimate aim is to get a job. Okay. Your second aim is to grow the professional network to get a job, which is very different from a lot of young people today, which is very active on LinkedIn. So we have a few celebrities or influencers on LinkedIn, which are very young. In fact, our UPM also, we have one or two. Very, very successful, very, very influential on LinkedIn. A lot of followers. But I also told that particular person, I shall not name him, right? That there is no benefit by just being famous and popular on LinkedIn if that doesn't translate into a job opportunity. So what I'm going to share with you in the next hour or so are techniques to help you to position yourself on LinkedIn to get a job. Not techniques to position yourself to become a LinkedIn influencer. Can I repeat? My focus to help you to get the job. Okay. Some of these techniques you can use to do your personal branding. And if you do your personal branding well, you can become a social media influencer. And on LinkedIn, we have quite a few of them. In fact, after COVID started last year, easily 5, now I counted 5, 5 orang muda, anak muda that is less than 25 years old, right? Probably gather within 6 to 12 months, 30,000 followers, just like that. Because why? They are very active on LinkedIn. They post a lot and things like that. My advice is, if you want to become like that, it's fine, but that may not guarantee you a job. So what I'm going to teach you is not to teach you to be like that, but what I'm going to teach you is to teach you how to get a job. Of course, if you choose to be an influencer or you happen to end up as an influencer, that is a bonus, I would say. But I just want to clarify. The techniques are very different. So if you do attend other talks that teach you how to use LinkedIn for your personal branding, especially this word, personal branding, it's important to have personal branding, but that personal branding need to translate into opportunity, need to translate into getting a job, need to translate into getting an internship placement. It cannot be, saya buat sajalah, tengok apa yang akan berlaku. No. You need to be very targeted, because why? You got no time. There's so many things for you to do as an undergraduate, right? So that is where I want to come from. Okay. So first impression, very important. So I want to tell a story. This is my favorite story. So when I first started 5 years ago to teach LinkedIn to undergraduates, I can qualify to say I don't know much about LinkedIn. Very, very little knowledge. right? I was just another user. And because I decided I want to teach university students, I went and did extensive research like anything else. So one of the person I was following was Afiq Murad. And Afiq, just to give a context, he was a third-year student then at MMU, business student in Multimedia University in YBhg, and he was very active on LinkedIn. So he caught my eye because sebagai orang muda, not many young undergraduates are active on LinkedIn those days lah. These days got more, also because some of the work that me and my other associates been doing, promoting this with undergraduates. But 5 years ago, very, very few that actually do this. And Afiq was one of them. So I studied Afiq for 6 months, and then I concluded, this is his formula of how to be effective on LinkedIn. And then using this formula, I went to teach that 50 classes, right, in the different universities, and subsequently virtually also continue during COVID time. Now I want to show you 3 postings that Afiq did 4 years ago, and in the chat box, I want you to tell me, what do you think he's doing? Okay, so first posting, there's a picture of him with this guy called Krishna. Krishna is the Associate Director of Deals in PwC Malaysia. Since I was from PwC, I can tell you what is the Associate Director. So our highest boss that time is a partner. Below the partner is Executive Director. Below the Executive Director is the Associate Director. So he's like a senior manager like that, right? So he writes something, choice is what you want, and dictate, having a good meeting with Krishna, Associate Director, blah, blah, blah. Definitely enlighten me about working capital, blah, blah, blah. No, man, put a picture there. First posting. Second posting. SP Setia Win Circles launched with Lean in Malaysia. Lean in Malaysia is the group that Afiq is very active in, okay? The start to a stronger team with Nadia Tan Abdullah. Nadia Tan Abdullah is the CHRO, Chief HR Officer of SP Setia. SP Setia is one of Malaysia's biggest property developer. They are owned by Pemodaran Nasional Berhad, a PNB subsidiary, right? So they are a GLC, the biggest developer, right? Such to a camaraderie, facilitating circles, team SP Setia, blah, 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 blah. Put a picture down there. Standing next to him is Nadia, and the others are all Nadia team in SP Setia office. Last. Awesome man behind Accenture Malaysia, Aswan Baharudin. Accenture is the global tech consulting company, and the Malaysian country manager or country managing director is this guy by the name of Aswan Baharudin, right? Drop by my university campus today, not being sharp, visionary, definitely have the million, strong, blah, blah, blah. Selfie with Aswan. Now, can you put into the chat, what do you think my friend Afiq here is doing with all this posting? But networking, building connection. Show his connection and networking skills. That's a good one, Afan. Show his connection with some directors, okay? Apa lagi? If you can put more ideas, continue to do so, all right? So when I first saw him, I say, ni orang muda, banyak tunjuk. Because all his posting are all like that. I just took out 3 to show you, a lot more, all like that. He keep posting his selfie with all these orang-orang kenamaan, all the captains of industry, all the corporate leaders from different big companies, whether it's GLC, whether it's multinational, or the big public listed companies. Then I say like, wow, this young man, very, very XC, very, very show off, like Malaysia say, right? So they are tunjuk, very, very. But the more I observe him, then I realize that he got a strategy. So this is the strategy which I want to share with you, okay? And it's not in any slide. So I will stop sharing now. So I give you a petua dia, okay? Which I want you to take down somewhere. So have a habit of writing notes, okay? Because once you write notes, you will remember. And if you don't write any other notes, never mind, but I will encourage you to write this, right? This is a master stroke idea, which I thought this young man developed it very well, deployed it very well, and became very, very successful with it. So Afiq do 5 things. First, he creates a professional looking profile on LinkedIn. What is a professional looking profile? I will share with you in a short while. Okay, what is the criteria to make it professional looking? So 5 things he's doing. First one is have a professional LinkedIn profile. Okay, that is 1. Number 2, on a daily basis, and I cannot emphasize this enough, on a daily basis, setiap hari, he targets to connect with key people in the industry, especially for all the companies that he wants to work for. He target. He doesn't add connection on LinkedIn because he knows them. He target to add connections for the people he wants to get to know. So whether it's the Nadia, the Aswan, the Krishna, or whoever, he makes a conscious effort to say that, okay, if let's say I want to work for Accenture, who should I be connected on LinkedIn? Must connect with the big boss first. Okay, then Aswan. Who else in Accenture? And so on and so forth. So every day, he has a set number of people he get connected with. Of course, those days don't have limit. LinkedIn quite allow us to connect with as many people as possible. But today, there's a limit, right? And I was told that they are very strict on this limit. So you need to be careful about this. Later, I'll show you how to make sure that you're making the right connections. Because I think there's a 3,000 quota. And every week, I think they only give you maximum 1,000 or 500. I don't know what's the quota. But I have students that attended my class. After they start connecting, then they get blocked or they get warning from LinkedIn because too many, right? But those days started limit. So he was happily connecting every day, targeted people that he want to work for. That is langkah kedua, step 2. Step 3, he actively comments on their posts. This one, gempak, strategy yang gempak. Because why? Most professionals posting on LinkedIn, including myself, I can tell you, would have about maximum 20, if not 30 comments, maximum. And that is a very viral post, very great post, 30, right? And of the 30 people that comment, usually none of them are undergraduates. But here's my friend Afiq does it differently. He makes sure that he will comment on all these big bosses posting on LinkedIn every day. And not only just comment to say, oh, great sharing, Tuan, or great sharing, sir, or give a thumbs up or emoji. No, he really gives an opinion, a perspective, right? On, based on this article that you talk about, the property development or the culture in the organization, Nadia, I think is one very written, well-written article. And also thank you for sharing your experience in SP Sedia that I think all of us could learn from. What impressed me the most is your ability to connect with young people and blah, blah, blah. They're tulis. So he really, really have the courage. And I want to use the word courage because most young people I talk to don't dare to do this. But he has the courage, okay, to do this on a daily basis. This is where relationships start building. Because why? when you start to comment on their posts, they start to notice you. Okay. And if you do it repeatedly, day after day, after some time, they would definitely know who you are. So to the question earlier, how do you get people to notice you? How do you get industry people to look at your LinkedIn profile? This is the strategy, right? You comment on their posts. Okay. Not only once, not only twice, repeatedly. Give your perspective, give your opinion, ask your question, and so on and so forth. So the step 2 and step 3 is interchangeable. Sometimes you comment first, then you only send to connect. Sometimes you connect first, then you only comment. Because certain times you comment first, they get to know you. When you send a connection, then they will accept it. Because if you just send a connection without commenting, sometimes they don't know who you are. And if many people connect with them, they also will ignore you, right? So 2 and 3, you need to experiment a bit, which one works best. Or sometimes it might interchange, or sometimes this one first, that one first. Okay, is the pulang, right? But the step is definitely profile first, then connect and comment come together, right? In that sense. So that is 3 steps. 4. Step 4. You do posting, okay? And your posting is on a frequent basis, but you do not post anything. Yeah. So one of the things that I realized that personal branding trainers tend to teach is that they try to get you to focus on your posting strategy that creates a lot of engagement and value for your audience. In your case, you should not be thinking of virality, because whatever is great value for the audience, the big audience doesn't mean much if those audience is not targeted to who you want to be connected to. Okay, so instead, what he does is he uses his posting strategy, like what you just saw here, to either establish a point that he have built certain connections, that he's comfortable talking to these people, that gives you a good impression of him. If let's say you are another professional manager. So let's say I'm a professional manager reading into Afiq's post. Actually, I'm very impressed. Because why? I don't even get to meet Azwan or Nadia or Krishna, to be honest. Not as an undergraduate, but as a professional. But he could. So the impression I have on him is very positive. So when he posts anything on his LinkedIn, there is a focus and strategy to deliver a certain message, right? And he doesn't care about virality. He doesn't care about how many people view the post. He doesn't care about how many people like the post. His focus is to document a statement, which I want to encourage you to do, right? So you don't simply post anything, because influencer, they need to post things that attract attention. And a lot of influencers end up doing this, including the young ones. They post topics that is hot for the week. topic hangat, all right? So what was hangat last week? Before this was Paralympic, yang our short put person didn't get his goal, So everybody was talking about that. So you also need to talk about that. Then this week, what is the hot topic? Then it's about, vaccination or what we call booster dose, all right? Since everybody is talking about booster dose, you also talk about booster dose, all right? Or you so you'll find that this kind of posting strategy is everywhere, not targeted, okay? And as a young person, when you start posting all these things, not to say no value, but in terms of employability, it doesn't have much value, to be honest, okay? So posting strategy is very important. Step 5, hope you're taking notes, okay? What do Afiq do? Of course, this strategy harder to replicate in times of COVID, but hopefully after COVID, this one will resume. So before COVID, there's a lot of talks, a lot of seminars, a lot of sessions that's being organized by different agencies, different companies, and so on and so forth, that have speakers like all these people that he connected with, okay, as speakers. So Afiq will also hunt them down, hunt in the sense that to see, mana dia bercakap, right? So I want to just go there and make sure that I listen to his talk or listen to the seminar, okay? Finish the talk as usual, all right? I don't know whether about you, but I also do this, right? Everybody, okay, or a lot of people line up dan beratur, okay, to take a selfie with the speaker. So Afiq also does that, okay? But he does that with one exception. By the time is to take that selfie with the speaker, and the speaker is all these big bosses, captains of industry, he will say things like this: "Oh, Tuan Aswan, we are already connected on LinkedIn, you know. I've been following you for the last 6 months. Last week, especially when your article on the digital transformation for the telco industry, I thought was very well written. I particularly like your analysis of how the telco industry is changing because of the demands of the younger generation." So you will say things like that before taking selfie. So when you do that to a big corporate person, instant rapport is established, instant relationship is built. Okay, so this one dahsyat, very, very killer strategy, which I thought if I were an undergraduate, I know this, wow, my life very different. But you are lucky. Even though you didn't hear from him, you hear from me. This is how you should play the game. So question, before I continue. So when Afiq needed to do his 6 months internship requirement from MMU, which company did he did internship with? Please don't check his LinkedIn profile. Don't cheat. Can you guess? Put into the chat box. Okay, so we got 2 SPs here. What else? Any other guess? Oh, 3 SPs here. Oh, cool. Okay, got 1 essential. Essential. Okay. Ada lagi? Okay, so the answer is essential. And I can bet you, although I don't know this for sure, I can bet you, because of the relationship he have with Aswan, he just messaged Aswan only. Say, "Sir Aswan, by the way, I having internship requirement for next semester for 6 months. Just to check with you whether Essential got vacancy or not." My friends, this is how you get an internship placement. Okay. Not through apply. Okay. Right? So this is something I know because I follow his LinkedIn and I saw it happening, right? And I told you I run 50 sessions, okay? So until session 38, I tell the same story in all my classes, right? The same story that you just heard from me. So I thought by myself, hey, better go and meet Afiq to confirm this story because it's what I observe. It's not what I know. It's what I observe. Saya perhati dia selama 6 bulan. My kesimpulan is dia buat 5 langkah ni. But I don't know for sure. I don't know whether he did these 5 things or not. So I said, maybe I should have lunch with him. So before session 39, I had lunch with him. And the context was, that was, I think, December 2018, if I'm not mistaken. December 2018, yeah. So by December 2018, he was already working for one of the big 4. He was working for EY, Ernst & Young, as an analyst for 3 months already. And we know each other through LinkedIn only. And a lot of times during sessions like this, after I share his story, a lot of people very impressed with his story, send him a LinkedIn connection. So this one I forgot to tell. In case any of you want to send him a LinkedIn connection, please add a note to say, I'm in Mui Han's class. I heard about your story. I'm very impressed with you. I want to be connected with you. please drop my name, because not he don't know where it comes from, because a lot of times he might just get like 50, 60 invites from different parts of Malaysia, and you don't know what happened. But after a while, he realized that it's because I keep sharing his story, therefore he get invited. So I had lunch with him. I thank him for being the inspiration to the kind of work that I'm doing. I also then asked him the question to say that I keep talking about your story with these 5 steps. I just want to confirm whether this is the 5 things that you do or not. So I say step 1, step 2, same lah, whatever I told you. So he listened for a while, and then he said, I won't call it as what you have called it lah, but yeah, all the 5 elements are what I practice, okay? Or maybe in not that order, not that langka, but the elements are all there. So then I said, okay, at least confirm lah, whatever I observe you doing is actually what you're doing. Then he tell me the next thing, which was very, very interesting. So he said, I got this EY job in the consulting side, analyst as a consulting analyst, 3 months ago. That time, 2018. So it means June 2018 or July 2018, he got this job. But very surprisingly, I didn't apply for the job. It's like, okay, this is very interesting. So I said, tell me the story. So he said he asked to go for interview one day by EY recruitment. So he went to the interview, do the necessary assessment, pass the interview, finish the interview. The recruitment manager say, okay, I think you fulfill our criteria. This is the offer letter. Please read through. Okay, we expect you to come back with a confirmation maybe by the end of this week or end of next week. All right, so give him 2 weeks to confirm. So he was very excited because number 1, he did apply for this job. Number 2, when he went for the interview, he got the offer straight away. So he had to ask the recruiter. So he said, sorry, recruitment manager, I just want to ask because I didn't apply for this job. How did you find me? So the recruitment manager said this, I don't know what you did, but 2 years ago when you were in 2nd year, you commented on a post of our senior partner from EY. Okay. And to be honest, he also cannot remember which post because it was so long ago, right? But you said something in your comments to his post, or you reply his comment to some other comment, that he was so impressed with you that he came to the recruitment department and told all of us, please monitor this young man. Okay, I want him to join our firm the moment he graduates. So my friends, this is not fantasy. This is reality. It actually works. Whatever I'm sharing today with you, it's not based on my what I think it will work. This is actual experience that it works. Okay, this case study is not the only case study, but this case study is one of the most impressive one, which I want to impress all of you. If you know what to do, you can also be the next Afiq. Okay, I just want to stop here for a while. Any questions before I move on to the techniques? Any questions?
I think no question for now.
Hope you are still with me. Hope you are all still with me. Okay. And in case you feel that got so much thing to do, so far away, don't be how to say, don't be discouraged. Okay, Naeem asked a question. Step 4. Step 4 is the posting strategy. So what I'm trying to say here is on LinkedIn, you don't simply post, not like your other social media platform. Okay, you don't post to get views. You don't post to get comments. You post for a very specific reason. And that specific reason is to position yourself for other future employers. So later when I talk about this posting strategy, I will tell you what exactly to post. And you just have to post these few things. Don't have to think about other things. Because the challenge with influencer or personal branding gurus is this is what they tell you. To be successful on LinkedIn or any other social media, you need to post consistently. That is the general advice, right? You need to post consistently, at least once a day, if not few times a day. So this is the statement or the advice they always give. And when you do that, you will get followers, you will get attention, and you get a lot of people looking at your profile, and they get connected with you and get a lot of followers. That's how influencer work anyway. So after that, a lot of students come and ask me, Wihan, what to post? Because after the first 2 days, I know what to post. I got a lot of things to post. But after 2 days or after 2 weeks, I feel very stressed because I don't know what to post already. Right? I'm exhausted. Even just to do once a day, almost very hard, very difficult. That is where I say you make a mistake, because why? You are not supposed to create a virality. Your focus is not creating virality. Your focus is actually to post with a strategy to introduce yourself to specific people on LinkedIn. Who are these specific people? They are your future employers. Okay, so I will talk about what to post in a short while. Right, thanks Naeem for that question. Got a few more. No Amani. So the answer normally is not too late for fresh graduate to start connecting, right? But to see results, it will still take 3 to 6 months. Okay, so 2 ways of looking at it. I would say that you at least invest some time, maybe 1 hour a week. I'm not asking a lot. 1 hour a week on LinkedIn, right? To do what you need to do, which I will teach you what you need to do. And then rest of the time, focus on finding a job. Once you get a job, you continue to invest this 1 hour a week on LinkedIn. Because why? You are building relationship and platform for your next job or for your future jobs, right? So don't make the mistake of only being active on LinkedIn when you need a job. You need to be consistently being active on LinkedIn. And it doesn't need to take a lot of your time. 1 hour a week. That is the max. If you bahagi 5, it is only what? 60 divided. It's only 12 minutes or 15 minutes a day. 15 minutes a day is something I think you can afford. Right? You just need to cut down on your TikTok time, cut down on your Facebook time, or cut down on your Twitter, Instagram time by 15 minutes and redirect that 15 minutes in investing for your future. Okay? So it is not too late to start, but if you start today, you don't expect to see a result next week or even next month. It takes a few months to really see good results. So if you need a job by next month or next week, then you'll be very disappointed. Say, Mohd say boleh tapi saya cuba 1 minggu tak dapat apa-apa pun. Memang takkan akan dapat apa-apa pun kalau you cuba 1 minggu, right? It takes at least 3 to 6 months. Okay. Amirul, definitely. The more working experience you have, the more you should put in. But I will teach you how to describe this working experience, especially the part-time job. Okay, maybe I'll do it now, so then later it's easier. So for instance, you are a part-timer in Starbucks, Malaysia. This is my favorite example. So let's say you are a barista in Starbucks, part-time, every Saturday, Sunday, you go and work in Starbucks as a barista. Okay. Instead of putting in your LinkedIn that you work in barista at Starbucks, which is, you should still put that, but your description is very different. So a lot of people just put description, prepare coffee, entertain customer, collect money, and things like that. Put bullet point, task list as a part-time job. Or even if you are a cashier in Lotus Tesco, so you put all those, put bullet points, collect money, count money, closing, reconciliation. So all these tasks are very quote unquote meaningless in your future job, because a lot of jobs you're not becoming a teller or cashier, or you're not becoming a barista. You are a very professional job. So what you need to do is to find the element of what we call transferable skill in your part-time job, which you can use it to impress your future employers. Here's my Starbucks example. The description for a barista in Starbucks as a part-timer should sound something like this. So for 12 months, I was a barista in Starbucks Malaysia. And one of the most important things that I learned, so you really describe it as a full sentence, not bullet point, full sentence, you write a full paragraph down there, because you can put up to 1,300 characters in the LinkedIn description for the experience side. As a part-timer in Starbucks is the value of customer service excellence. In Starbucks Malaysia, the heavy emphasis on customer service excellence is the cornerstone of any jobs there. So as a barista, I was well trained, or I had to undergo intensive training in managing customer relationship. Part of my training also allowed me to understand systematically how to identify a customer need, how to handle a customer complaint, as well as how to calm a customer down in case they are very upset for anything that is happening to their order or their experience in the store. Then you start talking about customer service. So in your part-time experience, therefore, you are no longer a barista. You have practiced the transferable skill called customer service. And this customer service is a skill that is applicable in a lot of jobs, right? You don't need to be another barista. Or you are Lotus Tesco cashier or Aeon Jasco cashier. Don't talk about collecting money. Talk about training methodologically, SOP, checklist, being step by step, So you talk about how you are trained to do things step by step, how you check your work, how you have checklist, how you have working instruction, how you have SOP, and so on and so forth. So you want to position yourself, the transferable skill that you are very thorough, you know how to do things, with a process, and you also know how to check your work. So this is the thing that you want to talk about. All right. So Amiro hopes that answer your question. Okay, I got two more. So Shahizwan one asked, what if a student have an introvert personality? What will be their In fact, if you have an introvert personality, you should be more active on Facebook. More active on LinkedIn. Because why? The social media is the powerful thing that helps you to not need to go face to face with another person, right? So as introvert, you don't like to interact face to face because you don't know what to say. So being behind the keyboard gives you that power. So your interaction really helps you to negate all the threats or all the things that you're uncomfortable being an introvert. That's number one. Number two, don't be too caught up by this tag of introvert, extrovert, or some people say it's an introvert, you only can do certain job. As an extrovert, you can. All I can tell you is not true. Not true in a sense. Most CEO that I know, very successful company CEO that I know, are introverts. How? They just understand that introvert and extrovertness is a preference. So given a choice, when I get to do whatever I want, then I become who the person I am. But when I'm working in a job, I got an objective to deliver, right? And that objective requires me to talk to people, needs to require me to communicate with people. Do I enjoy communicating with people? Probably I don't. But because there is an objective to deliver, therefore I do it, and I do it well. So similarly, regardless whether you extrovert or introvert, I'm telling you, you need to start communicating with professionals on LinkedIn, because if not, you don't get the job. You become part of the statistics pengangguran. You don't want that. So with that in mind, you just push yourself to start communicating on LinkedIn with other people. That's it, full stop. And that has nothing to do with whether you're extrovert or introvert. Okay? Izati, So for Izati, how do creative people? Yeah, you can actually start showcasing your portfolio on LinkedIn. Showcase the final result, showcase the work in progress, showcase a time-lapse video. So these days are so easy to screen capture, do time-lapse video, showcase how you do a poster, showcase how you do an animation, time-lapse or final result, whichever. Then you post it. Use LinkedIn as a platform to showcase your portfolio. I know a lot of creative students are being taught to create a website to put their portfolio there. I'm telling you, you don't need to do that. Because why? When you create a website, you need to drive traffic to your website to look at your portfolio. But when you are on LinkedIn, your potential people looking at your portfolio is 675 million globally in that sense. So use that, right? And in your case, okay, coming to what to post, you just have to post all these things. You don't even need to talk about Paralympics lah, COVID lah, politics lah, tapaya, no, don't care about all those things because all those things may not get you the job. But you keep posting about your hasilan kerja, which is yours, okay? That is very impressive. Similarly, on a similar note, all of you do a lot of assignments, right? Either for your different programs or different courses, you do assignment. Some of these your report, you spend a lot of time doing it. Once your report get graded, you can share the PDF copy on LinkedIn. Nothing wrong. Because why? Seeing is believing. I can use the word. So these are the things you should be posting to impress other people. And most of your assignment is not P&C. It's not, I mean, the information is not I mean, I don't know, unless you do a specific assignment with a company or with an organization that you have signed a non-disclosure agreement. If not, you can actually share them on LinkedIn. Okay? Right. Okay. So you have a business. Yeah, you can just share what you do because I think the idea of gig economy is something very popular these days, and most people have run some kind of side hustle of gig economy. Just that you must be prepared. You can share it now as a student, and it also generates a lot of positive impression that for a young person you have a business running. The moment you go into employment, the question will be raised on what you're going to do with this business. Okay. The answer is you can no longer run the business while working for another person. That is just the how to say requirements for most companies. Okay. There is conversation or discussion whether to change that or not because of gig economy. But as far as I'm concerned, most companies still adopt a you cannot do other things while being employed with us. Whether it's government sector, private sector, GLC, whatever company that I know of, they would have this as part of their code of conduct, okay, or requirement. So it's okay to advertise now if you are not working for anybody yet. But the moment you graduate and you want to apply for a job, be prepared. They will ask you this question. Because I will check your LinkedIn and I know you are running a business. So I'll ask you, so if you join us, if we hire you, what are you going to do with this business? Okay, so that's one thing that you should figure out. Sharo Amri, should we specify? When you say focus, I don't understand what you're saying. All right. So if you're saying that what to post regards on posting on technology, my advice is no need lah. Okay. No need in a sense that whatever you are posting, you are just rehashing from the internet. And these days, we all know how to search the internet to find this information. Most readers or most employers are not so concerned about that. What they are more concerned is, who are you as a person? Okay, which we talk about posting strategy in a short while. Okay. So again, what you are stated here is a personal branding kind of question. Personal branding gurus will teach you to do this. Choose an area that you are very passionate about and keep posting about that. So if you are passionate about kucing, cats, keep on posting about cats, because you will attract all the cat lovers. That is a personal branding strategy. I'm not teaching you a personal branding strategy. Because why? Attracting cat lovers, you don't get a job, friend. That's it. Full stop. Okay. If you don't trust me, sorry, if you don't believe me, you can try this experiment. Cat videos is one of the most watched material or content on social media platform. So if you consistently put cat videos or cat pictures or whatever, you will get a lot of engagement, but you won't get a job. Simple as that. So similarly, if you apply that logic to even technology, into even, let's say, discipline and so on and so forth, it's the same thing. There would be some interest, but doesn't mean that translate into employability. So tunggu, I want you make you wait until 1 o'clock for me to share the 5 things that you should do or what to post. Okay, one of them. Right. Good. I got more industry. How do I code from food tech to HR? Okay, simple lah. When there's a will, there's a way lah. I also want to share the other important criteria, which I didn't have LinkedIn to begin with, but I think with LinkedIn today is much easier. For me to transit from food industry to HR consulting, I had a mentor. So I met a good mentor that helped me to make this switch, to help me to learn the trade, to help me to observe what he do, to even pay me to sustain me while learning on what to do. So I reset my career at the age of 28, right, to go into a new field. Right? I have to start all the way from the bottom again in terms of compensation as well as knowledge. So when you don't have knowledge, you cannot ask for big compensation, right? So I have to start again, almost as a fresh graduate again at the age of 28. But I was very fortunate because of my mentor. He really, really helped me. In fact, I told you, okay, this one recorded, don't want to badmouth lah. I told you I got a job in PwC before I came out. By all accounts, my profile can never get a job in PwC. Okay, because of my age, because of my qualification. How I got the job is also through my mentor. So I remember being very frustrated in the job interview with my ex-boss in PwC, because she looked at my CV and then she looked at me, then she keeps saying, I don't think you are qualified, to work for us, because we usually, we are Big Four, we hire people from Big Four. Wow, so she went on and on with Big Four. Wow, saya geram lah. Tapi sabar lah, I didn't lose it. Okay. So usually people ask you don't drop names. So this is the only time where I use drop name as a strategy and it worked. So I started to drop names during the job interview. And I could only drop names because I know people in the industry lah. So that is also why I encourage you to get to know more people in the industry. Is that. So I really have to stop her lah. I have to stop everyone. Okay, I understand. You read my CV, you hear my story. I don't have the experiences or the kind of companies that you are looking for, right? I never worked with any other Big Four, never worked with a big consulting firm, never this. I'm also a food science graduate, not even HR close, blah, blah, blah. But I'm very confident I can do this job. Because why? I work with this person. Wow. So I dropped 10 names. Everybody that I've worked with before, I just named them. And the beauty about name dropping is sometimes it kena lah. So she know one of those names, which happened to be my mentor. And that evening itself, I remember I went for an interview on a Monday afternoon. By 8 p.m. Monday, right, I get a WhatsApp from my mentor. Say, hey friend, you go to PwC for interview, is it? I said, yeah, how you know? Don't worry, counting for you already. And sure enough, 3 days later, I got my job offer letter. Okay. So that's how I transition very well because of a mentor. So the other advice is to make sure that you get a good mentor, especially a mentor in the corporate world, that is very related to the field or the industry that you want to be with. Okay. 派量 strategy to make a long LinkedIn post in a shorter time. The strategy is to pre-write everything. So to be more successful on social media, not just on LinkedIn, most practitioners, what do is they preset all their posting 1 or 2 weeks ahead. So they assign time. So they say, okay, this Saturday, I will spend half a day from 8 o'clock, morning 9 o'clock all the way to 1 p.m. I don't do anything. I make sure that nobody kacau me. I also turn off all my chat or whatever. I just block that 4 hours of time and I prepare my LinkedIn posting for the next 3 weeks. So you start writing. When you start writing like that, you can check for grammar, you can check for a lot of things, no? Then you also can find the proper photo. So you pre-plan ahead. So by 4 hours, easily you can write 10 postings. I've done it before, right? And then only you decide when to put it up. So one thing LinkedIn don't like is you use a distribution site like Hootsuite. So some of you use Hootsuite. If you don't know what Hootsuite, you can Google, right? Which you can schedule the posting, right? But LinkedIn don't like this. The moment you do this, LinkedIn will probably ban you. You will get a 2 days ban. They call it LinkedIn jail these days, right? So don't do it. Just keep it in a normal Word file. Every time you feel like posting, then you copy and paste and post one. Okay. So I would say professional do that. Professional do that. Okay. And even what graphics and what photo you want to use, you also pre-assign. Okay. Since you asked, I show you. No joke one. I just have the perfect example to share with you. Okay, let me share screen. Can you see my screen? So this is a group that I run that I need to do posting almost on a daily basis. So I pre-done everything already, if you can see. And then I just export as image and post. So I write beforehand one. And then decide which one I want to use. So I just blocked out 1 hour or 2 hours a week just to do all this upfront. So then I don't do suka-suka posting. So social media strategy is not for you to spur of the moment, then you want to post, you post. You feel very inspired because you go there, you see, wow, got food here. This food is very good. I take a photo of my food, then put a caption. Yeah, that one you waste a lot of time. To be more effective, you just pre-plan everything ahead. Okay, hope that answers your question. Right, we got 1 hour left. Okay, I better speed up because I not come to the important part of it. But yeah, the important part of it is more of your mindset. And also, like I was saying, if any one of you want a deeper session, please do invite me, okay, to your colleges or your faculty, right? More than willing to do that, since I've been doing this with other students as well. All right. So quick recap. Right. These are the 5 things or 5 strategies you need. If you can see, it's quite identical to AFIC, but there's only one difference, which is number 5. Okay. Yeah. So if you want to follow AFIC and go and meet these people, of course, yeah, you can do that. But in COVID, probably very hard. Right. So I want to quickly go on to the first one. Have a professional LinkedIn profile. So a professional LinkedIn profile entails to do 6 things correct, right? Which is all on your right. Having a good profile photo, having a banner, having a headline, having a good about section, having a good write-up on experience, and listing of all your projects. Final year project, extracurricular projects, out of university activity projects, the listing as much as possible. Okay, so before I get into this, just want to talk about all-star profile. So you will notice that LinkedIn will give you all-star status once you complete every section in the requirement. So do get an all-star profile, because if you don't get an all-star profile, you get penalized. Okay, you get penalized, right? Penalized in the sense that your visibility is lower. But after you complete all the sections, the 6 sections that you need to pay more attention to is all on your right currently. Okay, and I want to quickly jump in because I don't have much time. But if you stay until 1 o'clock, I will give you specific short videos to learn how to do each of these 6 items step by step. Okay, so the thing is, please do stay. Okay, right. So the first one is your profile photo, which is this. Okay, which is this. Okay, so the profile photo, 5 important criteria. First criteria, the photo must look like you, meaning to say it must be updated from time to time to reflect how you look as a person in today's reality. Number 1. Number 2, the frame, okay, the frame need to cover, 60% of the frame need to be your face. So don't do a full shot photo, don't do a photo of you doing things from far away. Put your photo that you can see the face. And a lot of times access our profile through mobile phone. That is why we need 60% of your face in the frame, because if not, terlalu kecil, tak nampak, tak boleh tengok. Okay, so having that 60% capturing your face is an important criteria. 2. Number 3, having the right expression. This is where you need to learn how to smile with your eyes. Okay, and smiling with your eyes sometimes takes also a bit of lighting, right? Lighting is very important. So I just show you different lighting mood. So I can smile like that, right? I look like that, right? But let's say if I don't have light, okay, can you see the difference? This entire portion is darker, right? So I could apply the same smile, but it's not as engaging if I had the light on, which is a very different perspective. Okay, so make sure you get sufficient lighting for your profile photo. Okay, and with the sufficient lighting, please apply the right expression. Make sure you smile, right? Don't be too serious. Don't be too nervous. Okay, so yeah, find the right time to take this photo. Okay, that's important, right? Number 4, what you wear in the photo, right? What you wear in the photo needs to represent what you're going to wear to work. So if tomorrow you're going to join this company, what are you going to wear to this company? Is the same kind of clothes should appear in your profile photo. Okay. Number 5, background, right? Your background in the photo need to be as plain as possible. Not only just that, make sure got contrast. This is what I say, got contrast. So I'm wearing dark blue today. My background is white. So you can see me very clearly contrasting between my background and my body, right? So don't try to have a very fanciful background. Don't have a scenery background. I know all of us love UPM. No need to take a picture in front of your faculty or in front of your I love UPM sign in Dewan Besar, or take picture in front of Pintu Besar and then put this as a profile picture. Tak payah. Take a picture with a plain background, as plain as possible. Because why? The focus is on your face, not on your background. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Second is about the banner, right? So the banner, which is the one behind, right, captures about 25% of the total page. So if I come to your profile page, 25% is actually your banner. So this banner is a very big space that you should maximize. Okay? So why? Because it captures attention. Now, I see a lot of students put a very nice scenery photo there, or put a nice quotation there as a banner. Don't do that, because it doesn't add value to your brand. This one I talk about personal branding. So what you need to do is you customize this banner to reflect who you are as a person. Okay. For this, I advise you to use canva.com. So Canva, when you go onto Canva, there's already ready templates for LinkedIn banner. Put your photo in, customize your words. So you should put photos of yourself doing things, okay, or photo of yourself in certain activity that is very visible, and then put a few words to represent who you are, to send that message that you are, let's say, teamwork, leadership. So these are the focus words that you want to impress upon. Okay, so change the banner. If you don't change the banner, it's a waste. Okay, it's a waste. Right. What else? Okay, so okay, exactly what I said. Okay, next is headline. Headline. All right. So headline is the one that is. Let me go back a bit. Sorry. Okay, headline is the one that is appearing below your name. Most of the time, if you understand the concept of headline is to grab attention. People read your headline, they grab attention. But on LinkedIn, it's not only grabbing attention. On LinkedIn, there's a different function. The functionality of the headline, besides grabbing attention, is that whatever words that you put in your headline, the search algorithm on LinkedIn will search your headline first. So it's almost like a keywords for search algorithm on LinkedIn. Okay, so choosing the right keywords is very, very critical for your headline. And your headline currently they upgraded, very good. Before that was 120 characters, now got 220 characters, right? So you got more to put. So what are the formula? So got three parts. First and foremost is your field of discipline. Okay, so field of discipline is what you study, okay? And I want to give you three examples. You tell me which one is correct. Okay. First example for field of discipline as part of your headline. Chemical engineering. Second example, Bachelor of Engineering in Chemical. Third example, Bachelor of Engineering in Chemical, bracket honors, UPM. 1, 2, or 3 is correct. Can you put into the chat box? Nasib saya tanya soalan ni. Okay, right. I will move on. No time already. Speed a bit. Answer is number 1. Okay, please don't do 2 and 3. Okay, kenapa? 2 dan 3 salah. Number 3 salah terlalu banyak. Okay, number 2 pun salah. Kenapa 2 dan 3 salah? Anybody know? Okay, saya bagi jawapan. Yes. Hazira said correct. You just need a keyword and you still need to think of what people will search for you. So let's say as an employer, if I want to search for a chemical engineering graduate, my instinct is to type chemical engineering, right? I won't type Bachelor of Engineering in Chemical and Honors. I won't do that. I will definitely not do that. Just like your Google search, right? Your actual instinct is to just type the keyword. That's one. Number 2, I already say you've only got 220 characters limit. You should save the other characters for other keywords because why? You want to have as much keywords as possible. So when you put Bachelor of what and plus honors plus UPM, how much keywords you have wasted? How much characters you have wasted? Third one, why salah terlalu banyak? Nobody is going to search for you as a candidate because you are from UPM. As much as we love our university, as much as our university is quite high ranking today in all the survey, no employer would just hire you because you're from UPM. Let's be realistic. So nobody will also search just to find UPM student to hire. Make sense? Right? So just keyword itself enough. Okay, cool. Part 2. Now, when I say part 2, doesn't need to be sequential, right? This one can be appearing, the order tak perlu ikut, right? But it's just to make sure that it appearing in your headline. So part 2 is the industry or area of work that you want to aspire for. Okay. So for instance, chemical engineering. You can be in oil and gas, you can be in petrochemical, you can be in glove manufacturing, you can be in plastic, you can be in food, right? So whichever industry you want to be in, put the keyword into the headline. They say, hey, Muihan, tanya sikit, but I'm just an undergraduate. I put oil and gas there, tak janggal meh, tak keliru meh? Tak ada. Later, you will explain in your about section, you aspire to be in the oil and gas industry and why, right? But for a start, put oil and gas in your headline. Because why? Oil and gas people would definitely want to look for oil and gas people. Okay? So you just qualify yourself to be in the oil and gas industry by putting it in your headline. Okay? Types of job. So you can be a design engineer, you can be a production engineer, you can be a maintenance engineer, you can be a process improvement engineer. Put that in as well, right? So for those study business, BBA, you can put marketing, you can put procurement, you can put management, whatever jobs that you want to do, put that keyword into the headline, right? So that's part 2. Part 3. What is uniquely you? And uniquely you got 3 subparts, right? So part 1 is your achievement. Any achievement that you have received during your university years, put it in your headline. Finalists in Hub Prize UPM 2021, okay, or winning team for National Future League Leaders Unilever Challenge, right? Or champion for intervarsity debate, okay? Or semi-finalist for Enactors Malaysia, whatever competition that you participated in and you have won, the keyword they have won, okay? Put that in your headline, okay? That is uniquely you, first one. Second one, jargons that you use your industry. Only your industry have and understand, other people don't understand. What are they? So for instance, if let's say you are an engineering student, you can put keywords like MATLAB, like AutoCAD, like SolidWorks. These are all software that is needed. If you are in accounting, you can put things like IFRS. You can put things like GAAP. You know, all these are accounting standards. You are in food science and technology like me. You can put words like HACCP, GMP. So anything that is only specific to your industry, put that in your headline. Okay. So that's why you realize 220 characters bukan banyak. You have to think very carefully how to optimize this to put all in your headline. Okay. And lastly, if you finish everything and you got nothing else to put, you can put your qualities. Qualities here include leadership, teamwork. These are keywords that you want to put, but later on you need to talk about it in your about section. Right. Next is the about section. So about section has 2,000 characters. In here, we call it the elevator pitch, but in a written format, right? So you should have 3-4 paragraphs in the about section. You need to write until cannot write. Tulis sampai they tell you this is the limit, then you're correct, right? Don't keep it short and simple. The word is don't keep it short and simple. Don't put 3 sentences there and done, right? Write the 3-4 paragraphs as much as possible. What is this 3-4 paragraph entail? First paragraph, talk about your internship you will have. Second paragraph, talk about your extracurriculum activity if you have. Third paragraph, talk about your final year project if you have, or any other assignment that you have. And fifth paragraph, you want to emphasize certain qualities that you have and also your aspiration. And this is also where you put if you are looking for a job or you're looking for internship placement. This is the place, okay? Please don't put it in your headline. I see so many undergraduate put in your headline, seeking for internship September 2021 to January 2022. Looking for a job starting from October 2021. Nobody cares, right? Or nobody gonna search for those keywords. So don't waste time or waste the keywords in your headline. but you can put it here, right? Last paragraph, and also put your email that you can be contacted, right? You can choose whether to put your mobile number or not, but my advice is don't, because definitely people will spam you. Even your email will be spam. So you may want to create an email account just for job application, right? And that you may want to put it here so that people will connect with you and check this email from maybe every week, check it twice or what. So that is the advice. So the experience, yeah. So this one I'll give you a video. It's too long to explain, but I already talked about it in my Starbucks example, right? So document all internship experience or part-time experience in the experience section. Every one of them. And each one give a full description of what you have learned and acquired, okay? Lastly is on projects, okay? So projects also give full description. Don't just talk about the projects. This is because of this listing got me that job from UK that pay in USD, because I listed 20 consulting projects here. 2 of these projects resonated with the recruiter, and therefore I got the job. Okay, so yeah, these are the few things. Right. Any questions so far? Quick one. Let's stop here. Okay, if not, I move on because I want to maximize time. Right, I invite, okay. So achievement is, if I get example, okay, wait, let me open up. I will pull out the example. Wait, Any other question? You can quickly list it down so then I can. Here we go. Can you see the slide?
Yes.
That's what I mean. Sharing. So national champion, Unilever League, blah, 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 you know. If you got none of that, you got academic achievement also can. Dean list consecutively, pun boleh. Okay. Best academic R2U in USM, right? Or best presenter, top presenter during industry training. Boleh, letak saja. Okay, jangan malu, right? This one langsung tak ada. This is my junior. So don't do this, don't do this, okay? So examples, these are a few ones which you ask, okay? So can all do this, right? Encourage you to do. Okay, next, connecting, how to connect with professionals. Can you quickly, anyone, first one, maybe first two, put the company that you want to work for, your dream company to work for, onto the chat quickly, and I will pick the first two as an example. Okay, Nestle, cool. Let's do Nestle. So share. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Cool, thanks. Thanks for confirming. Right, so you can put another tab and do this with me. For those who didn't get selected, you can do it for your dream company, right, that you want to work for in the future. So you go to the search button, which is top here, okay? So you go to the search button and you type the company that you want to work for, the organization you want to work for. And the example that we are using is Nestle Malaysia. All right. So you can do that for the company that you want, all right? Using the same steps, okay? So follow me. So once you get the first result, then these are all filters, right? So what you want to do is you want to look for people. So you click on the people filter, right? And then the one will talk about location. So you can either choose in Selangor or Malaysia. Let's say you just want Selangor, right? Okay, and then connections, here you got first, second, and third, right? What is first, second, and third? First is those people who are already connected with you. Second are those people who are connected to somebody who's connected to you. Third is people who are connected to somebody who's connected to somebody who's connected to you. You get the idea, right? So important to understand this first, second, third is because we can only connect with somebody who is second and third level connection with us on LinkedIn, never fourth and above. Okay, so you can so that's the idea. So for those who have not connected with me, I really encourage you to connect with me, because why? I got about 17,000 connections. The moment you connect with me, 17,000 of this become your second level connection, and of this 17,000 people that's connected to me, 40% of them are professional managers. So which means to say, if I post something and you comment on my post, all my connection will have a potential to see your comment, or also will appear in feed. So that's why you should connect with people who have big connections, especially those that is relevant to you. Okay, so let's say I choose second and third. Okay, now this is where you want to decide who are the people that you should be connecting to in Nestle. For who chose Nestle just now? Okay, don't have your name because you put your email is your metric number. Okay, for those the student with metric 1920882. Sorry, I cannot call your name. I need to see your metric number. Right. So maybe the person that you want to look for is those people in HR first, then also the line managers. But let's say you want to work for Nestle Malaysia, I would strongly suggest that you look at this person. I mean, people in the industry call her Sherry, right? But Shariza is the head of talent management or talent acquisition. Okay. So before you hit the connect button, two things you need to check. Number one, okay, is there any activity or not, right? And you can click onto the activity to see what is the most recent thing that Sherry did on LinkedIn. Okay. So 2 days ago, she liked a posting. So you know that this person is actually active on LinkedIn. So let's use another example, probably not so active. If I can find one example to show you. Let's say, okay, this person, okay. Okay, 1 week ago, still not too bad. Anybody else? This is also probably a UPM person. I just want to show you an example that maybe you should avoid. Okay. So always check their activity first before you hit the connect button. Okay. The other indication is they don't have a photo. So this person last activity was 2 weeks ago. So you may think that, you may conclude that this person maybe only check LinkedIn once or twice a month, right? So as a result of that, you might want to decide not to connect with this person, because why? If this person is inactive, no point connecting with this person, okay? So come back to our Sherry example, okay? So remember step 3 is comment. So you may want to try comment first before connecting, or connect first before commenting. So assuming that you want to comment also, okay, you want to use the comment strategy. So similarly, you go to Sherry's activity, Sherry's activity, look at what she have posted or when she have posted this. Okay, so the last one she posted was 3 weeks ago. Okay, now if you look at that, there's no comments at all. No comments at all. So if you want to get her attention, you be the first person to comment, right? So whoever you are, Amani or even 192082, right? If you want to work in Nestle and you want to get more connections in Nestle, you may want to start attracting by commenting on their posts. This is what our Afiq do very well, right? So yeah, do that, right? So once you, let's say you have commented once or twice, then you can hit the connect button, right? When you hit the connect button, don't send directly, always add a note, right? So just to describe who you are, why you're asking to connect, right? So basically you should go along lines that, it's like, I'm very interested to work for Nestle one day, and I'm dropping you a note to connect so that I can understand better some of the cultures and practices in Nestle Malaysia. Looking forward to be connected with you. Full stop. Something like that. Drop a simple note. Later, I'll give you some examples of notes, okay, of personalized note that you can use. Right? So 2 and 3 is that connect and comment, or comment first then connect, right? So you can see most of them other comment one. Right? You see, this one no comment also. Right? This also don't have comment. So if you start commenting on their posts, you are very, very visible one. Very, very visible. Why? Because nobody comment. Okay. Right. One other one. MTIB is what? Madya. Apa tu MTIB? Sorry. Malaysia Timber. Oh, Malaysia Timber Board. Yeah, correct. Okay. So same way, people, and then connection, second and third. Okay, let's say we look at Zamri as the director. So you see, Encik Zamri here, 90 days he didn't do anything on LinkedIn. So you may not want to connect with him because he's not active on LinkedIn at all. So you're wasting your quota, the connection quota. I say there's a connection quota, right? So if you can, every day you try to connect with 2 or 3 people, send them a personalized note, right? Especially people that you want to work for in the future. Okay. Right. Quick one. I move to posting first. So strategy 4 is posting. What you need to post as a fresh graduate or even undergraduate. 3 things only. Post about your extracurricular activities in university or out of university. Every week, do 1 posting. Describe the activity, put the photo. Okay. Number 2, post about your internship experience. Right. You got probably 12 weeks to do your internship. You can do every 2 weeks, 1 posting about your internship. Post about your final year project. Talk about the process. Talk about the people that you need to work with, the challenges that you have, the frustration, the achievement, and so on and so forth, right? So these are the only 3 things you should be posting about: extracurricular activity, final year project, and internship experience. And minimum once a week cukup. You want to do more than that, it's up to you. But why I'm asking you to do this posting, this 3 type of posting, is to document your experiences, your achievement, your involvement, your thinking onto LinkedIn, so that potential employers can read it and understand you better. Generally, recruiters or hiring managers is looking on consistency in your behavior. And if you post that every week, then it becomes a consistent pattern. Okay. And besides that, because it's documented on LinkedIn and LinkedIn is available through our mobile phone, this become what I call a digital diary. So one of the challenges in most job interview is we forget what we have done in university because we are nervous and because there's too much to remember. So when you start documenting on a weekly basis, you are able to retrieve it whenever you need it, especially before you go into the job interview. So before you go to the job interview, to calm yourself down, you just go to your LinkedIn and you scroll all your other previous posting. Now, if you follow my strategy and very strict on just posting these 3 things, whatever when you scroll is very targeted. But if you post rojak, you don't curate your stuff, you post here, post there, post different things, then you have a challenge. Okay. And the other question that usually people ask me, can you do a retrospect? Yes, because in social media, we have a throwback culture. All right. So you can do a throwback Thursday, a throwback Friday, throwback Sunday, whichever apply. So let's say every Thursday, you talk about things that happened in your past. Maybe your first year, you can just put the activity, the date, as well as also what happened. Okay. I want to just show you a few examples, if I can, before I finish. Let me just open it up. Okay. You see the screen?
Yes.
So Anissa is also from UPM. She's one of the first batch of people that went through this program with me. So after the program, I didn't teach her to do this, but she did it by herself. So she actually started posting all her extracurriculum activity. Put a photo, put a description, all right? Then if you see some got date some more, you should put date, what is the activity, right? Where it happened, what date it is, and most importantly, what you learned during the activity or during the event, right? So I see these days a lot of you post your webinars, your certificate of your online learning. Don't only just post that. Post what you learn, what you achieve, what you gain from the session, more importantly. So for instance, if you want to post something about today's session with me, please post what you learned from me, all right? More important, okay? That is the thing. So you can do this. You see Anissa here, document, so many, right? So different one, okay? Even this one way beyond, she happened when she was in KMJ, College Matriculasi Johor, right? Even when she was doing this one, almost like a Bhakti Siswa, right, for autism kids, okay, right? And also any festival, this is with veterinary, all right? Talk about what she learned, right? Put a photo, right? Program when she went to Taman Putri Jeras, okay? This is a team building program. So post what you learned, that's the first one. Sorry, in your extracurricular activity. Second is about your internship. So Azam here is from UTHM, also went for my session, came for my session, right? So she did internship in Kimberly Clark, put a photo with his supervisor, and talk about 3 things I learned during my internship. That's what we want you to do. Okay. And lastly is from Yvonne, right? Yvonne used to be in UMS, Universiti Malaysia, Sabah. She talked about her final year project, mini final year project, where she need to stay together with the Rumah Panjang, kampung here, right? So describe her experience, put some photo. Okay. Right, any questions? We got 15 more minutes. I'm almost done. Yes, Nadia, I already said, please do. Anything in the past, just post all your activities, right? Extracurricular activities and events. Okay. Next question. Are there any other questions? Okay, you can, for those who have not connected with me, you can connect, right? You just give in the link. Right, Isati, okay, live first. How to divide contents between experiences and education section? Experience focus more on internship as well as part-time jobs, okay? Education just show which university or which degree you got or which diploma you got. Extracurriculum activities, you can document it into volunteer experiences, projects in the profile, or do a posting on it. Actually, doing posting on it more powerful, right? People can check your posting one, like what I show you just now with Sherry and all. Okay, so hope that makes sense. Izati, you do not need to be chronological order, can be random. But if you want to put the date there, it's okay. Just like what I show you with Anissa. Okay. Okay, Daniel say you join activities as a helper and runner. What should you include? You can include, but more importantly, include what you learn from it. Okay. What is your realization? What is the skill that you learn from it or you achieve? That is the one that we want to see, not that you join the activity. So don't start listing activities that you join. That is not so important. List or describe what you learn from these activities. That is what you need to do on LinkedIn. The other thing is, because the posting actually helps you to further amplify your CV. In your CV, the activity just appear as one sentence. But in LinkedIn, that one sentence could be 3-4 paragraphs of description. And the more description you give, then the more real it is. Okay, so yeah, do that. So Wadato, yes, English is the common one on LinkedIn, but you can also do posting in BM. But the caveat here is make sure you write proper BM, okay? The challenge we have with a lot of fresh graduates and undergraduates, your BM become Pasa or become Twitter, Bahasa Twitter. Jangan. So please use proper Bahasa Malaysia to do your posting. That is fine, okay? And also interlude it with English, right? So that is important. There is some kind of premium for BM because LinkedIn is looking for more BM content. So if you post in BM, you also get more prominently featured in a lot of people's feed. Okay. Is it necessary to have pictures in all posting? Not necessary. Okay, the answer is not necessary. By any chance, there is scammer on LinkedIn? Yeah, there are a lot of scammers in everywhere. So if you get an invite to connect with a person that is probably far away, not in Malaysia, not in Southeast Asia region, I would really ask you to think twice, because chances of you getting a job in US, Australia, Europe as a fresh graduate from a Malaysian university is very low, right? So this offer may not be genuine, okay? So just be more aware and more savvy lah. If it's too good to be true, usually it's not true lah, as the saying goes. So same kind of discipline need to be applied in any other social media platform that you are in. There are people who have what we call malicious intent on LinkedIn as well. But generally, for most Malaysians that I've met, especially those professional managers, if they work for a big organization, a GLC, a multinational, they are generally very genuine and very nice. Okay. Okay. Right. Right. So got 10 more minutes. So this 10 minutes, I want to give you some detailed tips because I gone through quite fast. Right. Can you all open a Word file? All open a Word file now. Whatever link I give you, you copy and paste and save in that Word file. Then you open, then you look at this link later in the session, okay? Later today or later tomorrow or the week, okay? Right, so first set of links are all those that I described for the profile photo, okay? So these are the guidelines, okay? You can save all these links, okay? It's from our Facebook page, okay? Right? Second is all the YouTube, all right? These are all short videos. You can, if you can copy and paste. right? So I got quite a bit here. Right? So from headline to about section to experience section, how to write that word, how to add connection, what to post, why extracurricular important, personalized note for invite, keywords on LinkedIn, banner, and also URL. Okay, Farid, your question is, when we get reference from others for interview, do we need consent from them or do we mention their consent? I assume you're talking about referees for each job interview, right? So first and foremost, most organizations don't need you to give referee at the point of application. At the point of application. That means when you apply for a job, when you submit a CV, you do not need to give your referee or your references. That's one. At the point of application, depending on the organization, mostly GLCs, I would say, they will require you to submit a referee list. Of course, you should already have talked to your referees to say that, can I reference you for my job application? And if can, you submit that during the application process. Most companies will only ask for a referee after the interview, because once they want to hire you or they want to decide whether to hire you or not, they will ask for that referee reference check. So nobody hire you by just looking at your CV or looking at your LinkedIn profile. Nobody, I would say that, right? So that is the case. Okay, so the last two links I want to share is all this content I actually host in two places. I got a Facebook page and a Telegram channel. Okay, you can subscribe to this too. The difference is the Telegram channel gives very specific LinkedIn tips week to week. Facebook page, I actually give more than just LinkedIn tips, right? Got career tips, interview tips, and other tips, right? Right, I got one last thing to share before I close today's session, and I really hope that this one is the one that you will subscribe to. Share. So one of the things I talked about early in the session is the need for you to have more interaction with professional managers, because that helps to build your employability. So how do you do that? Because some of you don't know where to start. So with that, over the start of the year, I already created this platform. And I want to share this platform with you. Okay, let me just show the share. Can you see the screen? Okay, so Prime for Success is the platform that I created. And what do we do is every Friday night, every Friday evening from 8:30 p.m. to 10 o'clock, right? I organize a Zoom session like this one, but it's not a webinar. It is a group discussion with one experienced person running the breakout room together with 3-4 young graduates. Young graduates here can be undergraduates like you all, fresh graduates, and those people with less than 5 years working experience. So 3-4 people in a small room to ask questions, to discuss, to interact with an experienced professional. Okay, I got 36 professional managers and business owners as mentors. Every week we have about 20 of them attending the session. So this is a platform to allow you that every week, if you join us, you get the opportunity to get to know different professional managers. Okay, so then build your confidence, talking to them, networking with them, learning from them. And even though they are not from your industry, they may know people from your industry that can refer you. So I have a lot of mentors who also have referred their mentees of their connection from different industries. Okay, so I want to just share with you the link for the page. I really hope that you all follow this page. As well as every week we have the session on Friday evening. I will just straight away give you the registration link for this Friday session. Okay, so let me just assure you this, you will not lose out by participating in this session. Many of the mentees have come, have got great value from it. Okay, so I really hope to see you on Friday evening, and don't just come for one time. right? Come with question, ask question. This is a session to interact with professional managers. Remember, I said upfront, the way that you enhance your employability in today, competing with the 350,000 other graduates, is to make sure you build connection in the industry people. To help you to do that, every Friday night, I'm creating this platform, right? So I hope all of you can join me on a Friday evening, right? To meet different professional managers and mentors to build your relationship, build your confidence, build your maturity, as well as to build your network. So, yeah. So with that, I pass it back to Hannah. Thank you so much for hosting me this morning.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Munhan, for today's insights. I hope that everyone can start and be active in LinkedIn. Just a quick review or live review from me as one of the participants of Prime Success. I actually participate in this discussions for, I think, for about more than 1 month now. I already joined 5 to 6 sessions already, and it is very an insightful discussion with all the mentors. So I hope that this Friday, all 130 participants can join the session. It will be a very, very great session, I promise you. And do register and join Prime Success Club. All right, so without further ado, let me check the, yeah. All right, so now we have a break session, and then we will continue our next session at 2 p.m. for resume session with Puan Khadijah Aminah Mat Yusof. So I hope that everyone can stay until 2 p.m. Have a nice break. And again, thank you so much, Mr. Muhan, for your time and for your insights. Hope to see you this Friday.
Right, thank you, everybody. Do connect with me on LinkedIn and do join our Friday night session, and all the best to your careers, okay? So please go get the job and naikkan martabat UPM. Itulah harapan kita, right? So terima kasih semua. Have a great lunch, okay? And see you some other time, okay?
Bising. Akan nak tutup. Asyik pantang dengan muzik
Jadi diharapkan selepas kita dah break tadi semuanya segar ya. Kalau semua dah bersedia boleh tak letak dalam chat letak nombor 1. Just type in number 1 so that I know that everyone is ready for our next session. Alright, thank you everyone. Baik, hari ini kita akan teruskan program kita dengan bengkel yang seterusnya yang bertajuk How to Rock Your Resume. Seperti kita sedia maklum sebagai seorang mahasiswa yang bakal bergraduate, kita resume adalah one of the most important part when in a job application because it gives you the first impression. So with us today, Puan Khadijah Aminah Mat Yusof, dan beliau merupakan seorang pegawai perkhidmatan pekerjaan Pertubuhan Keselamatan Sosial di Kuala Lumpur. Baik, without further ado, I would like to lend today's session to Puan Khadijah.
Okey, terima kasih kepada pengacara majlis iaitu Miss Hana Hazri pada hari ini, dan terima kasih juga kepada student-student UPM ataupun kalau ada dari kalangan lecturer ke yang hadir pada petang ini untuk mendengar sesi perkongsian saya pada hari ini. Sebenarnya hari ini kita tak lebih kepada sharing session tentang macam mana kita nak buat resume, tapi lebih kepada hands on. Maksudnya kita sambil saya bagi talk ni, sambil saya bagi penerangan tentang macam mana kita nak hasilkan resume yang baik, sambil tu saya minta untuk saya panggil adik-adik lah semua, adik-adik untuk kita boleh buat hands on terus. Maksudnya terus kalau yang belum ada resume boleh terus buatlah resume sekarang. Kalau ada laptop tu, kalau sedang mendengar menggunakan laptop, okey, kita boleh terus buka Microsoft Word dan kita akan terus buatlah hands on kita punya resume. Kita panggil sebagai macam bengkel lah untuk hari ini, bengkel untuk menghasilkan resume yang baik. Okey. Okey, kat sini boleh tak saya tahu siapa yang dah ada resume?
Boleh raise hand.
Kalau yang dah ada resume tu boleh tekan di ruangan chat, mungkin tekan nombor 1. Okey, ramai juga dah ada resume. Okey. Tak apa. So yang dah ada resume tu mungkin bila dah dengar sharing saya pada hari ini, kamu semua mungkin boleh buat penambahbaikan ataupun apa ni, kalau kita nak tukar resume punya format, mungkin kita boleh tukar kan. Mungkin ada yang sekarang ni menggunakan format resume yang memang dah sedia ada, sebab sekarang ni memang kita ada banyak format resume. Tapi untuk resume yang pada hari ini saya akan ajar untuk format resume yang lebih kepada ATS friendly. ATS ni stand for Applicants Tracking System lah. Okay. Sebab kebanyakan majikan yang kata Big Five lah, company yang besar-besar ni selalunya mereka menggunakan sistem ATS. Jadi bila kita download je kita punya resume, kebanyakannya bila kalau kita download resume yang bukan mesra ATS ni, Sebab itulah antara punca-punca kita dah apply 100 majikan pun satu pun tak panggil kita. Tak panggil kita masuk interview, langsung tak panggil. Sebab sistem ATS tu tak track langsung kita punya resume. Okay, so sebelum saya nak start untuk kita punya bengkel hari ni, saya share dululah. Saya recap dulu. Apakah itu resume? Okay, mungkin yang pernah join saya punya sharing session sebelum ni mungkin sebab hari tu pun ada masalah teknikal apa semua kan, jadi mungkin ada yang tak sempat tengok. So saya share. Okay, semua nampak saya punya slide? Okay, petang-petang ni kita santai-santainya kalau ngantuk kan. Okay, so saya recap balik apa itu resume. Resume itu adalah sesuatu kenyataan yang disusun padat bagi memberitahu secara ringkas mengenai seseorang, mengandungi satu muka surat dan maksima 2 muka surat atau lebih bergantung kepada pengalaman. Maksudnya kandungan muka surat resume ni sebenarnya tidaklah tepat pada 2 muka surat. Kalau kita ni memang ada pengalaman yang lebih, mungkin dia akan lebih kepada sehingga 4 muka surat lah, maksimum kita boleh kata 4 muka surat lah. Media bagi membolehkan sesebuah majikan menilai bakal pekerja buat kali pertama. Resume sangat berkait rapat dengan kelebihan dan kejayaan pernah dicapai oleh seseorang. Okay. Macam tadi sharing yang sebelum ni tentang LinkedIn, betul tak? Apa yang Encik sebelum ini sharing tentang LinkedIn. Kita buat networking melalui LinkedIn, betul? Saya pun dengar dekat sharing session tu sangat menarik. Jadi lepas kita dah buat networking ni, selalunya kita akan berkenalan dengan orang-orang atasan sesebuah syarikat dan kita akan try to apply jawatan di syarikat tersebut. Jadi bila dia minta kita resume, kita punya resume tu haruslah bersepadan dengan apa yang kita post kat LinkedIn. Jangan dekat LinkedIn, wow, bagus ni budak ni kali ini tiba-tiba terima resume. Ya Allah, sedih je tengok resume dia kan. Daripada elok-elok teruja jumpa kat LinkedIn tu, tengok resume terus tak jadi nak ambil. Okay, maaf. Okay, ini adalah contoh resume yang baik. Okay, macam saya cakap tadi, resume yang mesra ATS. Selalunya kalau pada pandangan saya lah, kalau terutamanya pada fresh grad ni, kalau kita first time dah lepas grad, kita ni excited nak apply kerja kan, kita akan apply kerja banyak-banyak melalui mana-mana portal pencarian pekerjaan pun. Jadi saya punya pandangan, kalau boleh kita buat satu resume yang betul-betul general, yang mesra ATS, supaya kita tak perlu nak setiap kali nak hantar resume kita edit. Mungkin ada part yang kita perlu edit, tapi kalau kita nak apply, kita fresh grad, kita nak apply sesuatu jawatan tu, kita nak apply banyak-banyak kan. Jadi kita buat satu resume yang general. Contoh ni saya ambil daripada resume Cik Ayu Syahira. Okey, dekat sini gambar haruslah, kalau boleh nanti kita akan pergi go through satu-satu lah pada gambar ni. So ni in general saya just tunjuk dahulu contoh resume yang baik. Okay. Tak perlu nak letak alamat ke, dah tak perlu dah. Cuma perlu letak lokasi saja. Tak perlu nak letak alamat detail awak dekat mana nombor 4 jalan ni. Tak perlu. Sebab resume ni sebenarnya agak confidential. Takut jatuh ke tangan orang yang tak bertanggungjawab, nanti jadi hal lain pula. Okay? Okay. Macam saya cakap tadi, sediakan resume yang umum. Okey, mudah untuk membuat permohonan secara banyak. Tidak perlu membuang masa untuk buat resume baru untuk setiap permohonan. Hanya perlu buat suntingan jika memohon jawatan berbeza skop kerja daripada resume yang general. Maksudnya suntingan tu editing lah. Kita hanya perlu edit di job scope, di bahagian job scope saja, ataupun di bahagian kita punya objektif ke apa berdasarkan pemohon jawatan yang kita mohon tu. Okey. Okey, jadi dah bersedia ke yang nak edit resume ataupun nak buat resume baru tu? Okey, macam saya cakap tadi, pilih yang mesra ATS. ATS tracker ini akan setiap perkataan yang ada dalam resume kita ni dia akan screen satu-satu tau. Kalau contoh kita guna resume yang layout dia bukan mesra ATS, so apa perkataan yang kebanyakan sekarang kalau saya perasan resume tu dia ada dua layout macam kiri dan kanan. So untuk resume yang mesra ATS ni, dia akan track line by line. Nampak? 70%, 70% of job application get disqualified by applicant tracking systems without being read. Nampak rugi kan bila kita hantar resume tu, kita guna sistem. Kalau awak perasan kalau macam company besar-besar contoh Samdapi ataupun company-company yang MNC company, multinational company, kebanyakan kita bila kita contoh kita log in guna job street, mereka akan direct kepada website pencari kerja company itu sendiri, betul? Dan mereka akan minta kita upload resume. Jadi company-company itulah yang menggunakan ATS tracker ni. Dia berbeza dengan kalau kita email resume kepada recruiter, itu berbeza. Okey, ni contoh resume ATS. Macam saya kata tadi, resume ATS ni adik-adik pun boleh Google saja resume ATS tu macam mana. Dia line by line. Even though skills pun dia SEO, public speaking, nampak? Dia macam ni, line by line, okay? Jadi dalam sistem tu dia akan track line by line. Kalau ada perkataan yang bersesuaian dengan apa yang mereka nak, dekat situlah baru resume adik-adik semua akan terpilih ke peringkat seterusnya. Kalau tak, kalau mereka adik-adik gunakan resume yang bukan ATS friendly, dia terus reject sebab dia tak dapat nak track, dia tak dapat nak trace perkataan yang apa yang mereka nak dalam resume kita tu, okey. Okey, untuk pemilihan gambar pula, setengah resume dia ada gambar, ada tak ada gambar. Ada setengah orang ni dia rasa selesa nak letak gambar, ada setengah orang dia takut di-judge, maksudnya dia tak nak di-judge berdasarkan gambar, jadi dia tak letak gambar. Tak ada masalah, okey. Okey, untuk gambar pula, gambar ni kalau boleh kita bagi gambar profesional lah. Kita boleh nak selfie gambar, kita nak selfie boleh, tapi kalau boleh mintalah tolong kawan ke adik ke adik-beradik ke mak ke apa ke, tolong ambilkan gambar tu. So jadi kalau preferable gambar untuk resume, kalau boleh sampai paras bahu ni lah, sampai sini. Okey. Jadi kalau contoh background tu tak bersesuaian, awak pergi je dekat website, awak Google je website yang saya bagi ni, YBhg ni. So awak pergi dekat situ, awak upload gambar dan awak remove je background tu. Maksudnya gambar tu tak ada background. Itu lebih okey daripada awak ada gambar tapi background dia tu macam dekat dalam kereta, lepas tu ada pokok-pokok ke, tak maulah nampak tak profesional. Okey, kalau boleh, kalau ada background yang berwarna plain, tak ada masalah. Tapi kalau boleh, remove saja background tersebut. Okey, siapa yang dah ada gambar tapi ada background yang macam tak sesuai? Siapa yang nak cuba untuk remove background? Boleh tak respon ya ke dekat chat tu? Ada tak yang setakat ni, ada tak yang resume gambar ada background yang tak sesuai? Cuba check, cuba tekan di chat. Cakap je saya nak tengok je. So yang ada background tak sesuai tu, macam saya cakap lah, boleh remove backgroundnya. Okey, ini adalah contoh gambar yang bersesuaian. Choose your entire face. Okey. Setengah orang kan macam bila kita apply kerja ada orang cakap jangan senyum ke apa ke kan. Tak kalau contoh kita apply kerja marketing. Marketing ni orang yang sepatutnya ada latar belakang yang mudah didekati, ceria kan. Tapi contohlah kalau awak apply jawatan marketing tapi awak letak muka macam muka IC darjah 6 tu. Kan? Kadang memang kadang kan kita punya resume tu dah bagus, tapi gambar kita tu tak semestinya kita ni tak cantik, orang tak ambil kita kerja, tak. Tapi perwatakan kita dari gambar pun kan, kadang-kadang recruiter ni boleh baca tau perwatakan kita. Kalau kita apply jawatan marketing ke ataupun PR, jawatan-jawatan yang akan melibatkan kita berhubung dengan orang, selalunya perlulah kita letak gambar yang bersesuaian dengan perwatakan kita. Maksudnya kadang orang tengok gambar pun orang rasa kita nak panggil kita interview, okey? Dan janganlah letak gambar yang macam yang selfie kan, letak dekat media sosial yang kita selfie muka terlampau close up macam tu kan, muka sengit kan, jangan rambut pun sikat lah Kalau yang perempuan tu makeup, less makeup. Maksudnya jangan terlampau over sangat makeup kita dengan eyeshadow warna biru ke kan. Macam tu tak nak. Kita just natural saja, natural beauty. Okay. Ini contoh gambar yang sesuai lah. Saya ada terima gambar-gambar macam ni, semua saya ada terima. So tu sebab saya share dengan adik-adik semua supaya adik-adik tak buat benda macam ni. Okey. Okey. Pilihan bahasa pula. Ada setengah orang dia tanya saya. Okey. Puan, bahasa apa ya sesuai kalau saya nak buat resume? Bahasa ni dia depends. Okey. Dia terpulang sebenarnya kepada anda. Tapi kalau ikut nasihat saya, okey, kita tengok majikan apa yang kita nak apply. Kalau kita apply jawatan di syarikat MNC, multinational company, memang kita galakkan untuk buat resume dalam bahasa Inggeris. Kalau kita kita apply untuk local company, maksudnya mungkin HR dia dari kalangan orang-orang Melayu kan, ataupun orang-orang lokal yang faham bahasa Melayu, jadi tak ada masalah kita nak guna bahasa Melayu lah. Okey, dan hanya guna satu bahasa saja. Jangan dekat atas bahasa Melayu, bawah bahasa Inggeris, tengah-tengah bahasa Arab ke, tak adalah kan bahasa Arab, tapi maksudnya jangan campur-campur bahasa. Kalau ada perkataan, kalau kita guna bahasa Inggeris, kalau ada perkataan bahasa Melayu, tolong translate. Okey, tolong translate. Kalau ada perkataan bahasa, kalau kita guna resume bahasa Melayu, ada perkataan bahasa Inggeris pun tolong translate, okey? Translate. Kalau boleh translate dengan tepat lah. Okey. So macam yang kita dah tengok tadi, dah bayangkan tak? Gambar kan, kita dah siap ada gambar, kita ada maklumat diri kita, nama kita siapa, lokasi kita dekat mana kan. Okey. Apa yang penting selain daripada macam mana kita nak attract majikan, macam mana kita nak attract majikan bila dia dah go through kita punya resume. First, maksud kita first impression, dia dah tengok gambar, okey elok budak ni, okey dia apply jawatan ni, okey. Resume kita punya summary. Summary ni dia, ada orang dia letak objektif, ada orang letak summary. Okey, summary ni pun adik-adik boleh attract majikan dengan menggunakan orang kata macam ayat yang menarik perhatian majikan. Macam mana kita nak create summary yang berkenaan, yang boleh menarik majikan tersebut untuk panggil kita interview. Okey, macam contohnya highly driven tax manager with 5 years of financial experience, apa ni semua kan. Okey, adik kena tengok dekat sini. Dari segi summary pun ATS punya tracker ni dia boleh track. Okey, apa yang dia nak. Tax manager, 5 years of experience, tax returns and affair, employer satisfaction, strong communication skills. Okay. Kalau untuk fresh grads pula, walaupun kita tak ada orang kata experience, tak ada pernah ada working experience, tapi jangan lupa kalau kita pernah pergi untuk industrial training, kita akan gunakan kita punya pengalaman semasa praktikal tu untuk kita letakkan di dalam kita punya summary. Okey, mungkin boleh taruhlah, mungkin boleh letaklah highly driven mass comm students with with 6 months trainee at something lah kan. Kemudian tengok pula apa perkataan yang mereka mahukan. Ada perkataan yang mereka perlukan di dalam job description. Kalau kita tengok contoh, sila rujuk kepada job requirement yang dimahukan oleh majikan di portal pencarian kerja. Okey, ini saya ambil contoh di portal My Future Jobs. Okey. Contoh ni senior IT talent acquisition. Tengok job responsibilities dengan job requirement. Dekat sinilah awak akan compilekan perkataan-perkataan yang ada dekat sini untuk awak letak di dalam summary awak ataupun objektif awak. Okey? Nampak kan? Kalau contoh dia nak tadi talent acquisition tu, so awak add lah perkataan yang awak pernah coordinate dengan hiring managers with, contoh at least 2 years, dia kata, kalau sini dia kata at least 2 years with 3 years working experience, macam contoh yang saya bagi tu. So awak compile kan, nampak dia kata ni good in communication and writing skill. Awak compile kan perkataan-perkataan yang ada di dalam job requirement dan job responsibilities ni masuk di dalam awak punya summary dan juga resume. Okey, di sinilah resume yang mesra ATS akan track perkataan-perkataan yang mereka mahukan, dan dekat sinilah resume anda akan terpilih. Okey. Kalau resume kita bukan ATS, mesra ATS, walaupun kita letak semua perkataan ni, kalau bukan mesra ATS, mereka tak akan boleh detect perkataan yang awak letak ni. Itulah antara sebab-sebab kenapa kita apply kerja tetapi tak pernah dipanggil untuk interview. Okey. Lepas kita dah buat summary, macam saya cakap tadi tu, lepas kita dah buat summary kita tu, kita letaklah educational background kita, okey. Dekat sini saya ingatkan educational background kita just letak tahun bila, belajar di universiti mana, nama kos yang kita hadiri dan juga sekolah menengah lah. Sekolah rendah ke, tadika ke, tak mau tak mau. Jangan letak tadika tahun 1998, tak mau, okey. Kalau result pula, result kita kalau tak berapa nak okey, tak perlu letak. Kalau kita straight A, tak apa letak. Okay? Kalau result, even CGPA pun, kalau CGPA kita tak berapa nak cantik, kita nak elakkan untuk kita ni dijudge oleh majikan dengan melihat CGPA kita, saya tak suggest untuk letak. Okay? Melainkan kalau setengah company tu dia nak students yang dengan candidate yang dengan CGPA 3.3 ke atas. Pointer kita 3.35. So letaklah. Okey. Okey, pengalaman kerja. Lepas kita dah letak kita punya education background, kita letak pengalaman kerja kita. Pengalaman kerja kita ni, kalau fresh grad, sila letak pengalaman kerja semasa latihan industri. Ada yang tanya saya tak pernah kerja macam mana pun. Tapi awak lupa pernah ada pengalaman kerja masa latihan industri kan? So awak letaklah apa job scope awak masa latihan industri. So masa latihan industri itulah sebenarnya bukan waktu kita bersuka-suka, bukan waktu kita pergi balik dapat allowance sikit, jadilah macam tu. Kalau boleh kita dapatkan sebanyak pengalaman yang kita boleh ambil masa latihan industri. Tak kisahlah apa pengalaman kerja pun. Contoh kita akan berjumpa dengan kita punya staff tetap di di syarikat tersebut. Kita mintalah dia, boleh ke saya involve, boleh ke saya bantu. Okey, masa itulah kita akan dapat pengalaman apa yang kita boleh letakkan di dalam working experience kita ni. Okey, kalau mereka menggunakan sistem tertentu, mungkin kita boleh belajar sistem apa. So dekat dalam tu lah kita akan letakkan apa yang kita belajar masa latihan industri itu. Okey, selain daripada latihan industri, kerja part time boleh. Kalau macam sebelum ni kita tak nak nampak kita ni fresh grad yang nothing, kita tak nak. So macam mana kita nak tambah lagi? Kita letaklah kerja part time. Tak ada masalah, okey, nak letak kerja part time kita tu. Kalau kerja sebagai cashier, kita apply untuk jawatan PR. Apa kelebihan sebagai cashier? Apa yang kita boleh relate? Benda tu semua kita boleh relate. Kita berkomunikasi dengan orang, apa semua itu semua boleh kita relate kan. Sebab kita fresh grad, kita tak ada pengalaman yang betul-betul kita bekerja di satu-satu organisasi. Jadi kita gunakan pengalaman semasa latihan di industri dan juga semasa part-time job. Okey? Kemahiran. Okey, ini penting saya perasan memang banyak sekarang ni yang suka rate berapa dia punya kemahiran. Kalau contoh Microsoft Word letak 3/5. Okey, jangan. Kalau untuk skills awak hanya listkan saja apa kemahiran awak yang ada. Tak perlu awak letak rating, tak perlu letak rating. Awak hanya letak Microsoft Word, okey, Microsoft Office. Apa lagi selain tu, Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator ataupun software yang berkaitan dengan jawatan jawatan yang awak nak apply ke kan, ataupun selain daripada kemahiran komputer, kadang-kadang setengah orang lupa kemahiran berkomunikasi tu pun awak boleh letak sebagai skills awak. Report writing, itu semua penting Kalau untuk social media engagement pun itu pun boleh letak di dalam kemahiran skill awak. Sebab kalau kadang-kadang setengah student ni dia sebenarnya diorang ni pernah jadi dropship ataupun mungkin diorang ni online seller, dia ada page dia sendiri kan. Jadi page di media sosial tu pun awak boleh letak sebagai kemahiran awak. Sebab kalau awak apply sebagai social media eksekutif, benda-benda tu sangat penting. Mereka memang nakkan skill-skill tersebut. Okey. Language pula. Okey, language pun letak je. Tak payah nak rate berapa awak punya fluent. Awak fluent ke, awak tak fluent ke, tak payah letak. Okey. Okey. Untuk terakhir pula, kita letak referees. Referees ni pun penting sebab kebanyakan syarikat-syarikat dia memang akan hubungi senarai referees yang kita letak tu. Jadi silalah letakkan senarai referees yang memang baik dengan awak. Janganlah awak tak pergi kelas lecturer tu, lepas tu awak letak pula dia sebagai referees awak. Jadi nanti jadi macam yelah takut lecturer tu tak bagi pandangan yang baik tentang awak ke apa ke kan, dah awak terlepas jawatan tu. Okey. Jadi kalau untuk referees, untuk fresh grad, saya cadangkan letak awak punya lecturer yang baik dengan awak, dan juga selain tu letak juga supervisor semasa latihan industri. Jadi situ pun boleh membantu. Jadi ada 2 orang industri. Satu dalam industri education dan satu lagi memang dalam industri pekerjaan yang awak pernah bekerja. Okey. Kalau contoh ada penyelia masa awak buat kerja part time pun awak boleh letak. Okey. Okey, portfolio. Bila kita perlukan portfolio? Portfolio ni selalunya tak semua orang perlukan portfolio, melainkan orang-orang yang terlibat dalam bidang-bidang yang betul-betul memerlukan portfolio. Contoh orang graphic design, art, ataupun kita pernah buat sebelum ni, kita pernah join, pernah buat copywriting. Jadi dekat situ kita sama memerlukan portfolio. Okay, kalau macam contoh accountant, kalau pernah buat freelance accountant pun boleh letak dalam portfolio anda. Okay. Tapi tolong susun projek portfolio anda tu mengikut yang paling the latest paling atas sehingga yang paling lama-lama tu ke bawah lah. Jadi sila susun dan letakkan maklumat. Just don't simply copy paste jadi macam huru-hara portfolio awak tu. Dia jadi tak cantik. Dan saya tak suggest awak letakkan portfolio awak tu sekali dalam resume. Kalau boleh resume lain, portfolio lain. Sebab bila awak letakkan portfolio awak dalam resume awak, bila awak nak apply kerja tu dia jadi berat. Sebab portfolio ni dia banyak file yang besar-besar kan, dia berat. So pada cadangan saya, sila buat file yang berbeza. Resume lain dan portfolio pun lain. Okay? Okay, saya rasa itu saja macam mana cara-cara untuk buat resume yang baik. So saya stop sharing dulu. Okay. Kalau ada soalan boleh tanya, dan ada tak sesiapa yang nak share dengan saya resume dia? Ada tak yang nak bagi saya tengok? Dan saya boleh komen terus. Yang malu ni nak apply kerja ni. Yang malu macam mana? Nanti kalau hantar dekat apa ni, dekat majikan tengok. Kalau gambar pasport boleh. Kalau gambar pasport tak ada masalah. Okey. Tapi masa ambil gambar pasport tu kita dah tahu kita nak ambil gambar untuk resume ke kan, senyumlah sikit dengan muka macam gambar pasport memang untuk kegunaan pasport yang tak boleh senyum tu. Lepas tu awak pula apply jawatan marketing, kan. Kalau apply jawatan engineer tak apa, engineer biasalah tak senyum pun tak apa kan. Macam tu. Apa perbezaan resume dan CV? Okey. Resume ni dia menceritakan lebih kepada job description. CV ni dia menceritakan tentang achievement yang kita pernah ada. Kebanyakannya CV ni kebanyakan orang yang memang ada pengalaman kerja. So dia letak macam contoh jawatan marketing. Awak tak letak job description awak. Marketing executive, awak takkan letak bawah tu job description. Awak akan letak achievement awak. Semasa saya bekerja di syarikat Manusia, apa achievement? Contoh top 10 achievers in Asia Pacific ke apa ke kan, achievement yang besar-besar macam tu. Okey, kalau untuk students pula, untuk achievement awak boleh letak achievement, okey, sebab contoh kalau awak pernah jadi MPP ke ataupun terlibat dengan projek-projek dengan universiti, tolong letak dalam punya resume. Itu adalah nilai tambah untuk awak, okey? Sebab setiap apa yang kita involve tu, semua tu adalah kita punya skill. Ada nilai tambah dari kita. So boleh letak achievement punya part di dalam resume tersebut. Sekejap saya baca satu-satu. Okay, saya dah jawab soalan resume dan CV. Untuk bahagian kemahiran dan resume, perlu tak untuk include soft skills? Yes, please include soft skills. Okay, macam saya cakap tadi, bukan hanya skills komputer saja, bukan skills yang kita tahu penggunaan komputer ataupun software tertentu saja. Soft skill juga adalah salah satu kemahiran yang sangat diperlukan. Dan ingat macam saya cakap tadi, resume yang ATS friendly, mereka akan track by perkataan yang ada dalam resume awak. Macam saya tunjuk contoh tadi, yang mereka nak good in communication skills kan, itu semua adalah soft skill. Jadi bila awak letak dalam resume awak, mereka akan track. Okay? Kalau kita tak nak letak dalam summary tu kan, takut summary tu panjang, takut summary kita jadi meleweh kan, so kita letak dekat soft skill. Okay? Boleh ke kalau nak masukkan bisnes sendiri dekat pengalaman kerja tu, even tak ada kaitan dengan job scope? Okay. Maksudnya tak pernah bekerja ke apa sebelum ni? Boleh ke nak masuk ke bisnes sendiri? Bisnes apa tu? Siapa ni tanya ni? Sarah Nur Arisha. Sarah ada bisnes sendiri ke? Sarah boleh cakap kan? Kalau nak letak bisnes sendiri, sebenarnya tak ada masalah. Tetapi awak kena letak apa yang awak lakukan untuk bisnes tersebut. Faham tak? Bukan just macam pengalaman bisnes. Okey, apa yang awak buat semasa melakukan bisnes tersebut? Macam-macam kan nak buat bisnes, bukannya simply buat bisnes macam tu je kan. So dekat situ awak letak apa yang awak buat. Job description lah kiranya kan. Handle awak punya media sosial. Okey, lepas tu handle pertanyaan daripada customer, keluarkan quotation. Itu semua job description. So tak ada masalah lah nak letak awak punya pengalaman bisnes sendiri tu. Cuma janganlah nampak awak ni nak promote bisnes pula dekat resume tu kan. Lagi awak letak macam nak promote awak punya bisnes. Okay, kita letak job description kita as a business owner lah. saya nak tanya, boleh ke kalau kita buat 2 resume yang sama, isinya tapi lain-lain bahasa, macam puan cakap, boleh? Okey? Sebab tak ada masalah pun, cuma awak translate lah, translate dengan tepat. Okey, saya nak bagi tips. Kalau siapa yang ada depan komputer sekarang, saya share lah screen pun. Okey, untuk mencari istilah translation yang tepat, yang tepat, sila pergi ke Google, type PRPM. Ini adalah laman web daripada Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka, mungkin tak ramai tahu kot. Pergi dekat PRPM ni, awak search saja perkataan. Awak akan jumpa contoh. Dia ada, kat sini dia ada kamus dewan kamus dewan memang kita tahu memang boleh reliable. So dekat sini awak boleh tengok kamus bahasa Inggeris, istilah bahasa Melayu. Dekat sini awak boleh tengok perkataan apa yang tepat. Dia siap ada bidang lagi kat sini. Nampak? Ni contoh perkataan yang saya pilih lah. Okay. Contoh perkataan. So tolong rujuk PRPM. Jangan Google Translate. Jangan Google Translate. Ingat kalau awak nak Google Translate tu boleh. Boleh, tak ada masalah. Awak boleh tengok Google Translate tu. Tapi tolong semak balik. Awak jangan jadi awkward macam kelakar sangat perkataan tu bila kita Google Translate kan. Bila kita guna Google Translate ni, bila kita tak check balik, dia akan jadi sangat kelakar. Okay. Jadi please take note untuk web untuk kita check istilah, tolong semak dengan PRPM. Tak kisahlah untuk ejaan ke, untuk apa ke. Kadang-kadang kita rasa kita ni orang Melayu, dah pandai bahasa Melayu, rupanya ejaan kita salah. Tolong semak dekat situ. Tolong semak di PRPM, okey? Juga soalan ni okey. Adakah fresh graduate perlu menyediakan CV based on their internship? Yes, tolong letakkan pengalaman internship. Jangan lupa bagaimana hendak memenuhi internship di Pekeso. Okey, kalau nak apply internship di Pekeso, boleh emailkan ke praktikum, praktikum@pekeso.gov.my. Okay, saya type di chat. Tolong nyatakan awak punya educational background, awak tinggal di mana. Okay, kalau awak berjaya terpilih untuk praktikal melakukan latihan industri di Pekeso, mereka akan pilih yang berdekatan dengan tempat kerja awak atau kawasan tempat tinggal awak lah. Okay. Dan nyatakan bila waktu awak akan intern tu. Maksudnya berapa bulan Oktober ke bulan 12 ke, tolong jelaskan dalam email. Bisnes makanan. Okey. Dan menjawab. Contoh ada universiti yang mewajibkan subject skills seperti teamwork skills, management skill dan boleh add juga. Ya, betul. Macam saya cakap tadi lah, itu adalah soft skill. Okey. Tolong rujuk job description dan requirement yang ada di setiap job portal. Kalau awak pergi mana-mana saja job portal, awak akan jumpa job description awak apply. Okey, contoh saya tunjuk Jadi awak just copy saja. Awak just copy. Jangan tipu pula. Contoh kalau dia kata dia perlukan Java bla 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 ke apa ke, kan saya tak berapa nak, ni sangat IT kan. Kalau awak tak reti skill untuk software tersebut, awak janganlah letak. Sebab nanti masa interview dia tanya awak tak reti, awak ni dah kata macam menipu lah. So awak letak yang related saja dengan awak. Maksudnya yang memang di bawah skill awak. Okay. Kalau tak related, kalau awak tak biasa dengan software-software tertentu, jangan letak. Okay. Takut dia macam makan diri awak lah. Perlu tak letak kursus yang kita pernah belajar dengan job? Ya, memang kena letak kursus apa yang kita belajar. Kalau kita nak internship, apa yang patut letak dalam cover letter? Okey, internship ni permulaan untuk kita lah. Maksudnya jangan fikir internship untuk nak habiskan 6 bulan, lagi 6 bulan je ni nak habis belajar kan. Asal boleh je lah kan. Masa ni lah kita nak belajar macam mana nak apply kerja, macam mana kita nak buat email yang betul, okey? Kalau kita selalunya, kalau kita apply jawatan tersebut melalui email, cover letter tu adalah body email tersebut. Message di body email tersebut, itu adalah cover letter. Awak tak perlu dah attach cover letter lain. Tapi kalau ada surat daripada fakulti, tolong letak sekali surat daripada fakulti. Okey? Dan walaupun kita apply jawatan untuk internship, sebelum kita nak apply ataupun kita nak hubungi sebuah majikan tu, tolong study dulu. Tolong tengok latar belakang syarikat, siapa nama bos dia, siapa nama HR manager dia. Jangan just simply kita letak just email, salam puan. Kalau kita dapat nama pegawai lagi baik, okey? Contoh nama HR pegawai Puan Aisyah. Okay. So kita ada specific person yang kita tahulah, Puan Aisyah, kan? Okay. Kadang-kadang majikan ni walaupun kita nak intern, dia tetap akan interview kita. So please be prepared. Sebelum kita tulis skills kita dalam resume, patut tak kita validate skills tu dengan orang lain atau kita tulis berdasarkan analisis sendiri je? Okay. Itulah saya cakap, ada tak nak share resume? Bagi saya tengok. Iza dah ada resume ke? Okay.
Saya ada, cumanya sebab sekarang saya tengah guna phone.
Apa dia Iza putus lalai? Okay, tak apa, macam ni. Selain daripada saya, okey, setiap universiti dia ada kaunselor, betul? Kaunselor kerjaya ataupun pensyarah. Awak boleh je rujuk dengan pensyarah awak. Boleh tak puan, saya nak minta tolong puan, kalau saya letak resume ni, skills ni bersesuaian tak? Janganlah letak skills menyanyi. Jangan. Kalau awak apply penyanyi boleh. Kalau apply jawatan penyanyi boleh. Tapi kalau awak apply engineer, buat apa awak nak letak skill tarian, menari, tak perlu lakut kan? Tak perlu. Okay, kita letak skills yang related dan skills yang general. Presentation skills, semua jawatan perlukan skills-skills tersebut. Communication skills, teamwork, itu semua skills-skills yang sangat diperlukan. Skills yang general, bukan skills yang spesifik yang tak ada kena dengan jawatan kita apply. Okay? Menulis novel ke, tak perlu. Kalau awak nak apply untuk penulis, yes, awak boleh senaraikan novel yang pernah awak tulis dan terbit. Itu contoh penulis. Itu kalau awak nak apply untuk jawatan penulis ke ataupun editor, okay? Dia boleh relate dengan projek-projek yang awak pernah buat. Kadang-kadang students ni diorang ada yang bijak tau. Maksudnya walaupun dia students tapi dia dah ada job tepi, dia ada kerja-kerja tepi. So itu semua perlu add dalam awak punya portfolio. Itulah yang saya kata portfolio, okay? Perlu tak letak kursus subjek yang kita pernah belajar dengan job yang berkaitan? Kita jawab. Okey. Ada tak lagi soalan? Ada tak yang sebelum ni guna resume yang template biasa tu? Sebenarnya resume yang template biasa tu tak ada masalah, okey? Cumanya bila saya tak nak awak buat 2-3 kali kerja, okey? Maksudnya kalau boleh kita ada satu resume yang mudah, yang memudahkan kita. Maksudnya ATS pun okey, hantar email pun okey. So awak tak perlu nak ada 2-3 resume yang berlainan. Jadi kalau boleh pilih resume yang ATS friendly. Sebab kebanyakannya kita akan apply kerja melalui job portal. Jadi kalau boleh tolong buat resume yang ATS friendly. Okey. Ada apa-apa lagi tak soalan? Saya teringin lah nak tengok. Ada tak yang nak share saya resume? Janganlah malu-malu. Ada tak yang nak share? Kau malu kawan-kawan ni. Kawan-kawan membahan kan? Membahan pula muka kita dah jahanam. Janganlah malu adik-adik UPM ni. Ada tak student NESCOM ke? Kalau student MESCOM pun malu ni. Kalau student sains tu mungkinlah kan pemalu. Semua krik.
Mungkin Puan boleh cuba panggil nama ke? Ni dalam ni semua daripada YPM. Jadi saya yakin
YPM.
semuanya hebat-hebat.
Oh, okey. YBhg tu apa ya?
Mereka Yayasan Pelajaran Mara.
Oh ya, inilah student yang ada apa ni? Yang kita panggil apa ni? Sponsorship, scholarship kan?
Betul.
Kan semua nak kerja Mara lepas ni. Yalah kan Puan Kali jadi tak payahlah. Saya lepas grad saya kerja Mara lah. Ke gitu tak nak tengok resume. Saya ni pandai.
Puan Khadijah, saya Rudi Nata dari CHEM UPM. Terima kasih Puan Khadijah bagi peluang. Saudara Hana bagi saya laluan sikit boleh tak? Saya nak maklumkan pada pelajar-pelajar dalam kumpulan ni, okey. Sebenarnya kita jemput Puan Siti Khadijah ni dia memang expert, specialist dalam resume. Jadi kalau boleh hari ni tunjukkan resume kita kepada Puan Siti Khadijah, dia boleh bedah sebab okey saya nak beritahu. Memang kita boleh point orang di luar yang pandai buat resume untuk buat resume untuk kita. Tetapi kalau kita tak mahir resume kita sendiri, nanti bila recruiter tanya kita, kita tak tahu jawab, problem. Satu. Yang kedua, memang ada orang Puan Khadijah, saya beritahu, ada sanggup keluar duit, bayar buat resume. Tetapi mereka ni dia tak tahu rupa-rupanya bayaran ni pun sebenarnya, kalau siapa yang buat ni kat luar memang mahal sebenarnya kalau bedah satu-satu ni. Ada yang buat personal consultation untuk resume sendiri mereka dan mereka kena bayar dan bukan murah. Sampai 200-300 untuk satu resume. Hari ni percuma saja. Tolonglah share. Even Hana pun kalau Hana nak share dengan Puan Khadijah, sila Hana sebab ini peluang. Saya kat luar saya charge Puan Khadijah, saya charge satu kepala 200.5 untuk resume yang nak bincang dengan saya.
Betul, jangan malu-malu. Sebab kita nak masuk dunia pekerjaan ni, kita memang tak boleh malu tau. Betul. Maksudnya bukanlah kata tak malu, bukan. Maksudnya kita perlu yakin. Jadi ini belum interview je baru saya nak tengok resume. Kalau interview nanti, kalau awak sendiri tak yakin dengan diri awak, macam mana awak nak hadap kandidat lain? Maksudnya sekarang ni kita dalam dunia yang sangat kompetitif. Maksudnya kita akan compete dengan calon-calon yang pernah terlibat dalam retrenchment. Jadi semua calon-calon berpengalaman. Jadi sebagai seorang fresh grad, macam mana kita ni nak nampak kita ni lain daripada lain. Dekat situlah kita kena bina keyakinan kita. Macam mana kita bina keyakinan? Macam saya minta ni nak tengok resume, match ni. Pagi saya tengok.
Betul.
Jangan malu-malu, betul?
Saya buka laluan peserta dulu. Kalau tak ada yang nak, jadi saya share lah resume saya walaupun saya tahu banyak kesalahan.
Tak apa. Kita bukan nak judge, kita bukan nak judge, kita nak belajar. Kita nak belajar. Saya tak akan judge resume siapa sebab saya tahu awak semua pun masih muda dan banyak lagi belajar. Walaupun saya ni dah bekerja, saya pun mesti nak belajar. Saya banyak lagi benda yang saya perlu belajar daripada orang-orang yang lebih berpengalaman daripada saya. Okey? Jadi kita sama-sama share untuk belajar. Janganlah kata aduh kawan-kawan nak bahan ke apa ke, tak ada. Biarkan yang nak bahan tu dia mungkin dia tak akan maju lah macam tu. Siapa tu? Muhammad Isa. Okey, Muhammad Isa.
Ramai yang nak tunjuk. Siapa?
Oh, tiba-tiba semua ramai ni.
Lepas kita cakap benda tu mahal kat luar, baru nak datang Puan Khadijah. Dia kena cakap benda tu kat saya charge 250 per head. Saya charge sendiri je.
Okey.
Okey. Share.
Tekan butang share. Siapa yang keluar dia lah yang dapat kan.
Betul.
Tunjuk je sebab kita ada banyak masa lagi. Okey,
saudari Isa. Barulah. Dia kena gerudi satu-satu baru keluar.
Okey, Muhammad Isa, terima kasih sebab share, okey. Macam resume yang saya tengok, Muhammad Isa, resume ni bukan ATS friendly, okey. Macam saya cakap tadi, bila kita bahagi dia macam ada row apa semua ni, ATS tracker ni dia tak akan detect. Dia susah nak detect. Kalau dia detect pun dia takkan boleh nak detect perkataan tu line by line. So jadi kalau kita apply kerja guna resume yang bukan ATS friendly, kalau kita email terus kepada recruiter tak ada masalah. Tapi kalau kita attach di dalam ATS punya sistem, mereka tak akan detect. Sebab dia mudah je. Bila kita letak je dalam ATS tracker ni, kita masuk je resume kita dalam ATS system ni, sepatutnya mereka terus boleh baca nama kita punya education, terus masuk sub, terus automatically masuk dalam sistem tu. Sebab dia ada line by line tau. Dia ada education, dia terus masuk, dia automatically detect. So kalau macam contoh resume Muhammad Isa, okey, macam saya cakap tadi, alamat penuh kalau boleh elakkan, jangan letak alamat penuh. Address tu sila tukar kepada lokasi. Okey, location lah, kalau bahasa Inggeris location. Just letak saja. Batu Pahat, Johor. Okey? Tak perlu letak graduated student, tak perlu. Tak perlu letak, tak perlu buat resume yang membuatkan recruiter ni dia terus ada first impression dekat kita. Jangan. Walaupun kita ni fresh grad, tak bermakna kita ni tak bagus. Betul. Tak bermakna kita ni tak bijak dan tak, walaupun kita ada pengalaman, tak bermakna kita ni tak boleh bekerja. Jadi elakkan letak graduated student ke fresh grad ke apa, elakkan. Okey. Okey, untuk education. Okey, untuk education ni, letak universiti dan awak punya course saja. Untuk fellow exco ke apa semua, ini awak tolong buat satu section untuk achievement. Okey? Untuk kita jadi exco ke, kita pernah jadi secretary ke, ini adalah achievement kita. Ataupun kita punya penglibatan lah. Okey? Career objective. Career objective ni panjang sebenarnya. Okay, career objective ni please make it simple. Okay. Elakkan guna a fresh graduate who is able to utilize. Elakkan perkataan yang menyebabkan recruiter jadi judgemental terhadap kita. Okay. Awards, okay. Skills, Microsoft, okay. Okay, ini je ke? Satu page saja. Okay, nampak tak Isa? Isa saya panggil ya. Kalau kita buat ATS tracker, mungkin dia akan jadi 2 page lah. Okay?
Okay, faham.
Jadi please elaborate more tentang achievement kita. Ada lagi tertinggal ni. Cuba teka apa yang tertinggal. Apa yang tertinggal? Working experience. Working experience. Isa tak pernah kerja ke?
Internship je.
Nampak?
Nak lupa yang tu.
Internship. Working experience. Kita nak apply kerja. So apa yang majikan kita tengok selain daripada kita punya pencapaian education background ke apa ni? Of course kita punya working experience. Okay? Tolong tambah working experience. Tolong elaborate apa yang kita buat masa kita buat internship. Selain daripada internship, pernah kerja lain-lain ke? Pernah ada part time job ke?
Tak ada.
Okey, tak ada. Okey, skills tu boleh tambah soft skills awak. Apa soft skills awak? I'm a very good communicator ke? Excellent communication ke? Ataupun I can work in team.
Point. Untuk yang language tu kita sepatut letak di bahagian mana?
List skills. Okay. Tapi kita bahagilah macam betul ni awak buat software, browser, tambah lagi soft skills. Lepas tu apa language. Okay. Selain tu apa lagi skills yang awak ada selain daripada software dan browser ni? Report writing ke, dan kalau awak ada research paper boleh letak. Okay, apa tajuk research paper kita tu, especially kalau dia sangat berkait dengan kita punya jawatan kita apply tu. Itu sangat membantulah.
Maksudnya point untuk research paper tu di bawah achievement atau kita punya skill?
Selepas working experience.
Okay.
Sebab dia berkait dengan working lah. Maksudnya even though kita buat research, kita still buat field kan. Kita ada buat, kita pergi field apa semua tu adalah one of kita, sebenarnya adalah one of kita punya working experience lah. Okay. So Isa tengok balik gambar. Isa education. Diploma in Science. Oopsie. Saya pun dulu student diploma in Science juga. Major in Physics. Tapi sebab saya rasa saya kurang dalam bidang sains, saya tukar bidang semasa degree. Saya ambil English for Professional Communication. Warna lagi satu resume. Banyak ni warna ni bisa. Hijau ada, biru, kelabu. Okay. Kalau boleh guna 2 warna saja. Warna yang agak corporate lah. Warna yang corporate tu macam warna blue black, warna purple yang dark purple, warna biru, warna kelabu, warna macam tu lah. Okay, elakkan resume yang berwarna-warni. So, Isa, balik ni boleh buat pembetulan lah eh?
Okay, boleh. Terima kasih Puan.
Okay.
Kita bagi laluan ke sesiapa yang cepat akan share screen.
Okay, Mama Aziz. Pun bukan ATS friendly resume. Atas balik Aziz. Background. Signature. Ini okey lah ni dia punya job, dia punya objektif agak general. Ke bawah lagi Aziz. Okay, so lepas ni kalau boleh resume ni tolong tukar kepada ATS friendly lah. So selalunya lepas job objektif tu kita akan terus kepada education and background, extracurricular activity, certificate, related subject. Related subjects ni tak perlulah. Okay, mana working experience?
Saya lupa letak.
Dah pergi industrial training ke?
Pernah.
Nah, nampak. Nanti kan, lepas saya dah ajar ni semua, balik tolong buat pengetulan. Saya tak nak adik-adik semua, sekarang kita memang zaman yang sangat kompetitif, tolong. Saya tak nak adik-adik, tolong kenapa saya tak dapat kerja? Mengadu pula kat LinkedIn, saya pula terbaca. Lepas tu saya kata, dekat resume awak ada working experience tak? Saya dah boleh baca dah. Okay, related subjects tak perlu. Sebab awak tak letak nama awak, tak letak working experience awak. Sebab awak rasa kosong, dah awak rasa kosong, awak pergi letak pula related subject ni. Siap awak kata, kosongnya resume saya ni, letak related subject lah. Okay, sebenarnya related subject ni, bila awak buat practical training, awak dalam latihan industri, mesti awak ada buat apa-apa yang berkaitan dengan kos awak kan. So letak job description masa latihan industri tu. Okay. Dan research paper lah. Reference ni sebenarnya kata yang betul adalah reference. Reference ni macam bila kita buat paper, kan kita letak belakang tu reference. Reference ni bahan. Reference ni adalah orang yang menjadi perujuk kita. Orang, referees. Bukan referees bola tu je. Kalau tak, kenapa orang referee tu dia panggil referee, kenapa dia tak panggil reference? Okay, betulkan bahasa Inggeris tu. Macam saya cakap tadi, kalau nak semak istilah, tolong semak dengan BRPM. Kalau untuk translation yang agak tepat, boleh rujuk Cambridge punya ni lah, portal juga Cambridge. Situ agak tepat. Itu bukan Google Translate. Jangan Google Translate. Language skills, computer skills, resume ni okay. Tapi macam saya kata, buang related subject apa semua, letak awak punya awak punya internship punya working experience, dan juga tukar kepada ATS lah kalau boleh. Okay. Okay. Lagi bawah ada apa-apa lagi ke?
Tak ada, satu page je.
Nama referees tu ada berapa orang?
Ada satu je, PA.
Oh, okay. Bolehlah tu. So buat pembetulan ramai rupanya tertinggal internship. Kenapa boleh terlupa internship punya experience?
Mungkin sebab dia tak rasa macam bekerja kan. Internship kan kadang kita rasa pergi dapat elong kita balik. Macam tu lah.
Silap. Kalau kita bawa Grab tu pun adalah working experience sebenarnya. Okay, next. Ada yang nak share lagi?
Terima kasih Haziq. Seterusnya. Wow, laju semua orang.
Okay, Puan, boleh Puan share macam mana ATS friendly resume untuk kami refer? Okay, saya dah share dah tadi tapi tak penting saya share lagi Saya tahu memang ramai student akan guna template ni. Itu sebab pada hari ini saya share tentang ATS friendly. Okay? Resume yang ATS friendly. Resume ni pun bukan ATS friendly.
Saya ada satu lagi resume tapi yang masa internship lah. Yang itu mungkin ni, nanti saya share.
Okey.
Boleh nampak ke?
Okey.
Okey. Yang ni yang masa internship.
Okey lagi. Okey, stop. Stop Akila.
Okey.
IC tak perlu letak, alamat penuh jangan letak. IC tak perlu letak.
Okey.
Okay, personal information ni sebenarnya date of birthday ni sebenarnya tak perlu. Single, female kan, takkan orang tak tahu orang female. Tak ada. Gurau je, suka gurau. Okay, tak apa. Yang personal information ni saya rasa bolehlah awak remove saja. Sebab yang penting yang recruiter nak tahu adalah awak punya lokasi dan juga nombor telefon dan alamat email. Kalau awak apply kerja di KL, kalau awak tinggal di KL tapi awak pergi letak alamat kampung, kadang-kadang tu pun boleh menyebabkan recruiter rasa macam jauh budak ni. Dia tak call lagi sebab recruiter ni dia terima resume sangat banyak. Sangat banyak. Okay? Especially untuk company-company besar ni. Setiap hari sangat banyak. Saya yang pegawai perkhidmatan pekerjaan pun, saya terima resume banyak. Especially jawatan-jawatan bila saya post jawatan GLC, jawatan-jawatan company besar. Sampai kadang saya tengok, saya tengok yang penting. Bila saya nampak dia tak sepadan, saya terus tak ni. Tak ada kata bagi peluang, kita kata apa ni? Bagi peluang lah, apply accountant, course bio. Tak ada, saya tak bagi peluang. Sebab accountant mesti dia course account. Bila awak cakap saya ni fast learner, saya ambil bio tapi saya boleh ni apply account. Tak ada, recruiter dia tak akan fikir benda macam tu. Sebab dia terima resume sangat banyak. So dia akan tengok yang betul-betul tepat. Walaupun saya ni, walaupun bukan guna sistem ATS, tapi saya pun dah jadi macam ATS dah. Saya ni manusia yang sistem, macam robot dah macam tu. Saya tengok track, saya tengok perkataan-perkataan yang penting. Okay, jadi macam Akila ni buang personal information yang tu, education background, expected 345. Expected maksudnya belum grad
Yang ini masa yang saya nak minta internship masa diploma. Kalau yang year tu yang sebelum yang tadi saya tunjuk tu lah yang saya guna untuk minta kerja sebelum ni.
Okay, bawah lagi. Okay, attend academic courses ni apa semua, ini adalah awak punya achievement
Okay.
Okay, SPM Subjek lain dapat apa ni?
Subjek yang SPM ke? Oh.
Tak payah letak. Okay, tak payah letak. Nanti saya tanya, nanti saya kalau bertanya subjek lain C ke D ke lah. Jangan tak payah. Okay, lagi bawah.
Kalau yang PMR tu kita kena letak ni ke? Kena letak juga ke dalam resume atau tak perlu pun PMR tu?
Kalau pada pendapat saya setakat SPM je lah. Kalau awak dah masuk U tu maksudnya awak dah pernah ambil PMR dah tu. Melainkan kalau government kadang-kadang bila kita apply government, kita tak tengok pun resume kita betul. Mas kita dipanggil interview tu dia terus minta kita slip PMR. So sebenarnya tak perlu pun kita letak dekat dalam kita punya resume. Melainkan kita sampai SPM. Maksudnya awak bukan graduan. Awak memohon kerja, awak ada SPM saja. So boleh letaklah PMR dekat situ.
Okay.
Berkelam, wajah diri silat competition. Okay. Itu semua kategori achievement tu.
Okay.
So yang dekat awak punya sekolah tadi tu, awak boleh letak sekali dekat achievement.
Okay.
Skills, learning equipment. Awak student apa yang tadi?
Business.
HR ke? Oh,
Tak, business management. Manage to handle photostat machine, printing, binding, and computer. Itu apa sebenarnya? Administrative task. Okay? Sorry?
Administrative task.
Administrative task. So tukar pada kata telah. Okay.
Betul. Can work under pressure. Okay. Okay, lagi? Ada information tu apa? English proficiency. Hobbies. Tak payah hobbies.
Okay.
Reference. Referees tukar ejak reference. Lagi? Okay. Tak payah the following person have agreed to buang.
Okay.
Okay, just letak saja nama. Okay, so ini adalah contoh resume yang ATS friendly lah. Macam yang tadi dah tanya-tanya tu kan. Ini adalah contoh ATS friendly. Ada information tu sebenarnya language tu awak boleh letak di bawah skills lah. So awak kena susun balik awak punya resume. Yang tak perlu awak buang saja.
Okay.
Yang personality a very punctual tu sebenarnya awak boleh letak as summary. Okay?
Kalau summary kiranya dekat sebelum reference.
Paling atas.
Oh, paling atas. Okay. Baik.
Sebab tadi awak dah buang awak punya birthday apa semua tu kan. So awak boleh letak summary awak.
Okay. Okay. Baik. Terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Kak Ratu. Okay. Kita sampai 4.30 kan? Fine, okay ke?
Betul-betul. Okay. Sebab kita banyak masa lagi ni. Sekejap saya jawab soalan boleh tak?
Silakan.
Okay, Aisyah. Kalau nak tunjuk resume boleh kejap saya baca dulu. Bukan dia kalau macam kita banyak volunteerism. Boleh juga, boleh. Volunteer ni kita letak sebagai achievement. Kan? Kalau join online course yang berkaitan, ya boleh letak. Itu adalah skill lah. Itu adalah course. Okay, kalau course dia adalah course. Awak pernah attend translation course ke, awak pernah attend apa-apa course, itu adalah ada course. Kalau boleh, course ni selepas working experience lah. Maksudnya dah lepas research paper, letak course. Sebab apa-apa yang berkaitan dengan kerja, working experience, especially yang boleh jadi nilai tambah kepada kita berkaitan dengan pekerjaan tersebut, tolong letak bawah working experience. Okay? Okay, saya dah tunjuk contoh ATS friendly. ATS friendly ni senang je sebenarnya. ATS friendly ni orang kata resume yang skema, line by line. Macam biasa je, awak buka Word, awak type apa yang perlu, okay, experience, macam tu. Dia tak fancy. Kalau saya pernah bekerja sebagai guru ganti, sebagai working experience untuk bahagian reference perlu letak rujukan. Dia perlu. Mungkin guru besar tu baik tak dengan awak. Kalau dia baik dengan awak, letak dia lah sebagai reference ataupun guru penolong kanan. Manajemen di sekolah lah. Kalau jawatan seperti exco, kebajikan, koronial perlu translate. Perlu translate. Okay. Ada translation. Buka di Cambridge. Salam Puan, lab skill yang dipelajari sepanjang pengajian perlu di-scan ke dalam resume. Lab skills. Kalau awak apply untuk jawatan lab lab assistant ke ataupun apa ni orang panggil lab engineer ke apa ke, perlulah list apa skills lab yang awak ada. Okay? Sebab memang benda tu berkaitan dengan kerja dan mereka memang nak tahu awak ada orang kata praktikal lah benda tu. Awak tahu tak guna lab-lab punya ni, ataupun awak ada tahu tak macam mana cara-cara macam nak track apa ni result daripada eksperimen tersebut ke apa ke kan. Sebab bila kita kerja dalam environmental lab ke apa ke, semua tu memang penting lah. Puan, saya nak tanya, ada tak maximum pages untuk resume? Sebab ada cakap 1-2 page kata lebih, boleh. Okay? Tak ada masalah. Resume ni sebenarnya orang kata macam subjektif. Macam cantik tu subjektif. Resume pun subjektif. Tapi janganlah sampai 10 page kan. Macam saya kata tadi, kalau 4 page tak ada masalah. Kalau awak ni ada pengalaman lebih ke apa ke kan, macam mana kita nak limitkan sampai ke 2 page saja kan. Sedangkan benda tu berguna juga. Dan recruiter akan baca. Kalau 3 ke 4 page ni tak ada masalah. Okay? Jangan limitkan kita, tapi kena ni lah berjaga-jaga dengan perkataan. Kadang-kadang kan awak jadi 3-4 page tu sebab awak letak birthday, single, awak punya alamat rumah, awak pergi letak hobi, tu sebab jadi 3-4 page tu. Awak tengok balik apa yang macam saya cakap tadi, yang tak penting please buang saja. Okay? Dia akan jadi pendek, dia akan kurang perkataan dia tu. 3-4 page tu ada apa? Cuba tengok balik. Okay? Ada lagi tak yang nak share resume? Okay. Aira.
Hello. Nampak tak?
Nampak.
Okay.
Okay. Zoom sikit Aira. Okay. Okay, ini pun bukan ATS sebab profile hardworking college student seeking employment. Hijaan pun kena betul ya. Okay, education ke, working experience ke, tolong susun daripada tarikh yang paling latest. Okay, maksudnya kat sini Aira letak sekolah dulu. Sebenarnya Aira kena letak universiti atas dulu.
Oh, okay.
Sekolah bawah. Okay, lagi. Skills, jangan rate skills
Okay.
Alamat, tolong buang alamat. Okay, Aira punya resume ni, dia terlampau banyak ni, jarak.
Faham.
Dia agak luas tu punya jarak. So, tak apa, awak buat resume lain, buat ATS friendly, tapi awak buang apa yang tak penting. Okay, jangan rate awak punya skill, jangan. Nampak tu apa yang V-ray ke tu rendah tu. Melainkan awak nak rate tu semua full, awak boleh rate. Tapi kalau tak full, jangan rate. Okay, lagi apa tu? Bawah lagi? Sikit je dekat reference. Okay. Tak ada working experience?
Ada tapi tak letak yang sedang internship.
Tak kan? Kenapa ada ni? Atau ada internship. Tapi pendek sangat awak punya job description tu. Awak intern sebagai apa? Intern sebagai apa?
Student intern.
Dia intern jawatan apa?
Tapi dia tak ada title lagi macam tu. Dia just
tak maksud saya department apa ke?
buat drawing and then 3D.
Terlibat dengan terlibat dengan architecture punya ni jugalah kan?
Yes.
So tolong letak awak punya ni. Saya tak nampak awak punya, saya nampak awak punya ni je, awak punya achievement je banyak. Nampak? Saya nampak achievement awak banyak. Kalau boleh achievement sekolah kurangkanlah.
Okay.
Achievement sekolah kurangkan. Tolong tambah awak punya internship punya ni, skill-skill awak punya job, apa yang awak buat masa internship. Saya tak nampak awak tulis, awak letak apa, awak buat drawing ke apa ke. Sebenarnya tu penting tu. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, nanti tolong edit lah resume ni.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Spacing 1.15. Spacing 1.15. 1.5 tu pun sebenarnya agak besar. Itu nanti jadi 5 page tu. Okay. Nisha, Hanina. Okay, Nisha. Okay, Nisha punya pun ATS friendly. Awak punya summary ni agak panjang bagi saya, so awak boleh plan to graduate tu buanglah tu. Okay. I am jangan guna ayat macam I am an outgoing person, jangan. Okay.
Alright.
An outgoing person, terus contoh ayat macam tu. Jangan I am an outgoing person who can, just terus to an outgoing person who can value your organization. Okay.
Oh, maksudnya terus an outgoing person who can tu lah.
Yeah, I am tak ada. Okay. In addition, I want to keep, ni semua tak payah. Panjang ni, panjang. In addition, I want to keep learning and growing both my interaction. Ni awak boleh simpan ni, awak simpan, awak hafal nanti masa interview. Betul ni saya cakap. Kadang-kadang kan masa interview, kita hafal sebenarnya, tapi nampak natural. Sebab asyik duk hafal je, berlatih-berlatih, hebat dah ni. Sebenarnya awak tengah hafal. Awak simpan je, I want to keep learning, growing. Okay?
Alright.
Sekejap. Okay. Okay, CGPA. Okay, CGPA cantik, boleh letak lagi. Research project. Tak ada working experience
Sebab saya belum internship lagi dan untuk part time pun memang tak ada.
Okay. Ni untuk hantar untuk internship ke apa?
Betul.
Betul. Kalau hantar internship tak apa. Lepas ni dah internship, tolong tambah internship atas sebelum research project
Okay.
Leadership experience. Okay, lagi bawah. Okay, lagi. Secretary ni semua you punya program kan?
Betul.
Okay, lagi.
Skill kurang sebab belum update lagi.
Okay. Secretary tu apa skill awak yang awak dapat masa jadi secretary?
Banyak.
Banyak kan? So add on as one of your skills, event management, tu skill tau. Kadang-kadang, okay, macam contoh bila awak dah ada internship ni, awak tak perlu elaborate tentang awak punya committee secretary, tak perlu. Okay, awak just remove je, awak just add semua yang several reports tu as your skills, report writing, event management. Okay,
Okay.
It's meeting. Awak mesti
apa?
Awak masa jadi sekretari tu biasa buat minit ke?
Ada juga.
Itu pun semua ada awak punya skills lah. So awak just buang saja paperwork tu, semua tu adalah awak punya skill. So awak akan jadi extracurricular tu, secretary. Tapi awak tak perlu letak dia punya details tu. Details tu awak tukar kepada skills awak. Jangan letak semua, awak pilihlah prepare paperwork.
Maksudnya kan skill, maksudnya yang kita tu dapat masuk kat dalam skill atau letak dalam sentence tu?
Skills.
Dalam dia punya description. Skill.
Awak pergi kat skill bawah tu. Pergi dekat skill. Okay.
Tambah kat
software. Awak pergi kat bawah lagi. Bawah software tu awak letaklah report writing. Minutes, meeting, writing, event management. Tu semua skills ya. Tak semua orang boleh ada skills untuk handle event. Itu adalah skill. Okay?
Okay, faham. Itu je kan yang saya kena tambah.
Okay, so buanglah yang lain-lain yang terlampau details tentang event.
Okay.
Okay.
Terima kasih.
Sama. Okay, ada lagi ke? Okay, Amani ni bukan ATS friendly. Tapi tak apa, kita tengok. Okay, objektif dah okay. Sebab dia nampak macam banyak sebab awak ada 2 row kan. Okay, universiti. CGPA tu bunda akan jelas kepada terhampir mau belajar matematik pula kita. Okay, result okay, result SPM elok. Internship training. Okay. Di MPOB tu, selain daripada 2 job description ni, ada buat benda lain tak? Nama ni?
Saya diberi mini project. Mini project tu untuk inilah validate sama ada method tu boleh pakai untuk detect pesticide ke tak, yang macam saya tulis dekat bawah tu. Cuma saya tak spesifik lah dia research paper.
Cuba tengok. Skills, method. Yang ni lah validate analytical method ni. Nama projek tu apa?
Validation of analytical method for analysis of pesticides in our concentrate.
So awak mungkin boleh tambah perkataan yang awak diberi task untuk inilah projek, apa nama projek? Apa yang projek tu buat tu? Validate analytical method. Okay. Handle projek macam tu. Apa project management ke? Skills, proficient. Buang proficient ke apa ke semua buang Just letak nama software saja. Dan juga skills apa yang ada.
Perlu tu saya separatekan macam hard skills dengan soft
Boleh.
skills ke?
Tolong separate lah kalau boleh. Achievement, okay. Referees. Okay kot. Tambah lagi lah awak punya yang di internship tu. Contoh kalau awak apply untuk jawatan yang sesuai, awak tolong tengoklah kod-kod lah kalau kat job description tu ada yang awak pernah buat masa praktikal, tolong add on. Okay?
Okay.
Kalau tak pernah buat, jangan letak. Okay.
Itu saja ke?
Ya, Amani minta Amani buat ATS resume juga
Okey. Terima kasih.
Alamat tolong beri.
Alamat.
Ada lagi ke? So, setakat yang kawan-kawan dah share ni, yang belum ada resume tu, dah nampak tak? Clear picture apa yang kita perlu letak, apa yang kita tak perlu letak. Dah nampak tak? Siapa yang kata dah nampak tu, letak nombor 5. Okey, alhamdulillah. Ramai yang dah nampak Sebab saya kesian dekat adik-adik kalau adik-adik apply kerja tapi tak pernah dapat kan. Lepas tu jawab SPA pula asyik fail je kan. So kita setengah orang dia macam saya nak kerja government lah, saya tak nak, tak pedulilah saya punya resume macam mana. Jangan sebab kita akan satu tahap kita akan berkembang. Maksudnya kita bukan hanya dekat level exec saja, kita akan naik pengurus. Jadi kita pada tahap inilah kita patut belajar lebih banyak. Kita akan tetap keep learning walaupun macam saya pun keep learning. Saya sentiasa membetulkan apa-apa kalau ada kekurangan. Macam sesi-sesi yang di-share sebelum ni. Macam mana kita nak buat networking, apa kepentingan networking. Dan lagi satu, kalau kita nak apply kerja, menggunakan email. Email atau walaupun dia ada nombor telefon WhatsApp recruiter. Kadang-kadang recruiter ni suka tinggalkan nombor WhatsApp. Tolong WhatsApp dengan berhemah. Jangan PM kerja kosong. Tak mau. Kerja kosong ada lagi tak? Jangan. Awak anggap recruiter tu awak punya bakal majikan. Tolong tanya dengan ayat yang lengkap dan juga mudah difahami dan dengan cara bersopan. Tolong, itu pun sangat penting. Dekat email pun kita kena betul-betul email kan. Sebelum send email tu check dulu. Betul tak ejaan nama pegawai yang aku nak email ni? Kalau dekat WhatsApp, Assalamualaikum Encik atau Puan, maaf saya mengganggu, saya ternampak iklan jawatan kosong. Boleh ke saya bertanya tentang jawatan tersebut? Bukan just PM. Dan perkenalkanlah diri awak. Okey, nama saya Khadijah. Saya baru habis belajar, cakap macam tu. Jangan tiba-tiba awak terjah recruiter tu macam beli barang lah kan. Dah biasa beli barang, PM price, PM kan. So kita dah terbiasa. Kita dah terbiasa dengan perkataan terlampau singkat sampai kita dah hilang nilai-nilai adab dengan orang. Okey. Saya dah banyak kali terima WhatsApp macam tu. Saya tak reply. PM kerja saya tak reply. Macam pandangan saya macam mana dia nak menghadapi interview kalau benda yang simple pada awalnya pun dia dah tak boleh. Dia dah tak boleh nak manage benda tu. Dia tak tahu common sense tu. Okay? Okay, ada lagi tak yang ni? Tunjuk resume. Semua ni pelajar tahun akhir ke? Semua dengar ke suara saya?
Dengar puan, dengar.
Semua pelajar tahun akhir ke? Oh, ada yang dah habis belajar. Baru habis semester 4. Okey. Okey. Oh, ada yang tahun 2. Okey, tak apa. Tahun 2 pun tak lama dah sebenarnya. 2 tahun ke hadapan tu lagi, 2-3 tahun ke hadapan tu sekejap je sebenarnya. Okey? Dan mungkin 2-3 tahun ke hadapan tu, format resume dah berubah. Okey? Sekarang ni dah ada video resume. Itu pun kita mungkin kalau ada waktu lain ke kan, nanti kita bolehlah tahu pula macam mana cara video resume tu. Okey, Wardatul
Hello, Assalamualaikum Puan. Saya masih tahun 2. Ini sebenarnya assignment resume. Maksudnya kena buat macam, tapi adalah beberapa yang saya create, cuma saya nak tahulah kalau format saya tu betul ke salah ke. Boleh Puan?
Okey, macam saya cakap lah, alamat tolong buang alamat. Letak autopilot Johor je. Okey. Okey, lagi bawah. Okey. Okey, macam contoh macam siapa dah Wardatul nama? Wardatul, betul ke?
Betul.
Okey, Wardatul. Okey, Wardatul macam contoh related coursework, Arabic language, creative media writing, English for professional. Okey, bila ada grammatical error dekat situ, warna biru. English 4. Selalunya bila 4, F tu adalah huruf kecil. Nampak tak? Bila ada perkataan, ada line warna biru tu adalah grammatical error. Kan? So kalau related coursework, more to linguistic, language and linguistics, mesti recruiter tu akan tengok juga awak punya resume, ada salah eja ke tak? Ataupun ada kesalahan grammar ke tak? Itu adalah salah satu benda yang awak patut awak patut pentingkanlah, maksudnya dari segi grammatical error, dari segi ejaan. Okey? So nanti betulkan English for professional, communication, Arabic for, yang Arabic for tu F huruf kecil pula kan? Betul? So tolong semak
Okey.
Johor Bahru. Okay, work experiences. Okay. Working experience letak yang paling latest atas. Yang 2019 tu sebenarnya sepatutnya paling atas.
Oh, dia atas baru pergi ke tahun lepas-lepas.
Betul.
Okay.
Lagi? Internship. Oh, pernah internship
Tak, sebab ni kan assignment, jadi doktor saya kata tak apa, boleh create macam tu. Ni sebagai nak tengok format lah.
Okay, so internship kalau awak, maksudnya awak punya resume ni awak dah pernah bekerja lah kan? Kalau tengok 2019 tu.
Contohnya macam dia pernah bekerja.
So internship tu tak payahlah letak previous, awak letak je internship.
Okay.
extracurricular activities tu sepatutnya awak senaraikan nama program.
Nama program dulu yang besar lah maksudnya.
Ya, betul. Kalau greater audience, they introduce guests of honor and formal functions, participant ni betul lah ni one of the activities lah, tapi greater audience tu dia macam awak punya apa yang awak buat masa aktiviti tu, betul kan? So itu adalah one of you punya skill lah kalau kita pernah terlibat dengan jemputan ke apa ke kan?
Maksudnya masukkan kepada skills je.
Skill apa yang awak dapat daripada aktiviti tersebut? Apa yang awak dapat masa awak buat aktiviti tersebut? Masa event tu?
Skills macam soft skill kita bercakap, public speaking gitu.
Ya. So itu adalah soft skill awak lah, public speaking. Okay?
So dia letak kategori skills lah kan?
Soft skill,
Soft skill, okay.
Gender and international, IT skills, profession, okay, hands-on experience in computer process and design tu apa? Awak perlu spesifikkan lagi computer process and design. Design in what? Process in what?
Detail lah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Sebab kalau saya baca computer processing design, apa design graphic design ke, design web ke, design software ke? So awak kena letak apa nama software tersebut, apa nama projek tu ke, apa design tu ke, okay? Okay, reference tu tukar reference
Okay. Reference maksudnya orang yang kita boleh rujuk kan?
Betul. Berujuk. Okay.
Okay, terima kasih.
Okay, sama. Nisa Mokhtar, sekarang intern di mana?
Intern dekat Perlis.
Di syarikat apa?
Syarikat architecture.
Okay. So jangan lupalah tolong grab semua peluang yang ada. Buat sementara ni kalau kita tak ada kerja, jangan kita duduk saja. Kita minta juga kerja. Sebenarnya itu adalah untuk awak letak dalam resume skill-skill yang ada. Tinggal berapa lama lagi intern?
Sampai bulan 1 nanti.
Lama lagi tu. Okay. So inilah belajar dengan banyak lah.
Okay. Terima kasih.
Alisha Azhar baru habis intern. Intern di mana tu?
Dekat HRD Corp.
Oh, HRD. Okay. Sebagai apa?
Mainly saya intern dekat bahagian customer outreach.
Customer outreach. So buat apa dekat sana?
Monitor employers, semua employers dalam berbagai industri yang dekat Perak lah.
Okay, so awak rasa banyak tak yang belajar?
Banyak. Saya kebanyakannya macam kena interact dengan employers. Sebab mainly kan HRD Corp dia perlu galakkan employers untuk bayar tax kan? 1% tax daripada HR untuk setiap company. So saya, company yang saya join, saya base dekat Perak, so kita monitor satu Perak punya employers.
Oh, okey, menarik tu. So daripada situ awak sebenarnya dah dapat industrial engagement punya skills tau. So jangan lupa letak industrial engagement skills. Tak semua orang boleh dapat skill-skills yang macam tu. Bila kita intern, itulah waktu yang kita akan belajar. Kadang-kadang student dia terlupa. Kadang dia terlupa perkataan yang sesuai untuk dia letakkan dalam resume tu. Dia punya, especially dekat dia punya inilah dia punya experience tu kan. So boleh Google perkataan apa yang sesuai untuk kita letakkan dalam resume kita tu. Okay?
Okay, baik Puan. Terima kasih.
Sama juga macam tadi tu yang photostat apa benda semua tu kan. Photostat, binding itu sebenarnya adalah administrative task. So kita boleh guna orang kata perkataan-perkataannya bersesuaian untuk kita letakkan dalam resume kita. So kat situ kita dah kurangkan perkataan yang orang kata macam meleweh kan. So kita gunakan perkataan yang lebih padat dan tepat. Okay. Jadi ada tak lagi yang nak share resume? Tadi siapa Nadia?
Tadi dia dah terhilang lah.
Dia kena hijack.
Dia siapa laju dia dapat.
Kena hijack dengan Aisyah kan?
Nadia okey ke? Internet okey ke?
Nampak tak?
Belum lagi, belum.
Belum lah.
Apa, try. Mungkin Aisyah bagi laluan dulu pada Nadia, boleh tak? Okey. Okey, silakan.
Nadia semester berapa
Saya semester ke-6.
Semester ke-6. Okey, ke bawah lagi Nadia. Okey. Lagi? Okey, lagi?
Dah habis.
Okey, saya suka juga resume Nadia ni. Cuba Nadia tunjuk ke atas. Yang experience tu memang ni ke? Memang pernah kerja lah, betul kan? Bukan assignment kan? Memang bukan. Okey. Selalunya untuk orang yang memang dia dah ada working experience yang agak kuat, dia agak kuat, dan dia nak apply, contoh Nadia nak apply untuk jawatan kaunselor kan, ni kaunselor kan. Okay, kaunselor. So first kali bila dia tunjuk working experience yang dulu, so orang akan terus tengok, oh dia pernah kerja sebagai kaunselor. So education dia tu orang akan tengok. Okay, so macam orang akan, recruiter ni dia akan ada first impression, okay saya berminat dengan budak ni. First impression dia terus macam tu. Sebab jawatan dia apply tu sesuai dengan experience dia. Kalau awak ada working experience yang kuat, boleh letak working experience dulu. Okay? So, dia tak semestinya educational background yang atas daripada working experience. Dia sebenarnya bila kita ada working experience yang meluas, kita sebenarnya perlu letak working experience yang atas dahulu sebelum educational background. Especially kalau contoh kalau awak dah bekerja dalam 5 tahun, 2-3 tahun kan, awak dah boleh letak dah working experience dulu, baru educational background anda. Sebab yang penting adalah working experience awak. Okay? So kalau saya tengok resume Nadia ni, pada pendapat saya sukalah resume dia. Resume dia pun kalau kita buat sini ATS friendly, dia line by line. Bawah lagi Nadia? Bawah. Slide ke bawah.
Puan Khadijah, boleh tak Puan Khadijah komen sikit pasal technical skills tu kan? Ingat tak? Akan ada pelajar-pelajar kita suka sangat ada letak titik-titik tu yang apa tu? Yang tu boleh tak Puan Khadijah? Tolong Puan Khadijah.
Yang rating tu ke?
Betul. Yang itu.
Ya, macam saya cakap tadi, kalau kita punya technical skills tu, kita baru beginner ke apa, kita perlu letak saja apa sebenarnya nama skills yang kita tahu. Kalau macam Nadia ni, saya tak tegur sebab dia letak advance. Sebab bila dia advance, maksudnya okay, I tahulah dia advance, so dia okay. So kalau awak letak Microsoft Excel beginner, maksudnya macam tak naklah ambil dia sebab Microsoft Excel dia beginner. Macam saya cakap, tolong jangan rate diri anda, melainkan memang betul-betul anda profesional ataupun advance dalam skills tersebut. Okay, itu memang elakkan sebab saya dah tegur tadi pun saya dah tegur yang suka itu memang kita kata resume yang zaman sekarang lah, resume yang dah ada template kan, lepas kita pun letak lah kita punya skill, kita tarik, kita pula rate diri kita. Kadang-kadang kita rate diri kita, kita ingatkan kita tak pandai benda tu, kita ingatkan ingatkan beginner, rupanya tak, sebenarnya kita bukan level beginner pun. Jadi please don't rate, kita just letak saja skills kita, apa yang kita tahu kat situ. So yang akan rate tu nanti masa kita bekerja nanti. So bila contoh kita dah ada skill-skill tersebut, dia akan jadi additional macam nilai tambah bagi kita bila kita ada pengetahuan tentang skill-skill tersebut, walaupun sikit. Tapi tolong jangan rate skill kita, melainkan skill kita tu advance. Okay? Tapi saya rasa Nadia mungkin ada skill technical skills yang lain kot selain Microsoft PowerPoint, Excel ni. Ada lagi tak skill lain Nadia?
Kalau personal skill tu boleh letakkan di
yes, tolong letak juga awak punya soft skills. Soft skills tu sebenarnya awak dah letak dah dekat strength ni. Jadi kita baca strength. Kan? Okay. Kalau macam ada skill-skill lain seperti report writing, public speaking ataupun lain-lain yang selain daripada technical daripada Microsoft Word ni. Kadang-kadang student ni dia limitkan diri dia. Dia ingatkan technical skill ni Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Excel, Adobe. Tak. Bukan. Sebenarnya skills tu adalah benda yang macam event management, project management, itu semua adalah skill sebenarnya. Tapi student dia limit dekat Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Excel kan, sebab setengah student ni memang dia handle event. So event tu pun sebenarnya adalah salah satu skill yang dia ada. Okay. Referees. Okey lah, saya tengok Nadia okey, cuma mungkin boleh tambah lagi lah kot untuk skills. Tapi kalau skill kita tak berapa nak strong, tolong jangan rate
Okey. Terima kasih Puan.
Aisyah ke tadi yang share tadi? Aisyah. Okey ke Aisyah? Boleh share? Aisyah ada problem line lah. Yeah. Mungkin Aisyah boleh email dekat Hana. Hana boleh tolong pancar kalau boleh lah.
Boleh.
Boleh kot Aisyah.
Kalau ada yang lain buat sementara waktu pun boleh share.
Boleh. Yang lain boleh up. Siapa yang nak share. Mungkin Puan Khadijah boleh juga promote kita punya My Future Jobs kan, Puan Khadijah. Sebab mereka ni tak tahu fungsi My Future Jobs ni sangat berguna ni. Dia fikir job street je kan Puan Khadijah.
Ya. Okey, kalau macam di My Future Jobs, sebenarnya perbezaan antara My Future Jobs dan job portal lain, sebenarnya kita ada case worker. Case worker tu adalah pegawai perkhidmatan pekerjaan yang akan menyelia akaun anda. Okay, kalau macam contoh adik-adik berminat selepas graduate, berminat untuk mencari kerja, tetapi kita kata dia sebagai kita milestone, macam batu loncatan. Setengah orang kan bila dia hantar resume tak dipanggil-panggil, tak dipanggil-panggil oleh majikan. Tapi bila adik-adik semua ada terlibat dengan program penempatan pekerjaan yang diuruskan oleh pihak PKSO, adik-adik boleh terus datang interview. Kadang-kadang majikan ni bila dia tengok kita punya resume, dia tak berminat nak panggil kita. Tapi bila kita masuk interview session, oh bagus budak ni. Itu sebab kepada fresh graduate, bila ada saja peluang-peluang untuk interview terbuka ni, tolong join. Tolong join. Saya sendiri, saya punya personal experience. Saya bermula dengan, saya memulakan kerjaya saya dengan menghadiri Karnival Kerjaya Universiti saya sendiri masa tu. Dan masa saya pergi interview session tu, saya terus dapat kerja. Saya belum konvo lagi saya dah dapat kerja. Jadi saya build up saya punya career daripada situlah. Saya punya communication skills. Kita tak kata kita terus pandai. Tak. Sebab kita memang develop kita punya skills ni semasa bekerja. Semasa bekerja tu lah kita develop punya skills. Saya dulu masa fresh grad, saya tak pandai nak bercakap macam ni. Saya pun malu-malu masa adik-adik. Tapi disebabkan saya ada satu perangai yang saya ni suka belajar dan bertanya. Mana-mana saya masuk, saya tak akan malu-malu jumpa senior LZ ke, saya minta maaf Encik, saya memang tak ada pengalaman Encik bidang ni, tapi apa-apa saya akan tanya Encik jangan jemu pula jawab soalan saya. Dari segi situlah saya build up keyakinan diri saya bergaul dengan orang-orang yang lebih higher level daripada saya tak ada kata barrier, maksudnya saya build up saya punya communication skill daripada situ. Macam mana kita nak build up communication skill kita, macam mana kita nak yakin. Pertama sekali kita kena buang malu kita ni. Buang nak tunjuk resume pun sampai Encik Budi kena kena cakap free baru semua guru nak tunjuk. Kita kena buang benda tu semua. Okey. Jadi kalau untuk portal My Future Jobs, saya share screen Bila anda ada portal My Future Jobs, kalau anda berminat untuk ada case worker ni akan bantu awak. Macam saya adalah case worker juga. Saya akan bantu sesiapa yang di bawah senarai saya ataupun orang yang belum lagi jadi case di bawah saya akan post jawatan-jawatan kosong di LinkedIn saya. Dan bila saya dapat resume daripada pencari kerja, dekat situlah saya akan terus menghubungi pencari kerja tersebut. Saya akan bagi tahu adakah mereka berminat nak join untuk program penempatan pekerjaan yang PKSO handle ni. Jadi dekat situlah rupanya kadang-kadang diorang ni bila tanya saya, Puan Khadijah, kenapa susah saya ni dah apply banyak jawatan dekat My Future Job tapi tak pernah panggil saya interview. Saya cakap sebab Encik mungkin tak lengkapkan maklumat Encik sebab dia tak ada case worker. Jadi bila tak ada case worker ni, dia tak ada orang nak bagi tahu dia apa yang dia perlu lengkapkan. Macam contoh di My Future Jobs ni, kita perlu lengkapkan semua maklumat di sini sampai di hijau-hijau ni semua. Okay. Senang je nak daftar My Future Job. Cuma buka saja My Future Job dan kita register sebagai job seeker dan lengkapkan maklumat. Bila kita dah ada akaun My Future Job, kita lengkapkan maklumat di sini. maklumat yang ada dalam ni lengkapkan. Walaupun kita tak ada case worker, walaupun anda bukan di bawah program penempatan pekerjaan yang case handle, tapi apa yang anda perlu tahu adalah kita perlu lengkapkan maklumat di sini. Okey. Dan yang kedua penting adalah awak punya desired job. Okey. Desired job ni mestilah pekerjaan yang anda inginkan. Desired job, my future job ni dia agak sedikit berbeza. Anda perlu refer untuk kod ESCO. ESCO ni adalah skill dan job yang kita refer untuk kod-kod tertentu. So awak just search sahaja nama jawatan. Dia akan keluar jawatan apa yang nama jawatan apa yang related to that position. Di ESCO ni lah. Semua ada. Okay. Contoh marketing executive. Kalau awak cari di my future jobs, awak takkan jumpa perkataan marketing executive. So bila awak tak jumpa, awak search sahaja di ESCO ni, marketing executive, awak tengok nampak apakah jawatan yang related to that position yang ada namanya kat sini. So dekat sini tak ada marketing executive. Dekat desired job, my future job, dia akan jadi marketer. Okay. Dan lain-lain tu pun awak boleh search lah. Awak search je by name. So dia akan keluar jawatan yang related to that position. Awak baca job description ni sekali semua kat sini. And skills yang related to jawatan tersebut. Kalau kita nak buat study tentang sesuatu jawatan, job description pun kita boleh refer to ESCO ni. Okay. Ini poin-poin penting jugalah. So bila kita dah lengkap maklumat, experience apa semua ni, barulah kita akan jumpa match job kita. Kalau tak match job, awak memang tak akan jumpa. Tak sesuai. Macam ni lah, talent acquisition executive ni. Bila dia hijau sama hijau, ini memang kata bila saya apply ni, insyaAllah lah company panggil saya interview. Itu sebab ada setengah job seeker dia tanya, kenapa saya dah apply beratus-ratus ni puan, tak pernah panggilan saya. Sebab satu, maklumat di profil tak lengkap, desired job tak lengkap, experience pun semua tak lengkap. Okay? Selain daripada company swasta, untuk permohonan jawatan di JLC pun ada di portal My Future Job, macam lembaga getah, LPPKN, Craft Malaysia, semua ada. So tolong lengkapkan maklumat di sini, okay? Di My Future Job. Dia berbeza. Kalau adik-adik nakkan guidance daripada pegawai perkhidmatan pekerjaan, boleh hubungi pejabat perkeso yang berdekatan dengan negeri. Negeri anda. Kalau kat Perak, Perak. Kalau KL boleh hubungi saya juga. So kita akan bahagilah kepada pegawai perkhidmatan pekerjaan yang berkaitan untuk membantu adik-adik semua untuk mencari kerja dan juga untuk kita blasting jawatan-jawatan yang sentiasa yang perkeso ada buat physical ada buat online interview buat sementara ni. Kalau kita dah boleh buat physical interview, kita akan buat physical interview. Dan syarikat-syarikat yang kita panggil untuk sesi temu duga pun syarikat-syarikat yang agak besar lah. Well-known company lah untuk adik-adik semua. Okay. So saya cadangkan untuk adik-adik semua berdaftarlah dengan portal My Future Jobs. Okay. Puan, untuk experience jadi moderator or MC, that should be included in which part? Itu adalah skills awak. Awak tak perlu letak dia as an experience, awak boleh letak dia as your achievement ataupun skills. Okay. Okay, tadi ada siapa ke nak share lagi selain Aisyah? Okay, Aisyah dah boleh share. Aisyah, boleh ke dah boleh ke share resume tu? Lain problem lagi ke Aisyah? Yang lain masih ada dengan saya ke? Ke saya dah tinggal seorang-seorang? Kalau masih ada dengan saya, tekan kosong. Okey. Adalah saya rasa keseorangan.
Aisyah dia ada PM cakap tengah loading hantar email. Jadi mungkin kita boleh beri laluan kepada sesiapa yang nak share.
Dah habis lagi kosong. Okey, ada ke yang nak share? Saya bagi last lah, last. Sebelum Aisyah. Aisyah. Yang kosong yang selepas ni apa? Puan tu cakap kosong ni, kosong. Ke dia? Ke baru tersedar dari lamunan? Puan tu suruh cakap kosong, tekan kosong. Henti kosong. Okey. Ada lagi ke? Last.
Ada soalan daripada Muhammad Isa.
Okay. Untuk my future jobs tu bila boleh isi? Sekarang pun boleh isi. So nanti bila awak dah habis, dah pergi internship, awak just add on saja skills tu. Working experience. Okay. Isa bila habis belajar ya? Oh, 2023. Okey. Di portal My Future Jobs tu pun ada jawatan untuk internship. So, bolehlah kita isi sekarang kan, kita tengok portal tu macam mana. Kalau ada internship punya jawatan in the future, you boleh apply je kat situ. Aisyah, okey ke? Aisyah masih loading ke? Okey. Rasanya tak ada orang nak share resume dah kot kan? Okey, saya Aisyah macam mana? Aisyah masih hantar ke macam mana? Tu. Akhirnya.
Nampak ke Puan?
Nampak. Okey.
Okey.
Okey, Aisyah. Gambar tu agak kabur lah.
Maaf Puan.
Memang gambar kabur ke apa tu?
Oh, ya ke? Memang gambar kabur ke apa tu? Takut line saya yang
Okey, tak apa, saya nampak lah. Okey, kalau macam gambar awak yang macam ni, kan nampak tak awak crop kan? Okey, awak just remove je background gambar tu. So dia akan tinggal gambar awak je kat situ. So awak letak dalam bulatan tu, dia akan nampak cantik lah dalam bulatan tu. Tapi yang ini adalah bukan ATS friendly punya resume. Dan awak punya introduction tentang diri awak tu dia lebih kepada seperti Ya, Aisyah, saya dengar suara saya balik kat belakang.
ni saya punya resume untuk internship.
Saya rasa confused. Okey, kalau untuk internship pun, even though untuk internship, awak punya pengenalan diri tu elakkanlah kita buat seperti karangan macam tu. Okey? Aisyah, okey, dengar tak? Ejaan physics tu bukan ada S ke?
Ya saya.
Okey. Ada S kan? Okey, so ejaan mesti kena betul. Physics. Awak punya education tu sepatutnya universiti paling atas. Mohd
saya betulkan nanti sebabnya yang saya tak update lagi.
Okey, tak apa, saya tegur dulu. Okey. Mohd remove lah daripada situ.
Okey.
Okey. Lagi ke bawah lagi. Aisyah bawa lagi Aisyah. Nampak language tu tolong jangan rate laju sangat tu. Language tu tolong jangan rate awak punya proficiency in language .
Baik Puan.
Bukan sport curriculum activities, just curriculum activities saja, sebab dekat situ bukan sport saja. Dia tengok ada pandu puteri apa semua kan. Dan tolong letak paling yang the latest paling atas. Bukan 2012 tapi yang 2018-2021. Saya rasa yang
macam soft skills saya letak bawah sekali dengan language ke?
Okey, ya betul. Sebab language ni sebenarnya dia adalah part of skills. So awak compilekan semua skill yang ada tu sekalikan. Sebabkan saya cakap resume ni dia tak ATS friendly. So lepas ni awak tolong untuk skill awak tolong compilekan dia satu menjadi untuk soft skill ke, hard skill ke, language ke, computer skill ke, semua tu diletakkan satu. Okey? Yang awak punya pengenalan diri tu awak make it short and tepat lah. Maksudnya buang yang tak berkaitan tu, jadikan dia sebagai awak punya summary. Ni panjang ni. Okey?
Okey.
Ejaan tu check lah betul ke tak ke. Okey. Sebab bila kita guna apa ni, format resume yang ni, dia kadang-kadang ejaan pun dia tak detect. Sebab kita kadang-kadang terlepas pandang ejaan. Sebab saya memang galakkan tolong buat resume yang ATS friendly, yang line by line, guna word saja yang kita boleh detect kesalahan ejaan ke, kesalahan grammar ke. Okey? Okey. Itu je lah. Aisyah nanti tolong buat kumpulan lah. Working experience, sekejap. Working experience. Education, okay. Working experience ni sepatutnya jadi dekat atas lah kan. Ni nampak sport curriculum pula yang dekat bawah. Sepatutnya sport curriculum ke apa ke semua dekat bawah. Working experience adalah satu perkara yang sangat penting yang sepatutnya berada di atas.
Oh, working tu ke atas lah.
Betul, betul.
Okey, faham.
Ya, okey. Referees tu ejaan betul kan ya? Okey, itu sajalah. Tak perlu kau letak alamat universiti tu. Itu saja.
Terima kasih, maaf.
Sama, tak apa.
Okey.
Okey.
Right, thank you Aisyah.
Okey.
Mungkin Aisyah akan jadi orang yang terakhir ke Puan?
Ya, betul.
Baik, jadi kita pun dah kesentukan masa. So, jadi ini adalah slot perkongsian yang terakhir bersama Puan Khadijah Aminah. Jadi sekali lagi saya ucapkan ribuan jutaan terima kasih atas ilmu yang dicurahkan dan masa yang dikongsikan oleh Puan. Saya rasa memang banyaklah ilmu yang kami dapat hari ini. Sambil-sambil saya dengar pun saya perbaiki resume saya. Jadi insya-Allah terima kasih kepada semua peserta. Maka tamatlah program Graduate Readiness for 4.0 Industrial Revolution Career E-Workshop 2021 pada hari ini. Jadi sebelum itu mungkin kita akan ada sesi bergambar. Diminta semua peserta untuk membuka kamera. Okay, semua ready ke?
Okey, senyum ya semua. Jangan stres sangat tu. Jangan stres sangat.
Petang-petang ni saya nak betulkan rambut ke, betulkan tudung. Okey, saya mula ambil gambar ya. 1, 2, 3. Okey, sebentar. Sebab ramai jadi kita kena buat banyak slide. Okey, slide kedua. 1, 2, 3. Okey. Okey, siap. Terima kasih semua.
Terima kasih. Good luck ya semua.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Okay, semoga kita berjumpa lagi di lain masa dan di lain hari. Saya mengundur diri dan minta maaf atas segala. Okay.
Terima kasih Puan.
Sama.
Terima kasih Puan, terima kasih semua.
Terima kasih Puan.
Terima kasih Puan.